Hello and welcome. Today we're going to be talking about every single Angel card that's ever been printed at the time of recording in Magic the Gathering's history. I will talk about arena only cards at the very end, so if you want to skip to that, great. If not, stick around. It's a long video, so the reason I want to talk about Angels, they're my favorite tribe in Magic the Gathering. I collected a lot of art from them. I have, signed playmats from the artist. My most commander decks are Angels. This all started when Eldritch Moon came out, when I went to my first pre-release, and the first card I pulled was Giselle the Broken Blade. And ever since then, pretty much since Eldritch Moon came out, that card has been probably one of my favorites, if not my favorite, in all of Magic. And I just really stuck with the Angel tribe, because that's the first tribe I got into when I first started playing the game. That being said, I'm going to go through in alphabetical order. I'm using Scryfall to talk about every single printing, every single version of the card that's been printed in English. There's a few that are non-English. I will be talking about a few of them, but not all of them. So I know I kind of break my own rule right off the rip here, but that's just kind of how I'm going to do it. I'll talk about the price, the legality of what sets they're in. Obviously, this is time of recording, so if you're watching this in the future, some of this information might not be accurate, but at the time of recording, this is the information I had. And of course, I'll be talking about the wonderful artists that bring these cards to life with their phenomenal art. And I'll even point out some of my favorites along the way as well, if you're interested in the art stuff. I'll also be talking about the EDH Rec scores, because Commander is the main format that I play. So I want to talk about the cards that I like in the format that I mainly play. Also with the prices as well, I am using Scryfall, as I said. They have the prices down for the non-foil for the most part, so I'll be using that for my pricing on these cards. Otherwise, yeah, just that's all I got really. I mean, that's my big preamble here at the start of the video. Thanks for checking it out. I know it's a long one. Without further ado, let's hop into it. Alright, and first on our list, we have a Darkar Valkyrie. It is a 6 mana 4/5 mono white snow creature angel. It has flying and vigilance. It also has tap. When target creature other than this creature dies this turn, return that card to the battlefield under your control. The art is by Jeremy Jarvis. It's currently legal in Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, and Penny formats. The card was originally printed in Cold Snap. It also received a Modern Masters print, a Commander 2014, Commander 2018, as well as a reprint of the list. The list copy is the most expensive version of the card at $7.34. As a card in Commander, it sees play in just over 13,000 decks, mostly in Bryon, Stout Arm, as well as Isu the Abominable. Alright, up next we have Admonition Angel. It is a 6 mana 6/6 mono white angel. It has flying. It also has landfall. Whenever a land you control enters, you may exile target non-land permanent other than this creature. When this creature leaves the battlefield, return all cards exiled with it to the battlefield under their owner's control. The art is by Steve Argyle. Currently is legal in the Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, and Penny formats. Original printing of the card was in World Wake, and it also received a Zendikar Rising Commander Dex reprint, as well as the most recent version of the card, a Secret Lair drop. That Secret Lair copy is the most expensive version at $21.23. And when it was reprinted there, it also did receive new art, and that art is by Anato Finstark. As a card for Commander, it sees play in just under 14,000 decks, mostly going to be in the Angel decks, Giada Font of Hope, but it also does show up in Obun, Moldiah Ancestor, which cares about landfall. Alright, up next we have Aegis Angel. It is a 6 mana 5/5 mono white angel. It has flying. When this creature enters, another target permanent gains indestructible for as long as you control this creature. The art is by Alexi Bricklot. It's currently legal in Pioneer, Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, and Penny formats. Aegis Angel was originally printed in Magic 2012. It was reprinted in Magic 2015, Magic Origins, the Welcome deck from 2016, as well as the Arch Enemy Nicol Bolas product they did. That arch enemy copy is the most expensive version of the card at 41 cents. As a card for Commander, she's playing just over 14,000 decks, mostly in Kalia of the Vast, but it also shows up in Giada as well. Up next, we have our first legendary angel. It's Akroma, Angel of Fury. Akroma is an 8 mana 6/6 legendary creature mono red angel. She reads, this spell can't be countered. Flying, trample, protection from white and blue. She has pay 1 red. Akroma gets +1/+0 until end of turn. And she also has morph, 3 generic and 3 red. And morph, for those who don't know, you may cast this card face down as a 2/2 creature for 3 generic. Turn it face up anytime for its morph cost. The original art is by Darren Bader. She's currently legal in Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, and Penny formats. This version of Akroma was originally printed in Planar Chaos. She was reprinted in Commander 2011, From the Vault Angels reprint, a Commander Anthology version, a Masters 25 reprint, Time Spiral Remastered. She did receive a Secret Lair drop, as well as most recently a Murders at Karlov Manor Commander deck reprint. She has received some new art as well. For the From the Vault Angels, the Masters 25, she has art by Therese Nielsen. And when she was reprinted in the Secret Lair drop, she did receive new art by Randy Vargas. The most expensive version of her is actually the From the Vault Angels, and that is $3.98. As a commander, she currently helms 199 decks and is ranked 2,100. As a card in the 99, she sees a lot more play, just over 14,000 decks, mostly going to be in Kalia of the Vast, but she also shows up in Yaris, Roar of the Old Gods. Alright, up next we have the other version of Akroma, the original, Akroma, Angel of Wrath. She is still an 8 mana 6/6 legendary creature. Now she's back to mono white. She has flying, first strike, vigilance, trample, haste, and protection from red and black. The original art is by Ron Spears. She's currently legal in the Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, and Penny formats. She was originally printed in Legions. She saw a Time Spiral time-shifted reprint, a Dual Decks Divine vs. Demonic, as well as a Dual Decks Anthology Divine vs. Demonic reprint. She received a printing in From the Vault Angels, a Masters 25 version, a Commander 2020 version. She did receive a Secret Lair drop print, as well as a reprint on the list. The Legions and Time Spiral copies have the same art, and that is again by Ron Spears. When she was reprinted in the Dual Decks Divine vs. Demonic, she got new art by Chippy, and that is the same for the Dual Decks Anthology and the regular Dual Deck one. Also, the list copy shares the same art by Chippy. The From the Vault Angels, the Masters 25, Commander 2020 version all received new art. That art is by Therese Nielsen. And the Secret Lair drop, she did receive new art again, and that's by Livia Prima. And the Secret Lair version is actually the most expensive version of Akroma at $9.31. As a commander, she currently helms 178 decks and is ranked 2,155. As a card in Commander in the 99, she sees a lot more play in just under 26,000 decks. And that's going to mostly be in Kali of the Vast and Giada Font of Hope. However, she does show up a lot in Cathril Aspect Warper, and that's a card that cares about keywords. Up next, we have the third and final Akroma as of the recording. It's Akroma, Vision of Ixidor. She is a 7 mana 6/6 legendary creature mono white angel. She has flying, first strike, vigilance, and trample. At the beginning of each combat, until end of turn, each other creature you control gets +1/+1 if it has flying, +1/+1 if it has first strike, and so on for double strike, death touch, haste, hexproof, indestructible, lifelink, menace, protection, reach, trample, vigilance, and partner. And she also has partner herself. The art is by Chris Rahan. She's currently legal in Legacy, Vintage, Commander, and Oathbreaker. She's only been printed so far in one set, and that would be Commander Legends, where she has the regular version as well as an etched foiling version. The etched foiling version is the most expensive at $15.21. As a commander by herself, she currently has 64 decks to her name and is ranked 2,729. As a partner, she currently has been partnered up 2,847 times, and as a card in the 99, she sees play in just over 20,000 decks, mostly going to be in Giada Font of Hope as well as Kalia of the Vast. Up next, we have Angelic Aberration. It is a 6 mana 4/4 mono white Eldrazi Angel. She has Devoid, which means this card has no color, Flying, and Vigilance. When this creature enters, sacrifice any number of creatures, each with a base power or toughness 1 or less. Create that many 4/4 colorless Eldrazi Angel creature tokens with Flying and Vigilance. The art is by Helgi C. Balzer. Currently is legal in Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker. Pretty recent printing, just about a year ago, with Modern Horizons 3 in the Commander set. And she currently fetches a price of 31 cents. As a card in Commander, she sees play in just under 10,000 decks, mostly in Ulalek Fused Atrocity, as well as Azlask the Swelling Scourge, and that is the deck that she showed up in. Okay, we have Angelic Arbiter as our next card. It is a 7 mana 5/6 mono white angel. It has flying. Each opponent who casts a spell this turn cannot attack with creatures, and each opponent who attacked with a creature this turn can't cast spells. The art is by Steve Argyle. It's currently legal in the Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, and Penny formats. Angelic Arbiter was originally printed in Magic 2011. It saw a Commander 2011 reprint, a reprint in Commander Anthology, as well as most recent, a Jumpstart reprint. The Jumpstart version is the most expensive at $7.21. As a card in Commander, it sees a decent amount of play, just over 22,000 decks, and that's mostly going to be in Kali of the Vast as well as Giada Font of Hope. Up next, we have our first multicolor card. It's Angelic Captain. Angelic Captain is a 5 mana 4/3 angel ally in the Boros color identity. It has flying. Whenever this creature attacks, it gets +1/+1 until end of turn for each other attacking ally. The art is by Vulcan Baga. It's currently legal in Pioneer, Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, and Penny formats. This card was originally and only printed in Battle for Zendikar, where it has the regular version, as well as a pre-release promo stamped version. That pre-release promo is the most expensive at 79 cents. As a card for Commander, it does see a little bit of play, just over 1,200 decks, and that's mostly going to be in General Tazri, who cares more about allies. Up next, we have Angelic Cub. It is a 2 mana 1/1 mono white cat angel. Whenever this creature becomes the target of a spell or ability for the first time each turn, put a +1/+1 counter on it. As long as this creature has 3 or more +1/+1 counters on it, it has flying. The art is by Miranda Meeks. It currently is legal in Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, Historic, Brawl, and Timeless. Its first printing was in Jumpstart 2022, and its most recent printing was in Foundations Jumpstart, with the Foundations copy being the most expensive at 21 cents. As a card for Commander, it sees play in just over 3,000 decks, and that's mostly going to be in Arabo War of the Wild, because it does count as a cat, and also Giada Font of Hope. Up next, we have an oldie but a goodie, Angelic Curator. It is a 2 mana 1/1 mono white creature angel spirit. It has flying and protection from artifacts. The art is by Greg Staples. It's currently legal in Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, Pauper, and Penny. The original printing was all the way back in Urza's Legacy, and most recently it was seen in Modern Horizons 2. Both versions of the card actually are the same price, at 13 cents. As a card in Commander, it sees play in just under 4,000 decks, and that's mostly going to be in Giada Font of Hope. Angelic Field Marshal is our next card. It is a 4 mana 3/3 mono white angel. It has flying, and also has Lieutenant. As long as you control your commander, this creature gets +2/+2, and creatures you control have vigilance. The art is by Scott Murphy. Currently is legal in Legacy, Vintage, Commander, and Oathbreaker. The original printing of this card was back in Commander 2014. It saw a Commander Masters reprint, and also a reprint on the list. The Commander Masters reprint also did receive an etched foiling version as well, and that is the most expensive version of the card at $9.10. As a card in Commander, it sees a lot of play, just under 24,000 decks, and that's mostly going to be in Giada Font of Hope. Up next, we have Angelic Guardian. It is a 6 mana 5/5 mono white angel. It has flying. Whenever one or more creatures you control attack, they gain indestructible until end of turn. The art is by Sarah Winters. This card is legal in most formats. It's legal in Pioneer, Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, Alchemy, Explorer, Historic, Brawl, Timeless, and Penny formats. This card was originally printed in the M19 gift pack. It also saw a Core Set 2020 reprint. The Core Set 2020 version is the most expensive version of the card at $5.26. As a card in Commander, it doesn't see that much play, just over 5,000 decks, but it's mostly going to show up in Giada Font of Hope as well as Kali of the Vast. Up next, we have our first unset card. It's Angelic Herald. It's a 3 mana 2/2 legendary creature angel performer in the Azorius, so white and blue. It has flying. When Angelic Herald enters, you may put a name sticker on a non-land permanent you own. Each creature you control with 3 or more words in its name gets +1/+1. The art is by Aaron J. Riley. Because it's an unset card with the Acorn stamp, it's actually currently not legal in any format. It was printed in Unfinity, the most recent unset, where it has a few different versions. It has the original version, as well as the cosmic foiling version that they did from the unset. It also did receive a showcase frame and with new art. That art is by Stephanie Buscema, and that showcase frame also did receive that fancy foiling as well. The most expensive version of the card is the regular frame in the cosmic foil at 52 cents. And there's no EDH rec data because it is a not legal card, so there you go. Next up, we have a real card this time. It's Angelic Observer. She is a 6 mana 3/3 mono white angel advisor. She has affinity for citizens, which means this spell costs 1 generic less to cast for each citizen you control. She also has flying. The art is by Zach Stella. It currently is legal in most formats: Pioneer, Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, Explorer, Historic, Brawl, Timeless, and Penny formats. She was only ever printed in one set, and that was in Streets of New Capenna at Uncommon. And it currently goes for 3 cents. As a card in Commander, she does not see much play at all, just 222 decks, and that's mostly going to be in Giada Font of Hope. Up next, we have Angelic Overseer. It is a 5 mana 5/3 mono white angel. It has flying. As long as you control a human, this creature has hexproof and indestructible. The art is by Jason Chan. It's currently legal in Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, and Penny formats. This card was only printed one time, and that was in Innistrad, the original. And it currently has a price tag of $1.38. As a card in Commander, it only sees play in just over 3,000 decks, and that's mostly actually going to be an Audric Lunarch Marshal, because it is a human and it does care about keywords. Up next, we have Angelic Page. It is a 2 mana 1/1 mono white angel spirit. It has flying. It also has tap. Target attacking or blocking creature gets +1/+1 until end of turn. The original art is by Rebecca Gay. It currently is legal in Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, Historic, Brawl, Timeless, Pauper, and Penny formats. This card was originally printed in Urza's Saga. It saw a Battle Royale box set reprint, a 7th edition white border, and the 7th edition black border foil. Same can be said for 8th edition. It has the white border non-foil as well as the black border foil. It was reprinted in the Dual Decks Divine vs. Demonic as well as the Dual Decks Anthology version of the same name. It saw a Masters 25 reprint. It was reprinted in Jumpstart, Jumpstart 2022, and most recently on the list. Urza's Saga and the Battle Royale box set had the same art by Rebecca Gay. When it was reprinted in 7th edition, it did receive new art, and that art is by Mark Fishman. The 8th edition version, the dual decks, both of the versions, it did keep that Mark Fishman art. When it was reprinted in Masters 25, it did receive new art, and that art is by Chris Ron. That art stayed with the card for the Jumpstart and Jumpstart 2022. However, when it was reprinted on the list, it did receive its original printing art by Rebecca Guay. The most expensive version of the card is going to be that 7th edition foil, the black border one, at $5.32. As a card for Commander, it doesn't see too much play, just under 3,000 decks, and it mostly shows up in Giada, Font of Hope. Up next, we have Angelic Protector. It is a 4 mana 2/2 mono white angel. It has flying. Whenever this creature becomes the target of a spell or ability, this creature gets +0/+3 until end of turn. The art is by D. Tierlizzi. Currently is legal in Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, and Penny formats. Originally printed all the way back in Tempest, it saw a Dual Decks Divine vs. Demonic, the Dual Decks Anthology version. It also showed up in Jumpstart 2022, as well as a reprint on the list. The Dual Decks Anthology Divine vs. Demonic is the most expensive version of the card at 33 cents. Does not see much play at all. 400 decks currently on EDH Rec, and that is mostly going to be in Giada, Font of Hope. Up next, we have Angelic Quartermaster. It is a 5 mana 3/3 mono white angel soldier. It has flying. When this creature enters, put a +1/+1 counter on each of up to 2 other target creatures. The art is by Pindursky. Currently is legal in Pioneer, Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, Explorer, Historic, Brawl, and Timeless formats. It was originally printed in Innistrad Crimson Vow, and it also did receive a reprint in the Innistrad double feature set. That double feature version of the card is the most expensive at 18 cents. Does not see too much play, just over 2,000 decks on EDH Rec, and that's mostly, again, going to be in Giada, Font of Hope. Okay, we have another unset card. This time we have Angelic Rocket. It is an 8 mana 4/4 colorless host artifact angel. It has flying. When this creature enters, you may destroy target non-land permanent. The art is by Carl Critchlow. It was printed originally in Unstable, and it actually did get a list copy reprint in the Unfinity Foil Edition. The original Unstable copy is the most expensive at 28 cents, and like the other card, it is currently not legal in any formats, so there's no EDH Rec data for it. Up next, we have Angelic Sellsword. It is a 5 mana 4/4 mono white angel mercenary. It has flying and vigilance. Whenever this creature or another non-token creature you control enters, create a 1/1 red mercenary creature token with tap. Target creature you control gets +1/+0 until end of turn. Activate only as a sorcery. This card also reads, whenever this creature attacks, if its power is 6 or greater, draw a card. The art is by Ekaterina Burmak. Currently is legal in Legacy, Vintage, Commander, and Oathbreaker. This card was printed originally and only in the Outlaws of Thunder Junction Commander decks, where it has a regular version as well as an extended art version, with the extended art version being the most expensive at 23 cents. It did show up in a pre-con, so the numbers might be a little inflated, but it currently is in 9,000 decks on EDH Rec, and that's mostly going to be an Olivia Opulent Outlaw. Up next, we have Angelic Skirmisher. It is a 6 mana 4/4 mono white angel. It has flying. At the beginning of each combat, choose First Strike, Vigilance, or Lifelink. Creatures you control gain that ability until end of turn. The art is by David Raposa. It currently is legal in Pioneer, Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, and Penny formats. The card was originally printed and only printed in Gatecrash. It also does have a Gatecrash promo, and that's the promo that has each of the color mana symbols on it in foil. The original version of the card is actually the most expensive at $1.93. As a card for Commander, it does see a decent amount of play in just over 23,000 decks, and that is mostly going to show up in Giada, Font of Hope, as well as Kalia of the Vast. Up next, we have Angelic Sleuth. It is a 3 mana 2/3 mono white angel advisor. It has flying. Whenever another permanent you control leaves the battlefield, if it had counters on it, investigate. And investigate says, create a clue artifact token with 2 generic, sacrifice this token, draw a card. The art is by Mark Simonetti. It's currently legal in Legacy, Vintage, Commander, and Oathbreaker. Originally printed in the New Capenna Commander decks, it has 3 different versions actually. the original, the extended art version, and for some reason it actually did receive the Silver Planeswalker promo stamp, which is interesting for a Commander card to receive that promo stamp. And that version of the card is the most expensive at $7.85. Quite a bit. As a card in Commander, doesn't see that much play, just over 6,000 decks. And that's mostly going to be in God of Font of Hope, as well as the deck that it showed up in, Perry the Pulverizer. Alright, now to start off the cards that have Angel to start their name, with Angel of Condemnation. It is a 4 mana 3/3 mono white angel. It has flying and vigilance. It has 2 different abilities. You can pay 2 generic and a white to tap it, to exile another target creature. Return that card to the battlefield under its owner's control at the beginning of the next end step. It also has 2 generic and a white, tap it. Exert Angel of Condemnation. Exile another target creature until Angel of Condemnation leaves the battlefield. Exert, for those of you who don't know, an exerted creature will not untap during your next untap step. Illustrated by Slawomir Maniak. It's currently legal in Pioneer, Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, and Penny. It has only seen one printing so far, an Hour of Devastation, and also received a pre-release promo version as well. That pre-release promo version is the most expensive at just under $2. Just under $3 at $2.80, and the regular printing is about 50 cents. It currently sees play in just under 5,000 decks on EDH Rec. Alright, next up we have Angel of Deliverance. It is an 8 mana 6/6 mono white angel. It has flying. It also has the ability Delirium. I believe it's a keyword now. Whenever Angel of Deliverance deals damage, if there are 4 or more card types among cards in your graveyard, exile target creature an opponent controls. It was illustrated by Joseph Meehan, and it currently is legal in Pioneer, Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, Penny. Its original printing was in Shadows over Innistrad, and that's currently the only set it was printed in. This card is interesting, though, because it does have 2 separate promos, and one of them has different art. So it has the original art and the original card from Shadows. It has the pre-release from April 2nd, April 3rd of 2016, pre-release promo with the original art as well. However, it also received a launch promo, which has separate art, and that art is by Chris Ron, and that one is April 8th of 2016. So it's kind of interesting that they did that. I don't know why. Who knows? That's just Wizards' thing. The original pre-release promo is the most expensive at about 75 cents. So nothing too crazy. And it currently sees play in just a little over 1,300 decks on EDH Rec. Angel of Despair. That's our next card here. It is a 7 mana 5/5 Orzhov Angel. It has flying. And whenever Angel of Despair enters, destroy target permanent. Pretty straightforward. It is illustrated by Todd Lockwood. Currently is legal in Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, and Penny formats. It has seen 7 reprints, actually. The original being Guild Pact. It saw a Commander 2011, Commander Anthology, Ultimate Masters. It was in the Ravnica Guild Kit. It actually saw a Store Championship special art promo print, as well as a printing on the list. It did also receive a Secret Lair drop printing, and that's the most recent one. All of the copies share the same art, except for the Store Championship card and the Secret Lair drop version. That art is by Andrea Ugrai, and the Secret Lair art by Abigail Larson. And that Secret Lair drop is the most expensive at $4.17. It sees play in like 17,000 decks, which is quite a bit. I mean, this card's very good, and just flickering this card is very good, so it's a cool card. Alright, now we have Angel of Destiny. It is a 5 mana 2/6 Angel Cleric, mono white. It has flying and double strike. Whenever a creature you control deals combat damage to a player, you and that player each gain that much life. At the beginning of your end step, if you have at least 15 life more than your starting life total, each player Angel of Destiny attacked this turn loses the game. It was illustrated by Ryan Pancoast. It's currently legal in Pioneer, Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, Explorer, Historic, Brawl, Timeless, and Penny. So just about everything. I love this card. This is one of my favorite like alternate win conditions in my mono white Angels deck. Angels have just a lot of incidental life gain, a lot of lifelink, that kind of stuff. So this card's really fun to play. I enjoy it a lot. It has only been printed in one major set, Zendikar Rising, at a mythic rarity. So in Zendikar Rising, it was printed as a regular mythic. It also received an extended art version. It saw a pre-release promo version as well. It also saw the little promo packs with the Magic the Gathering silver symbol on the corner. It saw printing in that as well. It also did show up on the list at some point as well. That's the most recent printing of it. So the most expensive version of the card is the pre-release version at $875. This card actually sees a lot of play. Shows up in just under 37,000 decks. So I feel like that's quite a bit. But yeah, this card is very fun if you haven't had a chance to use it and get a win with it. I've gotten a win with it multiple times. It's pretty fun. People hate it. And that's why it's fun. Up next, we have Angel of Finality. It is a 4-mana, 3/4 mono white angel. It has flying. And whenever this creature enters, exile target player's graveyard. Pretty straightforward. The art is by Howard Lyon. I think this is probably the most legal a card is going to be on this list. It's legal in Standard, Pioneer, Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, Alchemy, Explorer, Historic, Brawl, Timeless. This card has currently 8 printings. The first printing was in Commander 2013. It saw a Commander Anthology printing, Commander 2020, Kaldheim Commander, Forgotten Realms Commander decks. It was in the March of the Machine Commander decks. It did see a list reprint. I believe that was in the Angels. They're just like us, but cooler with wings. Deck list. I'm pretty sure it was in that one because it's just like the foil, but it's a regular version. And the reason it's in Standard, it was actually just reprinted in Foundations. And they all have the same art as well. So the most expensive version is the Secret Lair version at about $1. It is a foil only version from the Secret Lair. So, and it has the Wizard's little star logo. So that's probably why it sees a little bit more money, but that's about it. Currently sees play in just over 21,000 decks. Up next, we have an interesting card. It is Angel of Flight Alabaster. It is a 5-mana 4/4 mono white angel with flying. At the beginning of your upkeep, return target spirit card from your graveyard to your hand. It was illustrated by Howard Lyon. Again, this card currently sees play in the Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, Historic, Brawl, Timeless, and Penny. It was originally printed in Innistrad. It saw reprinting in Crimson Vow Commander decks and Jumpstart 2022. Most expensive copy is the original at 18 cents. Nothing too crazy. This card actually goes in hand with our last card, Angel Finality. So the art for this card, again, is by Howard Lyon. Tells a story. It's actually the same angel from Angel Finality. Basically, this is the first part of this angel story. It shows up here. It shows up in Angel Finality. It'll show up later when we talk about Flame Blade Angel. And it will show up in another card that I won't be talking about because it's not an angel card, but it does show up in Clip Wings. Basically, it tells the story of this angel. Depicts the angel lamenting the loss of so many souls. With Angel Finality, this angel, I believe, is named Isabel, has now gone on the defensive, protecting the souls that had been lost from returning to the grave. She stands above the cemetery, a spell cast and a sword in hand, ready to defend. On Flameblade Angel, again, I'll talk about that card later, but might as well bring it up here. The brilliant creature has gone on a rampage, taking vengeance on the world for the sorrows caused by evil and corruption. And that was during the Shadows over Innistrad and Eldritch Moon arc, I believe. And the card we won't be talking about, I'll put it on screen though. Clip Wings basically shows the angel trapped, bound, and wounded by a group of hunters who are trying to put an end to the killing. It's not confirmed that she does die here because I don't believe there's any other art that depicts this card, because we really haven't been back to Innistrad really, except for the wedding and Midnight Hunt. But either way, just interesting little art lore thing. The information I got from that is actually directly from Howard Lyon. It's on Reddit. I'll link it, I guess. Why not? But yeah, that is the long-winded version of Angel of Flight Alabaster. Sees play in just over 5,000 decks. Next up, we have Angel of Fury. It is a 6-mana, 3/5 mono white angel. It has flying. And whenever Angel of Fury dies, you may shuffle it into its owner's library. The art is by Keith Parkinson. It's currently legal in Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, and Penny. It was only printed one time in Portal Second Age. It currently sees play in just 62 decks, so not a lot of play. The Portal version is the only version, so it's the only price we have, and that's about $3. Alright, next up we have Angel of Glory's Rise. It is a 7-mana, 4/6 mono white angel. It has flying. When Angel of Glory's Rise enters, exile all zombies, then return all human creature cards from your graveyard to the battlefield. It is illustrated by James Ryman, and it's currently legal in the Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, and Penny formats. It has seen 3 distinct printings. Avacyn Restored was the original printing. It was also a promo version, and it has like the 5 mana symbols that were like in a lot of the gift boxes and that kind of stuff. That kind of promo they did for it. And it was actually reprinted in the Midnight Hunt Commander decks, and it did receive new art as well. The new art on the Midnight Hunt Commander version is by Andrew Marr. The original Avacyn Restored printing is the most expensive one. Not saying too much though, it's about 45-cent card. And as of now, it currently sees play in just about 16,000 decks. A little over. Up next, we have one of my favorite cards from the Ravnica blocks here, Angel of Grace. It is a 5-mana, 5/4 mono white angel. It has flash and flying. When Angel of Grace enters, until end of turn, damage that will reduce your life total to less than 1 reduces it to 1 instead. You can pay 6 mana, 4 generic and 2 white, and exile Angel of Grace from your graveyard. Your life total becomes 10. Obviously, this card seems a lot more play in Standard, not very good in Commander, but I still think the art is phenomenal. And the art is by Ryan Yee. This is one of my favorite. I love this art so much. It's so cool. It's currently legal in Pioneer, Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, Explorer, Historic, Brawl, and Timeless. It's only printed one time in Ravnica Allegiance at a mythic rarity, and that version is 58 cents. Yeah, this card's cool. I don't know. I like this card quite a bit. Like I said, I think the art is phenomenal. It sees play in just under 3,000 decks. All right, a fairly new card here, Angel of Indemnity. It is a 6-mana, 5/5 Angel Warrior, mono white. It has flying and lifelink. When Angel of Indemnity enters, return target permanent card with mana value 4 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. And it has Encore for 6 generic and 2 white for 8 total. And if you pay that effect, exile this card from your graveyard. For each opponent, create a token copy that attacks that opponent this turn if able. They gain haste. Sacrifice them at the beginning of the next end step. Activate only as a sorcery. The art is by Denman Rook. It's currently legal in Legacy, Vintage, Commander, and Oathbreaker. It was only printed one time in the Outlaws of Thunder Junction Commander decks, which is interesting. It was only printed in that, so it has the regular version. It also has an extended art version as well. Both versions of the card are about $2.40. Currently sees play in 16,000 decks on EDHREC, a little bit over that. But again, that's mostly because it came in a pre-con, so those numbers are probably inflated just a little bit. Angel of Invention. It is a 5-mana, 2/1 mono white angel. It has flying, vigilance, and lifelink. It also has Fabricate 2, and Fabricate is, when this creature enters, put 2 +1/+1 counters on it, or create 2 1/1 colorless servo artifact creature tokens. It also has a static ability. Other creatures you control get +1/+1. The art is by Vulcan Baga. It currently is legal in Pioneer, Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, Explorer, Historic, Brawl, Timeless, and Penny. It was originally printed in Kaladesh, and it has 3 unique printings. Kaladesh at Mythic. It was the Kaladesh pre-release promo, and it also was reprinted recently in the Modern Horizons 3 Commander decks. She was also reprinted most recently in Tarkir Dragonstorm Commander. The most expensive version is the pre-release promo at a whopping $13. It currently sees play in just under 16,000 decks. Up next we have an oldie but a goodie. We have Angel of Jubilation. It is a 4-mana 3/3 mono white angel. It has flying. Other non-black creatures you control get +1/+1. Players can't pay life or sacrifice creatures to cast spells or activate abilities. The original art is by Therese Nielsen. It currently is legal in Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, and Penny. It's only printed one time, in Avacyn Restored, and it is a good card. Currently is going for $11, which is kind of nuts. Currently sees play in just over 20,000 decks as well. So it's a pretty well played card. Yeah, just the pumping up your creatures and also like kind of stopping paying life or sacking creatures to do stuff is a very good effect on a creature. It's only 4 mana too. It does have 3 white pips, but I mean, it's still a good card. Up next, we have an even older card with Angel of Light. It is a 5 mana 3/3 mono white angel with flying and vigilance. The art is by Todd Lockwood. Legal in Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, and Penny formats. It was originally printed in the Starter 1999. It also apparently is getting a Mystery Booster 2 reprint. According to Scryfall, 10 cards from Mystery Booster 2 were reprinted into the list as adjusted reprints. They have a revised designs and layout and lack the typical Planeswalker symbol in the lower left. So it's apparently a list printing, however, it came from Mystery Booster 2. That's a weird stipulation, but it is currently has 2 different versions of it. The starter version is the most expensive one at just under $4, and it currently sees play in 74 decks. Alright, up next we have quite an interesting one. We have Angel of Mercy. It is a 5 mana 3/3 mono white angel with flying. When Angel of Mercy enters, you gain 3 life. The original art is by Melissa Benson. It currently is legal in Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, Historic, Brawl, Timeless, Pauper, and Penny. So it was originally printed in Portal Second Age. It saw a Starter 1999 version printing. Saw a reprint in Invasion. It was an 8th edition, foil and non-foil. A 9th edition, foil non-foil. One has a white border, one has a black border. That's why I bring them up. It also saw printing in 10th edition, foil and non-foil. They technically show up as separate printings. That's why I bring it up. It was reprinted in Dual Decks Divine versus Demonic. It was also in the anthology version of that same thing, Divine versus Demonic. More modern prints are Iconic Masters. It was on the list. It saw a Jumpstart print and a Foundations Jumpstart print. The original art, like I said, by Melissa Benson. That art shows up on the Portal Second Age, the Starter 1999, 8th edition foil non-foil, 9th edition foil non-foil. There is an additional art that was given to it when it was reprinted in 10th edition. That art is by Vulcan Baga, who has been on the list a few times here. That art shows up on the 10th edition, foil non-foil, the Dual Decks, Divine versus Demonic, both versions, the regular one and the anthology version. It also shows up on the Iconic Masters, the list version, the Jumpstart, and the Foundations Jumpstart versions of the card. There is one other version with different art, and that is the Invasion version. That art is by Mark Tedden. And that one's probably my favorite art, too. It's very cool. Looks like the most expensive version of the card is the 8th edition foil. That is the black border at about $4.50, give or take. Currently sees play in just over 1,000 decks. Angel of Renewal is a 6 mana 4/4 mono white flying angel ally. It has flying. When Angel of Renewal enters, you gain 1 life for each creature you control. The art is by Todd Lockwood again. Currently is legal in Pioneer, Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, and Oathbreaker. It was originally printed in Battle for Zendikar, and it did see a list reprinting as well. As an uncommon for both printings, and the most expensive version is the Battle for Zendikar at 15 cents. Currently sees play in just over 1,900 decks on EDH Rec. I will say, the Zendikar Angels are probably one of my favorites because of the way like the halos are around their eyes. I think it's just a cool aesthetic. Alright, next up we have Angel of Retribution. It is a 7 mana 5/5 mono white angel. It has flying and first strike. The art is by RK Post. It's currently legal in Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, and Penny. Technically it has 3 printings. Torment was the original, as well as a Battle Bond reprint as well. The original printing from Torment is the most expensive, about 33 cents, at least that we have market data on. Fun fact, according to Scryfall, white cards in Torment were misprinted with low resolution pixelated art. Good to know. Thank you, Scryfall, for that information. It currently sees play in 218 decks on EDH Rec. Angel of Salvation is our next card. It is an 8 mana 5/5 mono white angel. It has flash and convoke. So flash means you can cast it anytime you could cast an instant, and it has convoke. Your creatures can help cast a spell. Each creature you tap while casting the spell pays for 1 generic or 1 mana of that creature's colors. It also has flying. When Angel of Salvation enters, prevent the next 5 damage that will be dealt this turn to any number of targets, divided as you choose. The art is by D. Alexander Gregory. It's currently legal in Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, and Penny. The original printing was Future Sight. It did see a Dual Decks Elspeth vs. Tezzeret printing. It saw a reprint in Time Spiral Remastered, March of the Machine Commander reprint as well. The most expensive version of the card is the Future Sight version at 29 cents, and it has been a rare every time it's been reprinted. The card currently sees play in just under 3,000 decks. Next up, we have Angel of Sanctions. It is a 5 mana 3/4 mono white angel. It has flying. Whenever Angel of Sanctions enters, you may exile target non-land permanent an opponent controls until Angel of Sanctions leaves the battlefield. It also has Embalm for 6 mana, 5 generic and a white. Exile this card from your graveyard. Create a token that's a copy of it, except it's a white zombie angel with no mana cost. Embalm only as a sorcery. The art is by Min Yum. Currently legal in Pioneer, Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, Explorer, Historic, Brawl, Timeless, and Penny. Originally printed in the Amonkhet set, it did see a pre-release promo as well. It saw a Commander 2019 reprint, and it is about to be reprinted in the Aetherdrift Commander set as well. The most expensive version of the card is the pre-release promo from Amonkhet at just about $3. It currently can be seen in just about 8,000 decks on EDH Rec. Next up, we have Angel of Serenity. It is a 7 mana 5/6 mono white angel. It has flying, and it reads, when Angel of Serenity enters, you may exile up to 3 other target creatures from the battlefield and or creature cards from graveyards. When Angel of Serenity leaves the battlefield, return the exiled cards to their owner's hands. It was illustrated by Alexei Bricklot. It's currently legal in Pioneer, Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, and Penny. Originally printed in Return to Ravnica, It saw a reprint in Commander 2015, Commander Anthology Volume 2, Kaldheim Commander Decks, Commander 2021. It saw two separate printings of the list as well, actually. The Commander 2015 version as well as the Return to Ravnica version were both list reprints. It also saw a Secret Lair version that was themed to the Doctor Who. And that version was given new art, and that art is by Nephiolomancer. I'm sure I said that incorrectly. That is the most expensive version, the Secret Lair version, at about $9, and it currently sees play in just over 30,000 decks on EDHREC. Next up, we have a very mechanically unique angel with Angel of Suffering. It is a 5-mana, 5/3 mono black Nightmare Angel with flying. If damage would be dealt to you, prevent that damage and mill twice that many cards. Illustrated by Martina Fakova. Currently legal in Pioneer, Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, Explorer, Historic, Brawl, Timeless. It was only printed in one set, but it has 4 different versions. It was printed in Streets of New Capenna originally. It has an extended art version, Planeswalker promo, like intro pack, whatever they call them, like the promo packs that they have with the little Planeswalker symbol on it. They have that version, as well as a pre-release promo, and this is one of the newer pre-release promos where it has just the year on the bottom left corner, where originally the pre-release promos were the dates on the bottom right corner and the like April blah 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 2016. This one is just the year, which is kind of boring. The most expensive version is actually the extended art version, $3.45. The next closest is the pre-release at $3.41, so pretty close. Currently sees play in just over 21,000 decks on EDHREC. This card is very cool. It's a very interesting card mechanically, and it's cool seeing mono black angels. Alright, next up we have Angel of the Dawn. It is a 5-mana 3/3 mono white angel with flying. Whenever Angel of the Dawn enters, creatures you control get +1/+1 and gain vigilance until end of turn. It was illustrated by Livia Prima, and it is currently legal in Pioneer, Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, Explorer, Historic, Brawl, Timeless, Pauper, and Penny. It is a common, which is very interesting. Originally printed in Core Set 2019, it saw a Double Masters reprint as well as a Commander Legends reprint. It's not a very expensive card. The Double Masters version is the most expensive at 10 cents, so nothing too crazy. It sees play in just over 2,000 decks as well. But yeah, it is a common angel, which doesn't happen very often. Up next, we have Angel of the Dire Hour. It is a 7-mana 5/4 mono white angel. It has flash and flying. When Angel of the Dire Hour enters, if you cast it from your hand, exile all attacking creatures. Illustrated by Jack Wang. Currently legal in Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, Historic, Brawl, and Timeless. Originally printed in Commander 2014, it was reprinted on the list and as well as Jumpstart. Those are the only printings that it has, and the Jumpstart version is the most expensive at $1.95. Currently sees play in just under 10,000 decks. Up next, we have Angel of the God Pharaoh. It is a 6-mana 4/4 mono white angel. It has flying and cycling for 2 generic mana. And cycling is 2 generic mana, discard this card to draw a card. Illustrated by E.M. Gist. Currently legal in Pioneer, Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, Explorer, Historic, Brawl, and Timeless. It was originally printed in Hour of Devastation, and that is currently its only printing as of now. It is a 6-cent card, and currently sees play in 1,000 decks. Angel of the Ruins is our next card. It is a 7-mana 5/7 mono white artifact angel with flying. When Angel of the Ruins enters, exile up to 2 target artifacts and or enchantments. It also has plane cycling for 2 generic, and this is a little different than regular cycling. 2 generic, discard this card, search your library for a planes card, reveal it, put it into your hand, then shuffle. Illustrated by Vico Menezes. Currently legal in Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, Historic, Brawl, and Timeless. Originally printed in Commander 2021, it has a regular version as well as extended art version from Commander. It saw a Brothers War Commander reprint, a March of the Machine Commander. It was printed in the Angels, they're just like us but cooler with wings, Secret Lair deck. It was also printed in the Doctor Who Secret Lair drop as well, with new art. That art is by Feng Xinyu. It also received a Murders at Karlov Manor Commander reprinting, Outlaws of Thunder Junction Commander reprint. It was printed in Modern Horizons 3, and also received a Bloombarrow Commander reprint as well. The most expensive version is the Secret Lair Doctor Who version. It shows a Weeping Angel. That version of the card is about $4.44. It is a very played card. It currently sees play in 61,000 decks on EDH Rec. Angel of Vitality is our next card. It is a 3-mana, 2/2 mono white angel. It has flying. If you would gain life, you gain that much life plus 1 instead. This creature gets +2/+2 as long as you have 25 or more life. The art is by Johannes Voss. It's currently legal in Standard, Pioneer, Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, Alchemy, Explorer, Historic, Brawl, and Timeless. Originally printed in Core Set 2020, it also saw a reprint on the list, which I believe it was a reprint in the Angels deck. Saw a reprint in the Ravnica Clue Edition. Most recently reprinted in Foundations and Foundations Jumpstart. The most expensive version is the list print at 98 cents. It currently sees play in 38,000 decks. Anointer of Valor is our next card here. It is a 6-mana, 3/5 mono white angel. It has flying. Whenever a creature attacks, you may pay 3 generic mana. When you do, put a +1/+1 counter on that creature. This card is illustrated by Antonio Jose Manzanato. It is currently legal in Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, Historic, Brawl, Timeless, Pauper, and Penny formats. Originally printed in Commander Legends, it saw a Double Masters 2022 and a Jumpstart 2022 reprint. And the most expensive version of the card is 4 cents, the original Commander Legends printing. It currently sees play in just over 1,000 decks. Next up, we have another legendary angel. It is Anya, Merciless Angel. It is a 5-mana, 4/4 Boros legendary angel. It has flying. Anya, Merciless Angel gets +3/+3 for each opponent whose life total is less than half their starting life total. And it also reads, as long as an opponent's life total is less than half their starting life total, Anya has Indestructible. Illustrated by Alyssa Lee. Currently legal in Legacy, Vintage, Commander, and Oathbreaker. Originally printed in Commander 2015, it saw a Commander Anthology Volume 2 reprint, as well as a Murders at Karlov Manor Commander deck reprint. Currently, as a Commander, it helms 186 decks. However, as a card in the 99, it sees play in just over 6,000 decks. The most expensive version of the card is the Commander Anthology Volume 2 version, which I believe only comes in a foil. Next up, we have Apostle of Invasion. It is a 6-mana, 4/4 Phyrexian Angel, mono white. It has flying, and it has Corrupted. As long as an opponent has 3 or more poison counters, Apostle of Invasion has double strike. And the art by Marcela Bolivar is currently legal in Standard, Pioneer, Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, Explorer, Historic, Brawl, and Timeless. It was printed one time in Phyrexia Owlby 1. The most expensive version is the only version it has is 3 cents. So, you can pick up your copy today. It currently sees play in just over 2,000 decks on EDH Rec. Alright, next up we have an old card. It's Archangel. No subtitle, nothing, just Archangel. It is a 7-mana, 5/5 mono white angel with flying and vigilance. The original art is by Christopher Rush. It's currently legal in Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, and Penny. The original printing was in Visions. It was reprinted in Portal, Portal Second Age, Classic 6th Edition, Starter 1999. It saw an Avacyn Restored printing, a Commander 2013 version, and the one on the list as well. It saw an alternate language, media, and collaboration promo. It is in Japanese, I believe. The first printing it got new art in was Portal. That art is by Quentin Hoover. When it was reprinted in Portal Second Age, it also received new art, and that art was by RK Post. When it was reprinted in 6th edition, it did go back to the Quentin Hoover art, and that art stayed with the card for Starter 1999, as well as the Commander 2013 printing. When it was printed in Avacyn Restored, it got new art by Cynthia Shepard. The media and collaboration promo also received new art, and that's by Donato Giancola. I'm so sorry. The most expensive version of this card in English is the Portal Second Age at $6.51. However, the media and collaboration promo is the most expensive version of the card at $48.98. But it is not in English, so I'll be, take what you can get, right? It currently sees play in just under 600 decks on EDH Rec. And up next, we have another legendary angel. It's Archangel Avacyn. She's a 5-mana 4/4 legendary creature angel. She's technically Boros Identity as well. She has Flash, Flying, and Vigilance. When Archangel Avacyn enters, creatures you control gain indestructible until end of turn. When a non-angel creature you control dies, transform Archangel Avacyn at the beginning of the next upkeep. So the front side is mono white, and the back side has red identity to it. And when it flips over, it turns into Avacyn the Purifier, legendary creature angel, 6/5 with no mana cost. It has flying. When this creature transforms into Avacyn the Purifier, it deals 3 damage to each other creature and each opponent. Both sides of the art are done by James Ryman. It's currently legal in Pioneer, Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, Explorer, Historic, Brawl, Timeless, and Penny. Originally printed in Shadows over Innistrad, it saw a pre-release promo. It was printed in From the Vault Transform, a Secret Lair drop print in foil non-foil. It was actually just most recently reprinted in Innistrad Remastered in regular frame as well as old border frame. The most expensive version of the card is the foil Secret Lair drop at $17. It has had the same art for most of its life, except for when it was reprinted in the Secret Lair drop. The front part of the card, the Archangel Avacyn, that art is by Nana Key, and the back side is by God Machine, which I love that art so much. As a commander, it currently helms just under 1,000 decks, and as a card in the 99, it sees play in just under 10,000 decks. Archangel of Strife is our next card here. It is a 7-mana 6/6 mono-white angel. It has flying. As Archangel of Strife enters, each player chooses War or Peace. Creatures controlled by players who choose War get +3/+0. Creatures controlled by players who chose Peace get +0/+3. The art is by Greg Staples. It currently is legal in Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, and Penny. It was originally printed in Commander 2011. It saw a From the Vault Angels foil reprint, as well as a printing in Commander Anthology. The most expensive version of the card is the From the Vault Angels at about $2, $1.80. It currently sees play in just under 1,800 decks at the moment. I do like this card quite a bit. I think the art's fantastic. It's mechanically interesting for a card. I think it's overcosted, but that's mono white angels. But I think that it's a very interesting, would you want to buff your attackers or buff your defenders? It's a cool card. Up next, we have one of my favorite angels, Archangel of Thune. It is a 5-mana, 3/4 mono white angel. It has flying, lifelink. Whenever you gain life, put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control. James Ryman is the artist. Currently is legal in Pioneer, Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, Explorer, Historic, Brawl, Timeless. Originally printed in Magic 2014, it saw a reprint in Iconic Masters, Double Masters, and most recently the Secret Lair deck for the Angels. They're just like us, but cooler and with wings. It's a reprint there as well with new art. And that art is by Scott M. Fisher. The most expensive version of the card is that Secret Lair version, which is now $107. Not to say that the original printing is no slouch either. Even its cheapest copy is $33. So it's a very sought after card, and it's very good. And it has one of my favorite flavor texts too. Even the Wicked have nightmares, and that's very good flavor text. Currently sees play in over 57,000 decks on EDH Rec. Next up, we have Archangel of Tithes. It is a 4 mana 3/5 mono white angel that has flying. As long as Archangel of Tithes is untapped, creatures can't attack you or planeswalkers you control unless their controller plays one generic for each of those creatures. As long as Archangel of Tithes is attacking, creatures cannot block unless their controller plays one generic for each of those creatures. The original art is by Cynthia Shepard, and it's currently legal in every format but Pauper, but I'll list them off. Got Standard, Pioneer, Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, Alchemy, Explorer, Historic, Brawl, Timeless, and Penny. So almost everything. Originally printed in Magic Origins, it saw a list reprint. It was reprinted in Outlaws of Thunder Junction with new art. This art is by Denise Tisperco. I'm so sorry. It was printed in Outlaws of Thunder Junction as a mythic rare normal frame. It has an extended art version. It has a pre-release promo, as well as the Planeswalker symbol promo as well. The most expensive version of the card is the original. And again, another little lore fun fact with this card: the headdress she's wearing, actually Liliana stole it from her. In the card Unholy Hunger, you can see the same angel being attacked by a bunch of zombies, and Liliana then steals her headwear thingy. It currently sees play in 35,000 decks on EDH Rec, so pretty highly played card. Okay, next up we have Archangel of Wrath. It is a 4 mana 3/4. Technically, its color identity is Mardu. It is mono white casting cost. However, it has kicker black and kicker red, so that means the color identity of the card is actually in Mardu. It has kicker, pay a black and or pay a red. And kicker, you may pay an additional black and or red as you cast a spell. It has flying and lifelink. When Archangel of Wrath enters, if it was kicked, it deals 2 damage to any target. When Archangel of Wrath enters, if it was kicked twice, it deals 2 damage to any target. So if you kick it twice, you can do 4 damage or something. Pretty good. It's a pretty good card, actually. Seen a lot of play in Standard when it was legal. The art is by Miguel Mercado. I should say it's currently still legal, but I think it's kind of fallen out of favor with some of the newer stuff we've seen. Currently legal in Standard, Pioneer, Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, Explorer, Historic, Brawl, Timeless, and Penny. It has only seen one major set printing in Dominaria United. The original version, it has an extended art version, it has a pre-release promo, and it has the Planeswalker promo pack logo as well. The most expensive version of the card is the extended art version at 85 cents. It currently sees play in Commander and just about 1,000 decks, a little over. I like this card a lot. I do wish it was not restricted to Mardu, but it is what it is. Up next, we have Archway Angel. It is a 6 mana 3/4 mono white angel. It has flying, and when this creature enters, you gain 2 life for each gate you control. Gates are land type as well. It was illustrated by Milivoj Saran. I'm so sorry if I mispronounced that. Currently legal in Standard, Pioneer, Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, and Oathbreaker, Alchemy, Explorer, Historic, Brawl, and Timeless. It was originally printed in Ravnica Allegiance. It saw a list reprint as well as a most recent print in Foundations. It's an uncommon, and the most expensive version is actually the newest version, which is interesting, with foundations at 14 cents. So whew, big spender. Currently sees play on in Commander 1,199. You could be that 1,200 person to put this in your deck. Now we have another interesting, at least I think it's interesting, card with Ardent Angel. It is a 6 mana 4/4 mono white angel. It has flying. At the beginning of your upkeep, if Ardent Angel is in your graveyard, roll a 4-sided die. If the result is 1, return Ardent Angel from your graveyard to the battlefield. Illustrated by Greg Staples. Currently is legal in Legacy, Vintage, Commander, and Oathbreaker. The story behind this card is it was in the game. I forget the name of the game. It was a Sega Dreamcast game, and it was only legal. It only existed in that game. When they redid the Secret Lair drop, the Angels deck, which is the only physical printing of this card, they reprinted it in English, and that's why the flavor text cast from Dreams and Forged in Hope, Dreamcast. Yeah, it's a $6 card, so nothing too crazy, but it's a pretty interesting story of how this card came to be. Currently sees play in about 2,000 decks. Next up, we have fan favorite legendary creature, Atraxa, Grand Unifier. It is a 7 mana, 7/7 legendary creature Phyrexian Angel, and it is the Witch Maw color distinction, everything but red. It has flying, vigilance, death touch, and lifelink. When Atraxa Grand Unifier enters, reveal the top 10 cards of your library. For each card type, you may put a card of that type from among the revealed cards into your hand. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. The card types are as follows and listed on the card: Artifact, Battle, Creature, Enchantment, Instant, Land, Planeswalker, and Sorcery. The art is by Marta Nail. It currently sees a lot of play in Standard, but it's currently legal in Standard, Pioneer, Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, Explorer, Historic, Brawl, and Timeless. Originally printed and only printed in Phyrexia All Will Be One. It printed at a Mythic Rare. It was printed with multiple versions. It has the regular version, regular frame. It has the showcase frame. I think it was like the Acre Slick, they called it. It has that version. It has that version as well as the Step Incomplete foiling, which is like a glossy foil process over the top, and it has the Phyrexian symbol on it. It also saw an oil slick printing, the completed bundles that were very expensive to buy. This card looks fantastic, by the way. I love the oil slick version. It also saw a pre-release promo version as well as the little Planeswalker symbol version. It has a bunch of different artists here. The original art, like I said before, is by Martin Nail. The showcase frame, I guess you want to call it, is by Nato Finstark. And the oil slick special black and silver white kind of art is by Thomas M. Baxa. The most expensive version of the card is the oil slick version at $73.38. Even the cheapest copy, the original non-foil, is $19.14. So this card still has a pretty hefty price tag on it. As a commander, it helms over 15,000 decks and is ranked 34. And as a card in all decks it's allowed to go into, it sees play in just under 20,000 decks. So 5% of all eligible decks it can fit into, it goes into. This card is a powerhouse. This card is amazing. This art is actually the background on my PC. On my monitors, that's the art that I use. It's just phenomenal art. Yeah, I mean, this card is just nuts, right? It's so ridiculously good. Anyway, you think that's a good card? We still have the original Atraxa. Atraxa Praetor's Voice. It is a 4 mana, 4/4 legendary creature, Phyrexian Angel Horror. It is all the colors but red. I believe it's Witch Maw. It has flying, vigilance, death touch, lifelink. At the beginning of your end step, proliferate. And proliferate, for those who don't know, choose any number of permanents and or players. Then give each another counter of each kind already there. The original art is by Victor Adame Minguez. It's currently legal in Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, Historic, Brawl, and Timeless. Originally printed in Commander 2016, it technically has an oversized version of the card, which is a physical copy, so I'll count it. It's all reprint in Commander Anthology Volume 2, a Double Masters reprint. It was reprinted in a Secret Lair drop. And it also saw a reprint in the Multiversal Legends bonus sheet on the March of the Machine set. When it was reprinted in Double Masters, the original version is still the same art. However, it did receive a borderless treatment, and that art is by Kev Walker. When it was reprinted in the Secret Lair drop, it also received new art. It was in the New Capenna style, and that art is by Tom Roberts. And as well, when it was reprinted in the Multiversal Legends, it got 3 technically versions of it. It got another version of the New Capenna's kind of style frame. That was by Justin Hernandez and Alexis Hernandez, collectively. It saw a regular version. It saw a Halo foiling version of that same card with the same art. And it also saw a etched foiling version with the original art by Victor Minguez. The most expensive version of that card, technically speaking, is the Multiversal Legends serialized. There's 500 of them. There's a few listed currently, and I think the most recent one sold for $600. So $600 card if you can find the serialized version. If you're looking just for a normal version, the most expensive version of the card is currently the Double Masters borderless frame, and that one's going for about $42.10. So, aside from the serialized version, $42 is kind of what you're looking at if you want the most expensive, accessible version of the card. Currently, as a commander, it helms 36,000 decks and is ranked number 1. It is the most played commander in the format, which is to no surprise. It's just such an open-ended card. You can literally do whatever you want with it. It's just a very insanely good card. As a card in the 99, it sees play in 15,000 decks. It's in 4% of all eligible decks it can be in. What's to say about this card that hasn't been said before by anybody? Like, this card specifically is nuts. Like, flying, vigilance, death touch, lifelink is 4 insane keywords. At the beginning of your end step, proliferate. You can do +1/+1 counters. You can do planeswalkers. You can do infect. You can do sagas. Like, you can do Phyrexian Tribal. You can do Horror Tribal. You can do Angel Tribal. Like, there's just so much stuff you can do. Energy counters, -1 counters, life gain with counter. Like, there's just so much you can do with this card, and that's why it's seen so many decks. Little rant here at the end of this card. I hate how the story for March of the Machine happened. For Phyrexian into March of the Machine. How they killed off Atraxa in a stupid way. They threw a building on her, and that was enough to kill her. Like, I hate it. It's so dumb. Nothing against the story writers, but the way that Wizards of the Coast wrapped up March of the Machines and Phyrexian LB1 was absolute dog. And, yeah, in my opinion. But, yeah, I think just overall, the story, like, ever since then, kind of really hasn't been very good. I think Duskmourn probably was probably a return to form, so to speak. But yeah, ever since then, I think the story's been kind of lackluster. Anyway, that's my little rant over. I like Atraxa. She's cool. All right, we got another legendary angel. This one's Aurelia, Exemplar of Justice. It is a 4-mana 2/5 Boros legendary creature angel. It has flying. It has mentor. Whenever this creature attacks, put a +1/+1 counter on target attacking creature with lesser power. And it reads, at the beginning of combat on your turn, choose up to 1 target creature you control. Until end of turn, That creature gets +2/+0, gains trample if it's red, and gains vigilance if it's white. The art is by Chris Ron. It currently is legal in Pioneer, Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, Explorer, Historic, Brawl, Timeless, and Penny. Originally printed in Guilds of Ravnica, it has 3 different versions from that. It has the original regular frame, it has a pre-release version as well, and it also has a promo pack with the little Planeswalker symbol on the bottom right. It was reprinted in Ravnica Remastered with a regular frame and an old border frame. It also was given a serialized version in the old border. It also received an anime treatment as well. And the anime treatment is the only version of the card with new art. And that art is by Hiromu. And I still need to pick one up for my collection because I have not been able to find it. I mean, I can buy it online, but none of my I do LGS stuff. Haven't been able to find one. Anyway, the most expensive version of this card actually would, of course, is the serialized version. However, if you're not going for serialized, the non-serialized version is $12.13, and that is the anime version. The serialized is going for $130 currently, so a big disparity there. As a commander, it leads 574 decks, and as a card in the 99, it sees play in just over 10,000 decks. Alright, next up we have Aurelia's Vindicator. It is a 4-mana 4/2 mono white angel. It has flying, lifelink, and ward 2, and it has disguise for X, a 3 generic, and a white. And disguise is very similar to morph, where you can pay 3 generic mana and put it down face down. And then anytime you have priority, you can pay the disguise cost for X, 3 and a white. You can flip it back up, and then the effect happens. When Aurelia's Vindicator is turned face up, exile up to X other target creatures from the battlefield and or creature cards from graveyards. When Aurelia's Vindicator leaves the battlefield, return the exiled cards to their owner's hands. The art is by Victor Adame Minguez, and it's currently legal in everything but Pauper. So Standard, Pioneer, Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander Oathbreaker, Alchemy Explorer, Historic, Brawl, Timeless, and Penny. It was printed in Murders at Karlov Manor, and it has like 4 different versions. So it has the regular frame. It was printed as a pre-release promo, as well as a promo pack with the little Planeswalker symbol on the bottom right. It also got a dossier showcase treatment, and that art is by Roberta Ingranata, and that one has the regular as well as the Invisible Ink version as well. The Invisible Ink version is the most expensive at $1.81. Currently sees play on EDH Rec in just over 3,000 decks currently. Up next, we're back to Aurelia, the legendary versions, with Aurelia, the Law Above. It is a 5-mana 4/4 legendary creature angel in Boros identity. It has flying, vigilance, and haste. Whenever a player attacks with 3 or more creatures, you draw a card. Whenever a player attacks with 5 or more creatures, Aurelia, the Law Above, deals 3 damage to each of your opponents, and you gain 3 life. So a little Lightning Helix action. It currently is legal in everything but Pauper. So Standard, Pioneer, Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, Alchemy, Explorer, Historic, Brawl, Timeless, and Penny. Originally printed in Murders at Karlov Manor. It has multiple versions from this set. It has the normal frame, it has the pre-release promo, and it has the Planeswalker promo pack symbol. It also received a Ravnica frame treatment, and it has that one, and it also is a serialized version of that same card. And it also received a dossier frame as well. The dossier frame art is by Peter Diamond, and the Ravnica frame is by Barbara Rosaic. I currently don't have a price on Scryfall for the serialized version, but the most expensive non-serialized version is the pre-release promo at $2.43. As a commander, there's about 2,100 decks, and as a card in the 99, Aurelia sees play in just over 32,000 decks. So quite a lot. Alright, the last Aurelia we have is Aurelia the War Leader. This is also the original. Aurelia is a 6 mana, 3/4 legendary creature angel with the Boros identity. She has flying, vigilance, and haste. Whenever Aurelia attacks for the first time each turn, untap all creatures you control. After this phase, there is an additional combat phase. The original art is by Slawomir Maniak. I'm sorry if I said that wrong. She is legal in everything but Pauper, so Standard, Pioneer, Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker. Legal in Alchemy, Explorer, Historic, Brawl, Timeless, and Penny. She was originally printed in Gatecrash. She saw a From the Vault Angels reprint, Guilds of Ravnica Guild Kit reprint. She was reprinted in Double Masters 2022, as well as in March of the Machine as a multiversal legend. She also saw a printing recently in Foundations. When she was reprinted in the Guilds of Ravnica Guild Kit, she got new art by Paul Scott Canavan. When she was printed in Double Masters, she did get her original art back. When she was printed as a multiversal legend, she was given her original art in an etched frame. However, she was also given a Ravnica treatment with new art. That art is by Alex Dos Diaz, and that version shows up on the foiling, the Halo foil, the regular, as well as the serialized version as well. And then when she was printed back in Foundations, she did get her original art back by Slawomir Maniak. The most expensive version is the serialized version at $372. However, if you're looking for a non-serialized version, the next best option would be the Multiversal Legend Ravnica frame and the Halo foil. That one's going for about $33.12 currently. As a commander, she currently leads 3,500 decks, and as a card in the 99, she sees play in over 84,000 decks. So quite a lot in Boros Commanders decks, or anything combat focused generally, she's a lot of play in. Up next, I would say we probably have the most recognizable angel in all of Magic, Avacyn Angel of Hope. She is an 8 mana, 8/8 legendary creature angel mono white. Flying Vigilance, indestructible. Other permanents you control have indestructible. Pretty straightforward. The original art by Jason Chan. She's currently legal in Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, Historic, Brawl, and Timeless. Originally printed in Avacyn Restored, she also did get a very large version of her, the bigger cards from the Open the Hell Vault promo thing they did. She received a reprint in From the Vault Angels. She was a Judge Gift card from 2017. She was reprinted in Iconic Masters, reprinted in Double Masters with a regular and a borderless frame. She saw a Commander Masters reprint in the regular and etched foil. She also saw an old border printing recently in Innistrad Remastered, as well as a movie poster frame version as well. The most expensive version of her is the Judge promo from 2017. That version goes for about $191.61. If we're not looking for very specific promos, the next most expensive would probably be the Double Masters borderless version, and that one goes for about $79. I would probably say, like, if you asked like any Magic player, standard, any format, they probably say Avacyn's probably the most recognizable angel. I think Atraxa is probably a close second, but I think Avacyn's probably like the number one. As a commander, she only has just under 3,000 decks to her name. However, as a card in the 99, she sees play in over 87,000 decks, which is kind of insane. From one of the most beloved cards to one card that people forget even exists. It's Avacyn, Guardian Angel. This is a 5 mana, 5/4 legendary creature angel, mono white. She has flying and vigilance, and she has two abilities. Generic and a white for 2 mana total. Prevent all damage that would be dealt to another target creature this turn by sources of the color of your choice. And she has a 7 mana, 5 generic, 2 white. Prevent all damage that would be dealt to target player or planeswalker this turn by sources of the color of your choice. Illustrated by Winona Nelson. She currently is legal in Pioneer, Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, and Penny. She was printed one time in Magic 2015, and that card is worth 77 cents. She was printed as a rare. Yeah, this is the Avacyn everyone forgets about. And to further prove that point, she has 58 decks total as a commander, and as a card in the 99, she sees play in just over 3,000 decks of the 2,347,001 decks she's allowed to be in. So, a pretty forgotten card. I really wish that she got a reprint in Innistrad Remastered. That would have been neat, having all three of the Avacyns in that one set. However, they did not do that. But I think this card is fine. That's how it doesn't see a lot of play because it's just a fine card. It's fine. I think it's overcosted at 5 mana, honestly. If it was like 4 or even 3, I think this card would be a lot better, obviously. But, it is what it is. I don't design Magic cards. And next up, we have Avenging Angel. It is a 5 mana 3/3 mono white angel. It has flying. When Avenging Angel dies, you may put it on top of its owner's library. Illustrated by Matthew D. Wilson. It is currently part of the reserve list. It's currently legal in Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, and Penny formats. It was only printed one time in Tempest as a rare. It's currently worth $1.73. Not terrible. It currently sees play in 140 decks on EDHREC. All right, we are finally moving on. We have left the letter A, and we're on the letter B. We have Baneslayer Angel. It is a 5 mana 5/5 mono white angel. It has flying, first strike, lifelink, protection from demons and from dragons. Illustrated by Greg Staples. It currently is legal in Pioneer, Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, Explorer, Historic, Brawl, Timeless, and Penny. Originally printed in Magic 2010, it saw a Magic 2011 reprint, a From the Vault Angels reprint. It was reprinted in Core Set 2021 as a regular frame, as an extended art frame. It also saw a pre-release promo version, as well as the promo pack Planeswalker symbol version as well. The most expensive version of that card is the extended art version from Core Set 2021 at $6.71. It currently sees play in over 22,000 decks. And those of you who played this game during 2010, when this card first came out, you know how much of a insane card this was. It was going for like $60 or whatever. Like, this card was insane when it first came out. Now, not so much. Next up, we have another legendary creature with the Pissandra Battle Seraph. She is a 5 mana 4/4 legendary creature angel in the Boros color identity. She has flying. Players can't cast spells during combat. And she has an ability, pay 1 red. Targeted creature attacks this turn if able. Her art is by Therese Nielsen, and she currently is legal in Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, and Penny. Originally printed in Commander 2011, she saw a reprint in Conspiracy, as well as a Commander Anthology reprint. The Commander 2011 printing is the most expensive at $1.96. As a Commander, she currently leads 228 decks, and as a card in the 99, she sees play in over 5,000 decks. Up next, we have Basilica Shepherd. It is a 5 mana 3/3 mono white angel. Mono white Phyrexian angel. It reads, flying. When Basilica Shepherd enters, create 2 1/1 colorless Phyrexian Might artifact creature tokens with Toxic 1, and this creature can't block. Players dealt combat damage by them also get a poison counter. That's what the Toxic 1 is. She is illustrated by Alan Williams. It's currently legal in Standard, Pioneer, Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, Explorer, Historic, Brawl, Timeless, and Pauper. Only has seen one printing so far, and that was in Phyrexia All Will Be One as a common, currently going for 3 cents. In Commander, she sees play in over 9,000 decks, so quite a bit. Up next, we have Battle Angels of Tyr. It is a 4 mana 4/4 mono white angel knight with flying and myriad. Myriad, for those who don't know, whenever this creature attacks, for each opponent other than the defending player, you may create a token that's a copy of this creature that's tapped and attacking that player or planeswalker they control. If one or more tokens are created this way, exile the tokens at the end of combat. It also reads, whenever Battle Angels of Tyr deals combat damage to a player, draw a card if that player has more cards in hand than each other player. Then you create a treasure token if that player controls more lands than each other player. Then you gain 3 life if that player has more life than each player. So a lot of text in this card. That's why there's no reminder text for Myriad on this card, because that would take up the whole thing. The art is by Federica Seduan, currently legal in Legacy, Vintage, Commander, and Oathbreaker. It was originally printed in the Commander Legends Battle for Baldur's Gate set. It has 4 versions of that. It has the regular version, it has the pre-release promo, and it has the Planeswalker promo pack version, as well as a borderless treatment. It also saw a Secret Lair drop reprint, and that art is by Raymond Swanland. The most expensive version of the card is that Secret Lair version at $52.03. It currently sees play in over almost 55,000 decks on EDHREC, so quite a lot. And we have Battle Grace Angel next. It's a 5 mana 4/4 mono white angel with flying, and it has Exalted. Whenever a creature you control attacks alone, that creature gets +1/+1 until end of turn. And it also reads, whenever a creature you control attacks alone, it gains lifelink until end of turn. The art is by Matt Stewart. It currently is legal in Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, and Penny formats. Originally printed in Shards of Alara, it also saw a Modern Masters 2015 reprint as well, with the same art. The Shards of Alara version is the most expensive at $1.12, and it currently sees play in just under 5,000 decks. Blinding Angel is our next card here. It is a 5 mana 2/4 mono white angel with flying. Whenever Blinding Angel deals combat damage to a player, that player skips their next combat phase. Art is by Todd Lockwood. It's currently legal in Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, and Penny. Originally printed in Nemesis, it saw an 8th edition, foil, and non-foil. So the non-foil is white border, and the foiling are black border. The same is true when it was printed in 9th edition. The non-foil is white border, the black border is foil. And most recently, it saw a Secret Lair drop in the Doctor Who Secret Lair, one of them. That art is new, and it's by Helga C. Balzer. The most expensive copy is the 9th edition foil at $59.99. It currently sees play in just over 4,000 decks on EDHREC, and it mostly fits into Angel tribal stuff. Giada, Kali of the Vast, Avacyn, that kind of stuff. Up next, we have Boonbringer Valkyrie. It is a 5 mana 4/4 mono white angel warrior. It has backup 1, which is a mechanic that was introduced in the March of the Machine, and it reads as follows. When this creature enters, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature. If that's another creature, it gains the following abilities until end of turn. In this instance, flying, first strike, and lifelink. That's on the Boonbringer Valkyrie by itself, but if you do the backup, then the creature that gets targeted with backup will also receive those abilities until end of turn. It's a pretty interesting mechanic. I kind of like it. The art is by Hyunhwa Cho. It's currently legal in Standard, Pioneer, Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, Explorer, Historic, Brawl, Timeless, and Penny. It's only seen 1 printing, and that was in March of the Machine. However, it does have 4 different versions. It has the original frame, it has the extended art, it has the pre-release promo, and it has the Planeswalker promo pack stamp as well. The most expensive version of the card is the pre-release promo at 55 cents. It currently sees play in over 12,000 decks, mostly in Angel decks. It does see some play in +1/+1 counter, like Bright Palm Soul Awakener or Cathril Aspect Warper, which cares about different types of counters on things. Breathkeeper Seraph is our next card here. It is a 6 mana 4/4 mono white angel. It has flying and soul bond, which reads, you may pair this creature with another unpaired creature when either enters. They remain paired for as long as you control both of them. and that is the ability of Soul Bond. And then the creature also reads, as long as Breathkeeper Seraph is paired with another creature, each of those creatures has, when this creature dies, you may return it to the battlefield under its owner's control at the beginning of your next upkeep. The art is by Alexander Mokov. Currently is legal in Legacy, Vintage, Commander Oathbreaker. It was originally printed in Crimson Vow Commander decks, actually. It saw a regular version as well as an extended art version. It was reprinted in the Secret Lair drop the Angels deck. The most expensive version is the Secret Lair drop at $1.81. It currently sees play in just under 14,000 decks on EDHREC, mostly Angel Commander decks, although a notable inclusion is Shill Gengar, Sire of Famine. With his sacrifice ability and the soul bond that Breathkeeper has, you can basically just continuously sack this thing over and over again. Up next, we have a legendary creature. It is Bruna, Light of Alabaster. It is a 6-mana 5/5 Azorius Angel, so white and blue. It has Flying, Vigilance. Whenever Bruna, Light of Alabaster attacks or blocks, you may attach to it any number of auras on the battlefield, and you may put onto the battlefield attached to it any number of aura cards that could enchant it from your graveyard and or hand. The original art is by Winona Nelson. It's currently legal in a Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, and Penny. It was originally printed in Avacyn Restored. It was also reprinted in Commander 2018, and most recently it saw a Secret Lair drop. The Secret Lair print is by Rope Arrow, and I love this art so much. I actually have a framed version of on my wall. This art is super cool. The most expensive version of the card is the Secret Lair drop at $5.37. As a commander, Bruna helms just over 2,500 decks. It's ranked 573. However, as a card in the 99, it sees a little bit more play at just under 6,000 decks. It's mostly in enchantment decks like Estrad Damask, Tuvasa the Sunlit, or Zur the Enchanter. Up next, we have Bruna again. This time, it is Bruna the Fading Light. She is a 7-mana 5/7 mono-white angel horror. When you cast this spell, you may return target angel or human creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield, and has Flying and Vigilance. It also reads, in parentheses, melds with Gisela the Broken Blade, which we will get to later. She does have a backside that we'll talk about in a second. The art is by Clint Searley. It's currently legal in Pioneer, Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, Explorer, Historic, Brawl, Timeless, and Penny. This card was originally printed in Eldritch Moon. It has a regular version as well as a pre-release promo version. It was then printed in From the Vault Transform. It also saw a Secret Lair drop printing, and that art is by Scott M. Fisher with the new art on the Secret Lair. And it also saw recently a printing in Innistrad Remastered. Now, this card, if you wanted to buy the most expensive version, that is the Secret Lair version at $65.28, which is kind of insane, as most of the other versions of the card are going for, on average, about $3. As a commander, it helms just over 1,000 decks, and it's currently ranked 1,081. However, as a card in the 99, it sees significantly more play. It sees play in over 35,000 decks. It's mostly in Angel decks. Alright, next up, we're kind of cheating a little bit. We just talked about Bruna the Fading Light, so I figured I'd also mention the card it flips into. As I said with Bruna, it melds with Giselle the Broken Blade, which we'll get to eventually because this is in alphabetical order. But it melds into one of the halves of Brazella, Voice of Nightmares. It is a legendary creature, Eldrazi Angel, 9/10. I believe it is technically colorless as well. It has Flying, First Strike, Vigilance, Lifelink. Your opponents can't cast spells with mana value 3 or less. The art is by Clint Searley as well. It sees the same legality as Bruna, so Pioneer, Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, Explorer, Historic, Brawl, and Timeless. And every version of Bruna sees the same printing, so Eldritch Moon, the promo from the Vault, the Secret Lair, as well as Innistrad Remastered. all similar. And an EDH rec, it sees about the same play as Bruna. But I figured since we talked about the back of Bruna, I'll mention this here since it starts with a B. Alright, now up next we have Celestial Regulator. It is a 3 mana 2/3 Azorius Angel Advisor. It has flying. When Celestial Regulator enters, choose target creature you don't control and tap it. If you control a creature with a counter on it, the chosen creature doesn't untap during its controller's next untap step. The art is by Matthias Kolros, and it currently is legal in Pioneer, Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, Explorer, Timeless, Pauper, and Penny. It was printed one time in Streets of New Capenna. It currently is going for 4 cents, so pretty good. As a card in the 99, it does see play in just over 1,000 decks, and the most played decks it belongs in is Hilda of the Icy Crown and Arrington Giada. Up next, we have Chancellor of the Annex. It is a 7 mana 5/6 mono white Phyrexian Angel. This is the white version of the Chancellor cycle from New Phyrexia. The card reads, you may reveal this card from your opening hand. If you do, when each opponent casts their first spell of the game, counter that spell unless they play 1 generic mana. It has flying, and as a static ability, whenever an opponent casts a spell, counter it unless that player pays 1 generic mana. The art is by Min Yum. It currently is legal in Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, and Penny. It's been printed twice. It saw a new Phyrexia printing, which is the original, as well as a printing on the list. And the most expensive version is the original at $2. As a card in the 99, it sees play in just under 7,000 decks on EDH Rec, and mostly goes in Angel decks, with Kali of the Vast and Giada Font of Hope, although it does go into a Grand Arbiter Augustine IV deck as well. Cleaving Reaper is our next Angel. It is a 5 mana 5/3 mono black Angel Berserker. It has flying and trample. Pay 3 life. Return Cleaving Reaper from your graveyard to your hand. Activate only if you had an Angel or Berserker enter the battlefield under your control this turn. The art is by Victor Adame Minguez. It's currently legal in Pioneer, Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, Explorer, Historic, Brawl, Timeless, and Penny. Its only printing is in Call Time, where it received a regular version as well as a promo version. That is the most expensive version at 31 cents, and it's as a card in the 99, it sees play in just over 1,500 decks, mostly in Angel decks, Lisa, Shard of Dusk, Kali of the Vast. Although, interestingly enough, it sees play in 68 Carter Doomscourge decks, which it is a Berserker, so it makes sense. Up next, we have a colorless card. It is Copper Leaf Angel. It is a 5 mana 2/2 colorless Angel, and it's 5 generic as well. It has flying. Tap it, sacrifice X lands. Put X +1/+1 counters on Copper Leaf Angel. Kind of interesting. The art is by Christopher Moeller. Currently legal in Legacy, Vintage, Commander, and Oathbreaker. It has 1 printing to its name at Rare. Prophecy was when it was first and only introduced. And that version goes for just under $1, 91 cents. As a card in the 99, it sees play in 282 decks exactly. The most common commander it is in is actually Titania, Protector of Argoth, and the second one is Hazazon, Shaper of Sand. Alright, up next, from a colorless to a mono black, it's Crypt Angel. It is a 5 mana 3/3 mono black angel. It has flying, protection from white. When Crypt Angel enters, return target blue or red creature card from your graveyard to your hand. The art is by Todd Lockwood. He's on this list quite a bit. Though this card does have some of my favorite flavor text as well. Once an angel, now an abomination. It's currently legal in Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, and Penny. It was originally printed in Invasion, and interestingly enough, it saw a World Championship deck with a gold border, printing twice, where it has the regular version as well as the sideboard stamped version by the Power Toughness. So it has that little stamp because it was also in that player's sideboard. So there's one with the SB stamp and one without it. The most expensive version is the original Invasion. And to note, technically speaking, the gold borders are not legal in any format. Crypt Angel sees play in just over 200 decks on EDH Rec. Kalia, of course, 41 decks. It sees play in Teriel, Reckoner of Souls, and that's a card we'll be talking about later. Up next, we have Dawnbreak Reclaimer. It is a 6 mana 5/5 mono white angel. It has flying. At the beginning of your end step, choose a creature card in an opponent's graveyard. Then, that player chooses a creature card in your graveyard. You may return those cards to the battlefield under their owner's control. It is illustrated by Tyler Jacobson. It's currently legal in Legacy, Vintage, Commander, and Oathbreaker. Originally printed in Commander 2015, it saw a Commander Anthology Volume 2 reprint, as well as a Secret Lair drop, and that was in the Angels deck that they printed. The Secret Lair drop version is the most expensive at $1.56. As a card in the 99, it sees play in just under 6,000 decks. It sees most play in Angel decks. However, the more interesting version, it sees play in Glunch the Bestower. Up next, we have Dawning Angel. It is a 5 mana 3/2 mono white angel. It has flying. When Dawning Angel enters, you gain 4 life. The art is by Youngjae Cho. Currently is legal in Pioneer, Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, Explorer, Historic, Brawl, Timeless, and Pauper. Printed twice, it saw a Core Set 2020 and a Jumpstart 2022 printing, with the original Core Set 2020 being the most expensive at 6 cents. Currently sees play in just over 1,000 decks, and they are mainly in the Angel decks, Giada, Saphira, Sky's Blade. Pretty standard Angel stuff. Dazzling Angel is our next card here. It is a 3 mana 2/3 mono white angel with flying. Whenever another creature you control enters, you gain 1 life. The art is by Deneen Wilkerson. It's legal in Standard, Pioneer, Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, Alchemy, Explorer, Historic, Brawl, Timeless, Pauper. It's only ever had 1 printing, and that's currently in Foundations. And it's worth 10 cents. It sees play, surprisingly, for how new it is, over 10,000 decks on EDH Rec. Some interesting choices for it. It sees play in Arabella, Abandoned Doll. That's from Duskmourn. Obviously, the normal Angel decks. Although it does see play in Elenda, Saint of Dusk, and Balin the Haymaker, interestingly enough. Deathless Angel is our next card here. It is a 6 mana 5/7 mono white angel. It has flying, and it also has an ability. 2 white mana. Target creature gains indestructible until end of turn. Illustrated by Johan Bowden. Currently legal in Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, and Penny. It has 2 printings currently. It was originally printed in Rise of the Eldrazi. It also received a DCI promo as well. That art is the same art by Johan Bowden. However, it is one of the full art versions. That is the most expensive version at $14.12. In Commander, it sees play in just under 2,000 decks. And those, again, are going to be the Angel decks, really. Kalia the Vast, Giada, Font of Hope. Death Pact Angel is our next card. It is a 6 mana 5/5 Orzhov Angel, so white and black. It has flying. When Death Pact Angel dies, create a 1/1 white and black cleric creature token. The token has 3 generic, a white and a black, tap it, sacrifice this creature. Return a card named Death Pact Angel from your graveyard to the battlefield. The art is by Jason Chan. It's currently legal in Pioneer, Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, and Penny. It's been printed twice so far, originally in Gatecrash at Mythic Rarity, as well as a reprint in the Ravnica Allegiance Guild Kit. The most expensive version is the original by 1 cent. It is 61 cents for the Gatecrash and 60 for the Guild Kit. As a card in Commander, it sees play in just over 1,500 decks. Again, the usual suspects, Kalia, this time Lisa, Shroud of Dusk, as well as Forgotten Archangel. And it also sees play in Teysa Karlov, because you will be able to make 2 of the tokens versus the 1. Alright, up next we have Desolation Angel. It is a 5 mana 5/4, technically Orzhov color identity. It is 3 black black for its color pips for its casting cost. However, it does have kicker, white white. And kicker again, you may pay an additional white white as you cast a spell. It has flying. When Desolation Angel enters, destroy all lands you control. If it was kicked, destroy all lands instead. The art is by Braum. It's currently legal in Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, and Penny. It was originally printed in Apocalypse at Rare. It saw an Amonkhet Invocation version as well, and that art is by Bastien L. Deharme. And then it did most recently receive a list printing, and that went back to the original art. The most expensive version is the Invocation. Even though it is an Invocation, it's definitely on the cheaper end of them. This one goes for about just under $18, $17.91. Is a card in the 99 that sees play in just under 700 decks. Interestingly enough, it's in Thalia and the Gitrog monster. Up next, we have Do It Yourself Seraph. It is a 6 mana 4/4 mono white cyborg angel. It has flying. Whenever Do It Yourself Seraph attacks, you may search your library for an artifact card, exile it, then shuffle. Do It Yourself Seraph has the text box of each card in exile with Do It Yourself Seraph in addition to its own. The art is by David Sladek. This card is not legal anywhere, as you may have seen. It is a silver border card. It was originally from Unstable. It was actually reprinted, interestingly enough, in the list in the Unfinity Foil edition, which is weird that an unset card was printed in the list. The most expensive version is the Unstable version at 46 cents, and it doesn't technically have any listings on EDH Rec because it's not legal. So I do run it in a deck. I do always ask. Most people say yes, and it usually gets removed pretty easily. It's a pretty fun card. I like it. Alright, from an illegal card to a legal card, it's Drana and Linvala. It is a 4 mana 3/4 Orzhov Vampire Angel. This is one of the team up cards from March of the Machine. This has flying and vigilance. Activated abilities of creatures your opponents control cannot be activated. Drana and Linvala has all activated abilities of all creatures your opponents control. You may spend mana as though it were mana of any color to activate those abilities. It was illustrated by Raluca Marinescu. Currently legal in Standard, Pioneer, Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, and Oathbreaker, Explorer, Historic, Brawl, Timeless, and Penny. It has one printing, and that was in March of the Machine. It has a regular frame and regular border. It has the Planeswalker promo version, pre-release version, and it did receive a showcase treatment, and that art is by Anato Finstark. And the most expensive version is actually the pre-release promo at $5.08. As a commander, it currently has 1,400 decks to its name. It's ranked 899. However, as a card in the 99, it sees significantly more play at over 58,000 decks. It sees most play in Kali of the Vast and Edgar Markov, interestingly enough. Since it is a vampire, it would trigger. Emancipation Angel is our next card here. It is a 3 mana 3/3 mono white angel. It has flying. When Emancipation Angel enters, return a permanent you control to its owner's hand. The art is by Scott Cho. Currently legal in Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, Historic, Brawl, and Timeless. It was originally printed in Avacyn Restored. It saw a reprinting in the Dual Decks Blessed vs. Cursed. It saw an Ultimate Masters reprint, as well as a Jumpstart and a Jumpstart 2022. The Jumpstart 2022 version did receive new art in the anime style, and this art is by Hisashi Momoz. That anime version is actually the most expensive at 23 cents. As a card in the 99 for Commander, it sees play in just over 4,900 decks. It sees play in, the usual suspects, Kalia, Giada, but it does see play in God Eternal Oketra. Up next, we have Amiria Angel. It is a 4 mana 3/3 mono white angel. It has flying. It also has landfall. Whenever a land you control enters, you may create a 1/1 bird creature token with flying. The art is by Jim Murray. It's currently legal in Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, and Penny. The original printing of the card is Zendikar. It saw a DCI promo, and that art is by Steve Argyle. When it was reprinted in Iconic Masters, it received its original art again. Same with the list. It saw a reprint in the Zendikar Rising Commander decks. It also saw a print in the Starter Commander decks. It was also reprinted in Phyrexia All Will Be One Commander, as well as March of the Machine Commander. And the most recent printing is in the Tarkir Dragonstorm Commander decks. The most expensive version, by in no surprise to anybody, is the DCI promo at $51.56. As a card in the 99, it does see quite a bit of play, just under 49,000 decks. Interestingly enough, not many Angel decks are running this. However, Thalia, the Gitrog monster, and Omnath, Locus of Creation, pretty much landfall decks really like this thing a lot. Emiria Captain is our next card. It is a 4-mana 1/1 Angel Warrior mono white. It has Flying and Vigilance. Whenever Emiria Captain enters, put a +1/+1 counter on it for each creature in your party, and your party consists of up to one of each Cleric, Rogue, Warrior, and Wizard. So at the bare minimum, this card will enter with a +1/+1 counter because it is counting itself and it is a Warrior. The art is by Matt Stewart. It's currently legal in Pioneer, Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, Explorer, Historic, Brawl, Timeless, and Penny. It only ever saw one printing in Uncommon in Zendikar Rising, where it currently is going for 2 cents. And as a card in the 99, it sees play in 786 decks, mostly in party decks as well. So Tazri, Beacon of Unity, and Nalia Dionys. Emiria Shepherd is our next card. It is a 7-mana 4/4 mono white angel. It has flying. It also has landfall. Whenever a land you control enters, you may return target non-land permanent card from your graveyard to your hand. If that land is a plains, you may return that non-land permanent card to the battlefield instead. Oof. The card was illustrated by Cynthia Shepard. Currently is legal in Pioneer, Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, and Penny. The card was originally printed in Battle for Zendikar. It saw a pre-release version of that from Battle for Zendikar. It was in the Zendikar Rising Commander decks, as well as a reprinting on the list. The most expensive version of the card is the Battle for Zendikar pre-release promo at $20.23. Kind of nuts. As a card in the 99, it sees play in just under 55,000 decks. Of course, it sees play in Giada, Font of Hope. However, it does see play in Omnath, Locus of Creation, as well as Elish Norn, Mother of Machines. Up next, we have Imperial Archangel. It is an 8-mana, 5/8 Bant Angel. So it's 4 generic, 1 green, 2 white, and a blue. It has flying. It has Shroud. And Shroud is, this creature can't be the target of spells or abilities, either things that you control or an opponent controls, so you can't target it. All damage that would be dealt to you is dealt to Imperial Archangel instead. The art is by Greg Staples. It's currently legal in Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, and Penny formats. It was originally printed in Shards of Alara when it was reprinted in Double Masters 2022. It also received an etched foiling version during Double Masters as well. The most expensive version of the card is the etched foil, and that's going for about 94 cents. As a card in the 99, it sees play in just over 1,000 decks, where most notably it sees play in Asika, God of the Tree, as well as Rafik of the Many. Alright, we have another flip card. We have Enduring Angel. It is a 5-mana, 3/3 mono white angel. It has flying and double strike. You have hexproof. If your life total will be reduced to 0 or less, instead transform Enduring Angel and your life total becomes 3. Then, if Enduring Angel didn't transform this way, you lose the game. And the backside of it reads, flying, you have hexproof. Angelic Enforcer's power and toughness are equal to your life total. Whenever Angelic Enforcer attacks, double your life total. Both of the art is by Arena Norsdal. It's currently legal in Pioneer, Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, Explorer, Historic, Brawl, and Timeless. It was originally printed in Innistrad Midnight Hunt. Saw the regular version, regular frame, an extended art frame, as well as the pre-release promo. It was reprinted in Innistrad Double Feature, and those were all the black and white cards as well. The most expensive version of the card is the pre-release promo at $3.18. And he's playing just under 8,800 decks. And again, the usual culprits here, Giada Font of Hope, Kali of the Vast. However, an interesting addition, it also sees play from Selenia Dark Angel, which we will be talking about later. Alright, Eradicator Valkyrie. It is a 4 mana, 4/3 mono black Angel Berserker. It has flying, lifelink, and hexproof from Planeswalkers, which I think is a very interesting design they haven't really done too much of. It also has Boast. 1 generic, 1 black. Sacrifice a creature. Each opponent sacrifices a creature or planeswalker. And Boast, the ability is, activate this only if this creature attacked this turn and only once each turn. The art is by Tyler Jacobson. Currently legal in Pioneer, Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, Explorer, Historic, Brawl, Timeless, and Penny. It was printed in Kaldheim originally. It has a regular version, extended art. It has a pre-release promo as well as the Planeswalker promo stamp as well. The most expensive version of the card is the pre-release promo at $3.25. This card in the 99 sees play in over 12,000 decks, mostly in Shogungar and Liesa, but also it sees play in Turgid God of Fright as well as in Dominus Rex Alpha. Up next, we have another legendary creature. It's Errant Ingiata. It is a 3 mana, 2/3 Azorius Human Angel legendary creature. It has Flash, Flying. You may look at the top card of your library anytime. You may cast spells with Flash or Flying from the top of your library. It was illustrated by Christy Balanescu. Currently legal in Standard, Pioneer, Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander Oathbreaker, Explorer, Historic, Brawl and Timeless, and Penny. It's only been printed one set, and that was March of the Machine. That's why it's the Errant Ingiata, it's the team-up set. It saw a pre-release promo. It saw the little stamp promo with the Planeswalker symbol, as well as a showcase frame version. That did receive new art, and that art is by Sean Pagels. The most expensive version of the card is the pre-release version at 91 cents. As a commander, it currently helms 3,149 decks. It's ranked number 491. And as a card in the 99, it sees a little bit more play. It currently is in 7,500 decks. Most notably in Ineos, the Gale Force, and Kangi, Sky Warden. Alright, we have another Azorius card. This is Ethereal Valkyrie. It is a 6 mana, 4/4 Azorius Spirit Angel. It has flying. Whenever Ethereal Valkyrie enters or attacks, draw a card. Then exile a card from your hand, face down. It becomes Foretold. Its Foretell cost is its mana cost reduced by 2, generic mana. And Foretell, if you foretell a card, you can pay 2 generic mana and foretell it. Then, on a later turn, you can cast this card for its Foretell cost, even if the creature has left the battlefield. The art is by Darkin with 2 A's. Currently is legal in Legacy, Vintage, Commander, and Oathbreaker. It's only been printed one time, and that was in Kaldheim, the Commander decks, and it currently fetches a price of 61 cents. As a card in the 99, it does see play in over 10,000 decks, however, that might be because it was a precon card, and the most played commanders it's in is Raynar the Everwatchful, which was the leader of that commander deck. However, it does see play in Kellen the Kid and Brago King Eternal. Up next, we have Exalted Angel. It is a 6 mana, 4/5 mono white angel. It has flying. Whenever Exalted Angel deals damage, you gain that much life. So lifelink before it was classified as lifelink. It also has Morph. You may cast this card face down as a 2/2 creature for 3 generic mana. Turn it up at any time for its Morph cost. So if you pay a 3 generic mana, you put it down, upside, flipped over as a 2/2. Then, if you pay the 2 generic 2 white, you can flip it over and it becomes Exalted Angel. This card was illustrated by Michael Sutphin. Currently legal in Legacy, Vintage, Commander, and Oathbreaker. So the original printing was from Onslaught, and that has that art by Michael Sutphin. It was reprinted in the World Championship deck from 2003, in the sideboard only version, and then in 2004 it was in the actual main board of the deck, but also saw that version as well. Again, those are gold borders. It did see a Judge gift card in 06, and that art is by Rob Alexander. It saw a From the Vault Angels printing, and that art was by Tyler Jacobson. It also saw a 30th anniversary play promo, which shared the Tyler Jacobson art from the Vault Angels, as well as a reprinting in Murders at Karlov Manor, the Commander decks, and that card received its original art by Michael Sutphin. The most expensive version of the card is the Judge Gift promo, and that goes for $36.61. However, if you're not looking for a Judge Gift promo, the second most expensive version is actually the Onslaught, the original version, at $13.18. And as a card in the 99, it sees play in just over 3,000 decks. The most played deck it's in is actually Koust, Eyes of the Glade, which I believe was the face commander or the secondary commander from at Murders of Karlov Manor. Of course, it sees play in Gyata and Kalia, though. Exemplar of Light is our next card. It is a 4 mana, 3/3 mono white angel. It has flying. Whenever you gain life, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. Whenever you put one or more +1/+1 counters on this creature, draw a card. This ability triggers only once each turn. The art is by Ekratina Burmack. It's currently legal in Standard, Pioneer, Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander Oathbreaker, Alchemy, Explorer, Historic, Brawl, and Timeless. It's only been currently printed in one set so far, Foundations. It has a regular version, a regular frame. It has the pre-release promo. It has an extended art version as well. And it did receive a borderless treatment, and that art is by Chris Ron. And there's two versions of that. There's the regular borderless as well as the mana foiling version of it as well. The most expensive version of the card is the mana foiling borderless at $25.07. As a card in the 99, it does see actually a lot of play for a relatively new card. Sees play in over 15,000 decks, mostly in Angel decks. However, it does see play in Aloro, Ageless Aesthetic, as well as Alenda, Saint of Dusk. Exquisite Archangel. It is a 7 mana 5/5 mono white angel. It has flying. If you would lose the game, instead exile Exquisite Archangel and your life total becomes equal to your starting life total. The art is by Brad Rigney, currently legal, and Pioneer, Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander Oathbreaker, and Penny. It was printed originally in Aether Revolt as a mythic, and it saw a regular version as well as a pre-release promo version. The pre-release promo version is the most expensive at $11.27. As a card in the 99, it sees play in just under 5,000 decks, and of course it sees play mostly in Angel decks. Next up we have Fallen Angel. It is a 5 mana, 3/3 mono black angel. It has flying. Sacrifice a creature. Fallen Angel gets +2/+1 until end of turn. The art is by Anson Maddox. It's currently legal in Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, and Penny. The original printing is from Legends. It saw a Chronicles reprint with the same art. It saw a 5th edition printing with the same art. It was reprinted in Classic 6th edition, as well as the Beatdown box set. However, when it was reprinted in 7th edition, it did receive new art, and that art is by Arnie Sweckel. When it was reprinted in 7th edition, it saw the white border and the black border foiling version. When it was reprinted in 8th edition, it did receive its art by Matthew Wilson. and that was printed in the white border as well as the black border foiling. It was printed in Dual Decks, Divine versus Demonic with the original art, Commander 2011 with the original art, Dual Decks Anthology, Divine versus Demonic, Commander Anthology, Masters 25, and the List. The most expensive version of the card is that 7th edition black border foiling at $181.99, which is just insane. As a card in the 99, it sees play in just over 1,300 decks. Interestingly enough, Endrick Sar Master Breeder is the most played version of the card. Alright, up next we have Feather Radiant Arbiter. It is a 3-mana 4/3 Boros legendary creature angel. It is 1 red, 2 white for the casting cost. It has flying and lifelink. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell that targets only Feather Radiant Arbiter, you may choose any number of other creatures that spell could target and pay 2 generic for each of those creatures. If you do, for each of those creatures, copy that spell, the copy targets that creature, and then reminder text, copies of permanent spells become tokens. The art is by Dan Dos Santos. It's currently legal in Legacy, Vintage, Commander, and Oathbreaker. It's only been printed in one time in the Murders at Karlov Manor Commander set, where it received a regular version as well as an extended art version. That extended art version is the most expensive at 79 cents. As a commander, it currently helms 587 decks and its rank 1,393. As a card in the 99, it sees play in just over 2,700 decks. It sees the most play in the other Feather decks, as well as Nelly Borka Impulsive Accuser, which is the leader of the commander deck it was from. Alright, we have the other Feather now. Feather the Redeemed. This is the original as well. It is a 3-mana Boros 3/4 legendary creature angel. It is also red and white to cast. It has flying. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell that targets a creature you control, exile that card instead of putting it into your graveyard as it resolves. If you do, return it to your hand at the beginning of the next end step. The art is by Wayne Reynolds. Currently is legal in Pioneer, Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, Explorer, Historic, Brawl, Timeless, and Penny. Originally printed in War of the Spark, it saw a pre-release promo as well as a Planeswalker stamp promo. It was printed in Time Spiral Remastered with the old border. It was printed in one of the Miku Secret Lair drops. There are 2 technically versions as well. There is the regular Miku as well as the rainbow foiling Miku. And the alt version of the card is Miku the Renowned. That art is by Yuku Shimizu. The most expensive version of the card is the rainbow foiling version of the Secret Lair drop at $17.74. As a commander, it currently helms just over 10,000 decks, and it's ranked number 86 overall. As a card in the 99, it sees just a little bit less play in just over 9,500 decks. It sees the most play in Hinata Dawn Crowned and Shu Yun the Silent Tempest. Filigree Angel's our next one here. It is an 8-mana 4/4 Azorius artifact creature angel. It has flying. When Filigree Angel enters, you gain 3 life for each artifact you control. The art is by Richard Witters. Currently legal in Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, and Penny. Originally printed in Alara Reborn as a rare, it was also reprinted in Commander 2013, Commander 2016, as well as a list reprint. The most expensive version of the card is actually the list version at 30 cents. As a card in the 99, it sees play in just over 2,800 decks, where it mostly sees play in Sharom the Hegemon and Brea Ethereum Shaper. Fire Main Angel is our next one here. It is a 6-mana 4/3 Boros Angel. It has flying, first strike. At the beginning of your upkeep, if Fire Main Angel is in your graveyard or on the battlefield, you may gain 1 life. It also has pay 10 mana, 6 generic, 2 red, 2 white. Return Fire Main Angel from your graveyard to the battlefield. Activate it only during your upkeep. So not a very good effect. This art is by Matt Covado. It's currently legal in Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, and Penny. It was originally printed in Ravnica City of Guilds as a rare. It saw a Dual Decks Ajani vs. Nicol Bolas reprint, Iconic Masters. It was in the Guilds of Ravnica Guild Kit reprint, as well as the list. The most expensive version is actually the original at 38 cents. On EDH Rec, it currently sees play in just over 1,500 decks, with Kalia of the Vast and Aurelia the War Leader being the top two. Keeping with the Firemane theme, we have Firemane Avenger. It is a 4-mana 3/3 Boros Angel. It has flying, and it has the keyword Battalion. Whenever Firemane Avenger and at least 2 other creatures attack, Firemane Avenger deals 3 damage to any target and you gain 3 life. The art is by Wayne Reynolds. It's currently legal in Pioneer, Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, and Penny. Originally printed in Gatecrash, it saw a Gatecrash full art promo, as well as a reprinting in Guilds of Ravnica Guild Kit, as well as Ravnica Clue Edition. The Gatecrash promo did receive new art. That art is by Ryan Barger. The most expensive version of the card is that Gatecrash promo at $6.79. As a card in the 99, it sees play in just over 7,000 decks, and it currently sees the most play in General Ferris Rockerick and Aurelia the War Leader. Alright, the last Firemane card we have, Firemane Commando. It is a 4-mana 4/3 mono white Angel Soldier. It has flying. Whenever you attack with 2 or more creatures, draw a card. Whenever another player attacks with 2 or more creatures, they draw a card if none of the creatures attacked you. The art is by Andrew Marr. Currently legal in Legacy, Vintage, Commander, and Oathbreaker. It's only been printed 1 time in 1 place, and that was March of the Machine Commander. It has a regular version as well as an extended art version. However, the original version is the most expensive at $5.74. The Firemane Commando currently sees play in just over 51,000 decks. Interestingly enough, the deck that it was in is not the most popular commander. Giada, Font of Hope, and Kalia of the Vast are the top 2. However, it does see play in Ishin, 2 Heavens as 1, as well as Myrel, Shield of Argive. Up next, we have Firja, Judge of Valor. It is a 5-mana 2/4 Orzhov legendary creature Angel Cleric with flying and lifelink. Whenever you cast your second spell each turn, look at the top 3 cards of your library and put one of them into your hand and the rest into your graveyard. Illustrated by Livia Prima. Currently legal in Pioneer, Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, Explorer, Historic, Brawl, and Timeless. Originally printed in Kaldheim at Uncommon. It saw the Kaldheim version as well as the Showcase Frame version in Kaldheim. That version of the art is by God Machine, which is one of my favorites. It also was reprinted in the Multiversal Legends from March of the Machine. Firja received a etched foiling version with the original art. She also saw a new version of her with art by Wolf Skull Jack, and that is on the regular version. It's on the Halo foiling, as well as the serialized version. The most expensive version of the card is the serialized version, and that goes for $66. As a commander, she currently helms 1,217 decks, and she's rank 1,000 exactly. As a card in the 99, she sees a lot more play in 9,600 decks. Her top commanders are Shilgengar, Sire of Famine, as well as Aura, Skyclave Hierophant. Up next, we have Flameblade Angel. It is a 6-mana 4/4 mono red angel with flying. Whenever a source an opponent controls deals damage to you or a permanent you control, you may have Flameblade Angel deal 1 damage to that source's controller. The art is by Cynthia Shepard. I do like the flavor text on this one as well. You must pay for your sin in blood. It is currently legal in Pioneer, Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, Explorer, Historic, Brawl, Timeless, and Penny. It was originally printed in Shadows over Innistrad, and that's currently its only printing. However, it does have 3 versions. The original printing, as well as a pre-release promo. And it did also receive a intro pack promo, and that art is by Howard Lyon. Now, if you remember this version of the card, the intro pack, it is the continuation of the same angel we saw in Angel of Finality and Angel of Flight Alabaster. It is the same character, Isabel, and this is the continuation of that. The most expensive version of the card is the pre-release promo at $5.45, and this intro pack version is 68 cents. The card sees play in just over 1,300 decks, and it interestingly enough sees play mostly in Garrison Starn Color Morph, as well as Kalia of the Vast. The same amount, 154. Up next we have Gabriel Angel Fire. It is a 7-mana 4/4 Selesnya legendary creature angel. At the beginning of your upkeep, choose Flying, First Strike, Trample, or Rampage 3. Gabriel gains that ability until your next upkeep. And Rampage 3 says, whenever a creature with Rampage 3 becomes blocked, it gets +3/+3 until end of turn for each creature blocking it beyond the first. The art is by Daniel Gellin. It's currently legal in Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, and Penny. Originally printed in Legends, and it also saw a Chronicles reprint. The most expensive version of the card is the original Legends printing at $23.63. As a commander, it currently helms 195 decks, and it's rank 1,996. As a card in the 99, it sees play in 155 decks. The most of that leading the decks is Joda the Unifier. Up next, we have the Giada Font of Hope. It is a 2-mana 2/2 legendary creature mono white angel. It has flying, vigilance. Each other angel you control enters with an additional +1/+1 counter on it for each angel you already control. And it has tap, add white. Spend this mana only to cast an angel spell. The art is by Eric Duchamp. Currently is legal in everything but Pauper. So Standard, Pioneer, Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, Alchemy, Explorer, Historic, Brawl, Timeless, and Penny. This card was originally printed in Streets of New Capenna, and it has some different versions of it. It had the regular version, promo pack version with the little Planeswalker symbol, as well as a pre-release promo. Those all had the same art by Eric. However, it also did receive a showcase version, and that art is by Scott M. Fisher, and it has the regular, and it has the etched version as well of that same art. It also saw a Planeswalker Championship promo, and that art was done by Umiu Kesu, and that's in the anime style. It is a special printing of the card, that's why I'm counting it here. It was reprinted on the list, and that had the original artwork. It was then reprinted in Foundations, where it got new art by Kai Carpenter. Printing of the card also had a few versions. The regular, it had a borderless version, and that art is by Scott M. Fisher, as well as the mana foiling of the borderless version, the same art. And also for Foundations, it did receive a pre-release version as well, with a little stamp on it. It was reprinted in Foundations Jumpstart with the new anime art, and that art was by Hisashi Momo's. It also saw a Secret Lair printing, and that art is by Miguel Mercado. The most expensive version of the card is currently the mana foiling borderless from Foundations. As a commander, this card currently helms just over 18,000 decks and is actually ranked number 17 overall. It is currently the de facto mono white Angels commander. As a card in the 99, it sees play in over 30,000 decks, and those are basically in all Angel decks. Kali of the Vast, Shogengar, Sigarda, Font of Blessings, Avacyn. Pretty much any Angel deck is going to run this. Up next, we have another legendary Angel. This time it's Gisela, Blade of Gold Knight. She is a 7-mana 5/5 legendary creature Boros Angel. 4 generic, a red, and 2 white. She has flying and first strike. If a source would deal damage to an opponent or a permanent an opponent controls, that source deals double that damage to that player or permanent instead. If a source would deal damage to you or a permanent you control, prevent half that damage rounded up. The art is by Jason Chan. This card is currently legal in Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, and Penny. This card was originally printed in Avacyn Restored. It does have an oversized Open the Hell Vault version. It saw a Commander 2015 reprint, Masters 25. It was reprinted in the Commander Anthology Volume 2. It was reprinted as a Secret Lair drop, and that got new art, and that was Brandy Milne. When it was reprinted on the list, it did receive its old art back. When it was reprinted in Commander Masters, it had a regular version with the original art, an etched foiling version with the original art. However, it did get a showcase frame version, and that art is by Alex Dos Diaz. And finally, the most recent version of the card is the Murders at Karlov Manor Commander reprint, and that one did get the original art back. The most expensive version of the card currently is the etched foiling version from Commander Masters at $8.80. As a commander, she currently helms 2,448 decks and ranks at number 607. I have one of her decks. It's an equipment deck. It's very fun. As a card in the 99, she sees play in over 73,000 decks. The top commanders, of course, would be Kali of the Vast. However, she does see play in Queen Marchesa and Atla Palani Nest Tender. I'm assuming an Angel Eggs deck. Alright, up next we have Gisela the Broken Blade. She is a 4-mana, 4/3 legendary creature, mono white angel horror. She has flying, first strike, and lifelink. At the beginning of your end step, if you both own and control Gisela and a creature named Bruna the Fading Light, exile them, then meld them into Brazella Voice of Nightmares. The art is by Clint Searley. She's currently legal in Pioneer, Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, Explorer, Historic, Brawl, Timeless, and Penny. Originally printed in Eldritch Moon at Mythic Rare, she saw a pre-release promo. She was reprinted in the From the Vault Transform. She was also printed as one of the leaders of the Angels Are Like Us with Cooler with Wings Secret Lair drop deck that they did. And most recently, she was reprinted in Innistrad Remastered. The most expensive version of the card is that Secret Lair drop at $86.72. This card is part of Brazella Voice of Nightmares meld that we talked about earlier with Bruna the Fading Light. I read the whole card out last time. The back of this version of the card has the name of the card as well as the art, and the back of Bruna has the text box on the bottom with all the stats and the abilities and stuff. As a commander, she currently helms 567 decks, and she's ranked 1,411. I own one of her decks, and I have a Mono White Angels deck with her. It's like my most blinged out deck as well. So, as a card in the 99, she sees play in just over 33,000 decks. Top commanders, of course, are the usual Giada Font of Hope, Kali of the Vast, Shogengar, the usual suspects. Nothing too crazy here. Obviously, she goes into Bruna, the Fading Light decks very well. Out of all the cards we're going to be talking about today, this is definitely my favorite of all the Angels that exist in Magic at the moment. Like I said, this is my very first Mythic I've ever opened. Eldritch Moon was my very first pre-release that I went to, and I opened this card at the pre-release. She was my very first Commander deck as well, so I love this card quite a bit. I have a playmat with her on it, signed by the artist. I have custom art frames of the art as well as the cards in a shadow box kind of style. Of all three, I have Gisela, Bruna, as well as Brazella. So yeah, I'm a little obsessed with this card, I'm not going to lie. Anyway, on to the next card. Up next, we have Glimmering Angel, 2/2. Technically speaking, it's an Azorius Angel. It has flying, pay 1 blue, Glimmering Angel gains Shroud until end of turn. The art is by Surello. It is currently legal in Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, Pauper, and Penny. It only ever received one printing, and that was an Invasion at Common. It currently has a price tag of 15 cents. In the 99, it actually, I think, is the lowest so far we've had on the list, in 23 decks. Most notably, Errant and Giada, Glorious Enforcer is our next card. It is a 7 mana 5/5 mono white angel. It has flying and lifelink. At the beginning of each combat, if you have more than life than an opponent, Glorious Enforcer gains double strike until end of turn. Illustrated by Eric Duchamp. Currently legal in Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, Historic, Brawl, Timeless, and Penny. It's only ever seen one physical printing, and that was in the Modern Horizons 2 at Uncommon, and it currently goes for a whopping 6 cents. In the 99, it sees play in just over 2,200 decks, mostly in Giada Font of Hope and Kali of the Vast. However, it does see some play in Will, Scion of Peace. Glorious Protector is our next card here. It is a 4 mana, 3/4, mono white angel cleric. It has flash and flying. When Glorious Protector enters, you may exile any number of non-angel creatures you control until Glorious Protector leaves the battlefield. It also has Foretell, 2 generic and a white. It was originally printed in Kaldheim, where it saw 4 different versions. It has the original, it has the extended art, it has the pre-release promo, as well as the promo pack version with the little Planeswalker symbol. It also saw a reprint in Commander Legends Battle for Baldur's Gate. I'm assuming in the party deck because it has the cleric subtype. The art is by Pindursky, by the way. The most expensive version of the card is the pre-release promo at $1.75. In the 99, it sees play in 20,000 decks. The most played deck it is in Raynar the Everwatchful, a card that cares about foretelling. However, it does see some play in Baracco's Party Leader, paired up with Folk Hero, and that is more of a party-centric version of the card. Up next, we have Gold Knight Castigator. It is a 4 mana 4/9 mono red angel. It has flying and haste. If a source would deal damage to you, it deals double that damage to you instead. If a source would deal damage to Gold Knight Castigator, it deals double that damage to Gold Knight Castigator instead. The art is by Zach Stella. Currently legal in Near, Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, Explorer, Historic, Brawl, Timeless, and Penny. And it has currently only ever been printed in one set, and that is Shadows over Innistrad. It has that version as well as a pre-release promo. That pre-release promo is the most expensive at $1.60. I actually kind of like this card. I know it's not very good. I mean, a 4 mana 4/9, maybe it was good in like standard, but I mean, everything being doubled against you is kind of like, why would you ever want that? As a card in the 99, it does see play in over 4,400 decks. Most so in Zedru the Great-Hearted, so actually not too bad because you're trying to give this card away. Same with the Beamtown Bullies. Up next, we have Gold Knight Redeemer. It is a 6 mana 4/4 mono white angel that has flying. When Gold Knight Redeemer enters, you gain 2 life for each other creature you control. The art is by Karl Kopinski. Currently legal in Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, and Oathbreaker. Originally printed in Avacyn Restored, it also saw a Dual Decks Blessed versus Cursed printing. And that version is the most expensive at 27 cents. As a card in the 99, it sees play in just over 1,400 decks, and mostly sees play in the usual suspects, Giada, Kalia, and Avacyn. Up next, we have Guardian of Girapur. It is a 3 mana 3/3 mono white angel. It has flying. When Guardian of Girapur enters, exile up to 1 other target creature or artifact you control. Return it to the battlefield under its owner's control at the beginning of the next end step. The art is by Cynthia Shepard. Currently legal in Standard, Pioneer, Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, Explorer, Historic, Brawl, Timeless, and Penny. It was printed in March of the Machine at Rare originally, and it currently has 4 different versions from that set. It has the original, the extended art, it has the pre-release promo, as well as the Planeswalker symbol promo as well. The most expensive version of that card is the pre-release promo, and that's about $1.87. As a card in the 99, it currently sees play in over 12,000 decks, which is a lot. The deck it's in the most is actually Elish Norn, Mother of Machines, with Giada, Font of Hope, right behind it. Alright, sticking with the Guardian theme, we have Guardian of the Gateless. It is a 5 mana 3/3 mono white angel with flying. Guardian of the Gateless can block any number of creatures. When Guardian of the Gateless blocks, it gets +1/+1 until end of turn for each of creature it's blocking. The art is by Wesley Burt. Currently is legal in Pioneer, Modern Legacy, Vintage, Commander, and Oathbreaker. It was originally printed in Gatecrash, where it was printed at Uncommon, and it was also reprinted in Conspiracy Take the Crown at Uncommon as well. That Conspiracy Take the Crown version is the most expensive at 24 cents. As a card in the 99, it currently sees play in just over 4,300 decks. The deck it sees the most play in is actually Runetail Kitsune Ascendant, the legendary fox. That's like the weird like flip one. Kind of interesting. As well as, of course, Giada, because it's a mono white angel. It'll be in a Giada deck at some point. We still have some Guardians watching over us. It's Guardian of the Great Door. It is a 2 mana 4/4 with 2 white pips at its casting cost. It's a mono white angel. As an additional cost to cast this spell, tap 4 untapped artifact, creatures, and/or lands you control. Flying. Illustrated by Justinia Dura. It's currently legal in Standard, Pioneer, Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, and Oathbreaker, Alchemy, Explorer, Historic, Brawl, and Timeless. The card was printed one time in Lost Caverns of Ixalan, where it is currently fetching a price for 4 cents. As a card in the 99, it currently sees play in 825 decks. And of course, to nobody's surprise, the most played commander it's in is Giada, Font of Hope. Up next, we have Guardian Seraph. It is a 4 mana 3/4 mono white angel that has flying. If a source an opponent controls would deal damage to you, prevent 1 of that damage. The art is by Paul Bonner, and it currently is legal in Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, Penny. It's only been ever printed one time, and that was in Magic 2010, where it currently fetches a price of 61 cents as a rare. The card sees play currently in just over 1,200 decks, and of course, it's in a Giada deck. But also Lyra is here too. Up next, we have Guiding Spirit. It is a 3 mana 1/2 Azorius Angel Spirit with flying, and it has tap. If the top card of target player's graveyard is a creature card, put that card on top of that player's library. The art is by Therese Nielsen, and it is on the reserve list. It is currently legal in Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, and Penny. The only printing it's ever received is in Visions as a rare, and it currently fetches a price about $1.64. This card is interesting because it's one of the rare cards that actually dictates the order of your graveyard. Generally speaking, unless the card says it, most people will play with the graveyard, move stuff around if they like see where a card is. This one's like, no, don't touch your graveyard. It needs to be in a specific order. I think that's interesting. And I know technically your order of the graveyard is not allowed to be moved and changed per the rules. However, in Commander and other formats, it doesn't really matter. People mess with it a lot. There's not too many cards that are very specific about the graveyard order, and this just happens to be one of them. It currently is listed as a card in 190 decks, and the most common of those is Millicent Restless Revenant, a card that cares about spirits, and since this card is a spirit, it makes sense. Okay. Up next, we have Hailstorm Valkyrie. It is a 4 mana 2/2 mono black angel wizard. It is also a snow creature. It has flying and trample. It has an ability where you have to pay 2 snow mana. Hailstorm Valkyrie gets +2/+2 until end of turn. The art is by Bram Sells, and it is currently legal in Pioneer, Modern Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, Explorer, Historic, Brawl, and Timeless. It's only ever received a printing in Kaldheim at Uncommon, and that currently goes for 7 cents. In the 99, it sees play in just over 2,600 decks. Most of those are the top two are actually snow decks. Yorn, God of Winter, and Narfi, Betrayer King. Alright, up next we have Haunted Angel. It is a 3 mana 3/3 mono white creature angel. It has flying. When this creature dies, exile it, and each other player creates a 3/3 black angel creature token with flying. The art is by Arnie Sweckel. Currently is legal in Legacy, Vintage, Commander, and Oathbreaker. It's only ever been printed one time, and that was in Apocalypse. And that is obviously the only version, so it's the most expensive at 30 cents. Fun fact, the token that it asks you to make does not exist. At least not that I've been able to find anywhere. So, that's fun. There's no 3/3 black angel creature token. Come on, Wizards, get on that. Although I know that's an issue for a lot of cards. It sees play in just over 700 decks. It sees play in Comball, Profiteering Mayor, which cares about making tokens and cares about opponents making tokens. And obviously it's in Giada and Lyra. Heavenly Blade Master is next. It is a 6 mana 3/6 mono white angel. It has flying and double strike. When this creature enters, you may attach any number of auras and equipment you control to it. Other creatures you control get +1/+1 for each aura and equipment attached to this creature. The art is by Zach Stella, and it's currently legal in Legacy, Vintage, Commander, and Oathbreaker. Originally printed in Commander 2018, it was reprinted in the Game Night Free-For-All, and it was also reprinted in Commander Masters, where it has a regular printing as well as an etched foiling printing as well. The etched foiling version is the most expensive at $1.50. It currently sees play in just over 7,200 decks, and its top 3 commanders are Galia, Kindler of Hope, Estrid the Masked, and Arna Kennerud, Sky Captain. So a lot of equipment and enchantment decks. Alright, next up we have Herald of Eternal Dawn. It is a 7 mana 6/6 mono white angel. It has flash, and it has flying. You can't lose the game, and your opponents can't win the game. Pretty straightforward. The art is by Martina Fakova. It's currently legal in Standard, Pioneer, Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, and Oathbreaker, Alchemy, Explorer, Historic, Brawl, and Timeless. It's only ever been printed in one set, and that is Foundations. However, it has like 7 versions? 8 versions? Which is insane. So you have the original Foundations one, regular frame. You have the extended art version, which is in the regular frame, just the art is blown up. Then you have the borderless version, and that borderless version has new art by Pendersky. You have the borderless version and the mana foiling as well, which is like the newer foiling they did for that set specifically. Then you have the Japanese showcase treatment, and that art is by, I apologize in advance, Nia Hayashi. And then there's also the shattered foiling version of that same version. So yeah, you have the Japanese showcase frame regular, as well as the fractured foiling version of that one. And then, last but not least, you also have a pre-release promo version as well. The most expensive version, of course, is the fractured foil in the Japanese showcase frame at $180, which is insane. It sees play in just over 7,700 decks, and it sees most play in Giada Font of Hope, as well as Kalia of the Vast. Another Herald here, we have Herald of Faith. It is a 5 mana 4/3 mono white angel. It has flying. Whenever this creature attacks, you gain 2 life. The art is by Tommy Arnold. It is currently legal in Standard, Pioneer, Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, Alchemy, Explorer, Historic, Brawl, and Timeless. It was originally printed in Core Set 2019, and it also received a Foundations reprint. And that Foundations print is the most expensive at 26 cents. Pretty crazy. Currently sees play in 1,000 decks, and again, that's going to be your Giadas and Kalias. Herald of Sarah is our next card. It is a 4 mana 3/4 with flying and vigilance, and it has Echo. And Echo, for those of you who are unaware, at the beginning of your upkeep, if this came under your control since the beginning of your last upkeep, sacrifice it unless you pay its Echo cost. And the Echo cost for this card is 4 mana, 2 generic, 2 white. The art is by Matthew D. Wilson, and it is also on the reserve list. It's currently legal in Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, and Penny. It's only ever been printed one time, and that was in Urza's Saga at a rare, and it currently has a price tag of about $3. It currently sees play in 44 decks exactly, and it sees play in Radiant Archangel as well as Giada and Kalia. Herald of the Host is our next card here. It's 5 mana, 4/4, mono white angel. It has Flying, Vigilance, and Myriad. Whenever this creature attacks, for each opponent other than the defending player, you may create a token copy that's tapped and attacking that player or planeswalker they control. Exile the tokens at the end of combat. The art is by Nils Hamm. It's currently legal in Legacy, Vintage, Commander, and Oathbreaker. Originally printed at Uncommon in Commander 2015, it saw a Commander Anthology Volume 2 reprint, as well as most recently a Commander Masters reprint. The Anthology Volume 2 is the most expensive version at 66 cents. As a card in Commander, it sees play in just over 9,000 decks, mostly in those Angel decks. However, it does also see play in Ishin 2 Heavens as 1, because you get multiple attack triggers with that card. Up next, we have Herald of the Sun. It is a 6 mana, 4/4 mono white angel. It has flying. It has pay 4 mana, 3 generic, 1 white. Put a +1/+1 counter on another target creature with flying. It was illustrated by Micah Epstein. It's currently legal in Pioneer, Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, Explorer, Historic, Brawl, and Timeless. It was originally released in Core Set 2020 at Uncommon, and it also saw a Foundations Jumpstart reprint as well. That Jumpstart version is the most expensive at 7 cents, so you know. Whew, big money. It currently sees play in just under 500 decks, and again, it sees play in the Angel decks, so, Giada, Kalia. Up next, we have Herald of War. It is a 5 mana, 3/3 mono white angel. It has flying. Whenever this creature attacks, put a +1/+1 counter on it. Angel spells and human spells you cast cost 1 generic less to cast for each +1/+1 counter on this creature. The art is by Eric DeChamp. It's currently legal in Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, Historic, Brawl, Timeless, and Penny. It was originally printed in Avacyn Restored. It also received an Innistrad Midnight Hunt reprint in the Commander decks, as well as a Foundations Jumpstart reprint. The Midnight Hunt Commander deck version is the most expensive at $3.39. As a card in Commander, it sees play in over 33,000 decks. It sees play in the usual Angel decks, Giada, Avacyn. However, it did come in a Commander deck when it first released, and the leader of that deck, Kyler, Sigardian Emissary, it sees play in that deck quite a bit as well. Up next, I have a card that I actually am not a fan of because I think it's too silly, but here we are. It's Holy Cow. It is a 3 mana, 2/2 Ox Angel mono white. It has flash, flying. When this creature enters, you gain 2 life and scry 1. In scrying, look at the top card of your library. You may put that card on the bottom. Illustrated by Justinia Dura. It's currently legal at the time of recording in every format. Standard, Pioneer, Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, Alchemy, Explorer, Historic, Brawl, Timeless, Pauper, and Penny. It was printed at Common in Outlaws of Thunder Junction, and that's the only printing it's received, and it goes for about 7 cents. I think the card is good. I just hate the name, and I don't know. It's too silly in my opinion. But I like my stuff a little more serious for Magic. Not to say that there's not again, the card's good. It's just really holy cow, and it's literally a cow. Come on. It sees play in just over 5,000 decks in Commander. Giada, of course. However, it does see play in Bruce Tarl, Roving Rancher, mainly because it cares about oxen, and this card is an ox. Up next, we have a very rare card. It's Illusory Angel. It is a 3 mana, 4/4 mono blue Angel Illusion. It says, cast a spell only if you've cast another spell this turn, and it has flying. It was illustrated by Alan Williams. Currently is legal in Pioneer, Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, Explorer, Historic, Brawl, Timeless, and Penny. The reason I say it's rare is that most angels are in a white identity, so it's very rare that a mono blue angel exists. It was originally printed in Plane Chase 2012. It also saw a Magic 2015, a Plane Chase Anthology, as well as an Iconic Masters reprint. The most expensive version is actually the original Plane Chase 2012, and that is going for 22 cents. Currently sees play in just over 1,000 decks on EDH Rec, and that top commander of it is Min, Willy Illusionist, as well as Errant and Giada. Alright, up next we have Indomitable Archangel. It is a 4-mana 4/4 mono white angel. It has flying. It also has Metalcraft. Artifacts you control have Shroud as long as you control 3 or more artifacts. It was illustrated by Alan Williams. Currently is legal in the Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, and Penny. Originally printed at Mythic Rarity in Scars of Mirrodin. It saw a reprint in Modern Masters 2015 when it was reprinted in the Neon Dynasty Commander decks, as well as the Brothers War Commander decks. The original copy from Scars of Mirrodin is the most expensive version at 66 cents. As a card in Commander, it sees play in over 18,000 decks. Most notably Urza, Chief Artificer, that is one of the Brothers War Commander decks, as well as Shurikai Genesis Engine. Alright, up next we have Inspiring Overseer. It is a 3-mana 2/1 Angel Cleric mono white. It has flying. When this creature enters, you gain 1 life and draw a card. The art is by Arena Norsdal. It's currently legal in everything but Penny, so Standard, Pioneer, Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, Alchemy, Explorer, Historic, Brawl, Timeless, and Pauper. It was originally printed in Streets of New Capenna at Common. It saw a Jumpstart 2022 reprint, a Bloomburrow Commander reprint. It was reprinted on the list, and more recently in Foundations and Foundations Jumpstart. It also saw a Secret Lair drop printing with new art. That art is by Ricardo Cavola. That Secret Lair version is the most expensive at $5.52. As a card in the 99, it sees play in over 55,000 decks. And most notably, Giada, of course. However, it does see play in Elish Norn, Mother of Machine, as well as Preston, the Vanisher decks. Pretty much decks that care about ETBs. Alright, next up we have our first non-creature on the front side card, if that makes any sense. So, the card we're talking about is Seraph Faithkeeper. However, it is on the back side of the Invasion of Dominaria battle. And that came out in March of the Machine. I'll read both sides just because. Invasion of Dominaria is a 3-mana battle siege, mono white. When this siege enters, you gain 4 life and draw a card. Whenever you defeat the card by removing the counters by attacking it, you can exile, then cast the other side transformed. The other side of the card is what we care about. It's Seraph Faithkeeper. It has no mana cost, but it is in the white color identity. It is a flying vigilance mono white 4/4 angel. And that's all it is. But again, it technically is an angel, even though it's on the backside of a battle, so we count it. The art on both sides is by Dennis Tispirko. It's currently legal in Standard, Pioneer, Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, Explorer, Historic, Brawl, and Timeless. As I said before, it was printed in March of the Machine. It was printed at Uncommon, and this is the only version of it. And it is worth 13 cents. As a card in 99, it sees play in just shy of 5,000 decks. Its most played version is in Giada Font of Hope. However, it does see play in Elish Norn, Mother of Machines, because it's an ETB trigger. Alright, you thought we were done with invasions, but we're not. We have Invasion of Xerix. It is a 4-mana siege battle. It's Azorius color identity. When the siege enters, return up to 1 target creature to its owner's hand, and when it has 4 defense counters. Whenever you defeat the battle, you can exile it, transform it, and the backside of it is the card we care about, Vertex Paladin. It is a 0-mana, technically speaking, Angel Knight in the Azorius color identity. It has flying. Vertex Paladin's power and toughness are equal to the number of creatures you control. The art is by Farjika Setawan. It's currently legal in Standard, Pioneer, Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, Explorer, Historic, Brawl, and Timeless. Like the last card, it was printed in March of the Machine at an Uncommon, and it currently goes for about 5 cents. It currently sees play in just over 2,000 decks on EDH Rec, mostly in Sidar Jabari of Zalfir, because the Vertex Paladin is a knight as well. All right, up next is one of my favorite cards. It's Iona, Shield of Emeria. It is a 9 mana, 7/7 mono white legendary creature angel. It has flying. As Iona enters, choose a color. Your opponents can't cast spells of the chosen color. The original art is by Jason Chan. It's currently legal in Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Oathbreaker, and Penny, and it is currently banned in Commander, which is, some BS. Anyway, it was originally printed in Zendikar at Mythic Rare. It saw a Modern Masters 2015 version and a From the Vault Angels reprinting, as well as a Mystery Booster 2 printing with a white border background versus the normal black one. When it was printed in From the Vault Angels, it did receive new art, and that art is also by Jason Chan, but it is different, so I had to mention it. The most expensive version of the card is the From the Vault Angels version at $6.64. I think this card is unfairly banned, in my opinion. However, I'm not on the rules. Well, I guess I'm not on the Wizards of the Coast bracketing team, whatever you want to call it these days, because as of the time of recording, Wizards of the Coast currently has control over the Commander format because the rules committee disbanded over some drama about some card bannings. I think this card should be unbanned. Again, I don't make the rules, but yeah, it's my small little rant. Funny enough, it technically currently on EDH Rec has, as a commander, it has 18 decks to its name, which I think is kind of funny because it's a banned card. It's currently, because it technically has decks, I'll count it. It's currently ranked 5,370 on the total ranking list of all commanders. However, as a card in 99, it does see play in 0 decks because it is banned. But I think it's funny that it still shows up in 18 decks as a commander because people haven't updated their decks in the 2 years. Pretty great. Iridescent Angel's our next one here. It is a 7 mana 4/4 Azorius Angel. It has flying, protection from all colors. The art is by Matt Kavota. It's currently legal in Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, and Penny. Originally printed in Odyssey, it also saw a From the Vault Angels reprint, and when it was reprinted there, it did receive new art, and that art is by Ryan Alexander Lee. The original printing is the most expensive at $1.55. As a card in Commander, it sees play in 500 decks, and its most played commander is Grand Arbiter Augustine IV, as well as Arrington Giada. Up next, we have Ixel, Scion of Atraxa. It is a 4 mana 2/5 Abzan Phyrexian Angel legendary creature. It has Flying, Vigilance, and Toxic 2. And it also has Corrupted. At the beginning of your end step, each opponent who has 3 or more poison counters exiles the top card of their library face down. You may look at and play those cards for as long as they remain exiled, and you may spend mana as though it were mana of any color to cast those spells. The art is by Campbell White. Currently is legal in Legacy, Vintage, Commander, and Oathbreaker. Originally printed as the face commander for Phyrexia All Be One. So it has the regular border. It has the extended art border. The most expensive version of it is the extended art version at $2.72. As a commander, this card helms over 7,000 decks, and it's currently ranked 160. As a card in the 99, it sees play in just under 18,000 decks, mostly in Atraxa Praetor's Voice, Atraxa Grand Unifier, as well as Vishgarav the Doomhive, which was the secondary commander from this deck. I had this deck built for quite a while. It was incredibly fun. It really didn't do too much in terms of like toxic and infect, but it was at the point where as soon as anyone saw it, they focus you immediately because they don't want to die to poison. It was kind of unfun to play just because you get ganged up pretty quickly. Even though I was only trying to do the corrupted thing, that's kind of took it apart. But I think it's a fun deck overall if you can kind of convince your people you're playing with, hey, it's not an infect deck. But this card's cool. All right, up next we have Janara, Asura of War. It is a 3 mana 3/3 Bant legendary creature angel, so blue, white, and green. It has flying. It has an ability, pay 1 generic and 1 white, put a +1/+1 counter on Janara. Pretty straightforward. The art is by Chris Ron. It's currently legal in a Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, and Penny. Originally printed in Alara Reborn at Mythic Rare. It saw a From the Vault Angels reprint as well as a reprint in the New Capenna Commander decks. The original from Alara Reborn is the most expensive at $1.38. As a commander, it currently helms 611 decks and is rank 1,386. One of those decks is mine. It is my +1/+1 counters deck. It's very fun. It's more of a Voltron-y kind of beef up Jannar and swing in kind of a style deck, but it does focus on +1/+1 counters. As a card in the 99, it sees play in just over 1,600 decks. The top commanders it fits in are Perry the Pulverizer and Falco Spara Pact Weaver. Those decks pretty much care about counters. Alright, up next we have Karmic Guide. It is a 5-mana 2/2 mono white angel spirit. It has flying and protection from black. It also has Echo, 3 generic 2 white. When this creature enters, return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. The original art is by Heather Hudson. It's currently legal in a Modern, Legacy Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, and Penny. So originally printed in Urza's Legacy, it saw a Judge Gift Card 2012 reprint with new art, and that art is by Alan Williams. The Commander 2013 version, the Eternal Masters print, the Commander Anthology version, the Modern Horizons 2, Forgotten Realms Commander, and the Crimson Vow Commander, the same art by Alan Williams. When it was printed in the Secret Lair, it saw new art by Johannes Voss. And when it was reprinted in the Secret Lair the second time, it got art by Subanori. I'm sure I said that incorrectly, I apologize. The most expensive version of the card is the Judge Gift 2012 version at $14.83. I mean, this card sees a lot of play. It's a very popular card. And it's so popular, it sees play in over 103,000 decks on EDH Rec. Mostly in, you guessed it, Giada, Font of Hope. However, it does see play in Sephris of the Hidden Ways, as well as Elish Norn, Mother of Machines. Up next, we have Kazla, the Broken Halo. It is a 6-mana, 5/4 legendary creature, angel ally in Jeskai, so red, white, and blue. America. It has Convoke. Your creatures can help cast this spell. Each creature you tap while casting this spell pays for 1 generic or 1 mana of that creature's color. It has Flying, Vigilance, and Haste. Whenever you cast another spell that has Convoke, scry 2, then draw a card. The art is by Martina Fakova. It's currently legal in Legacy, Vintage, Commander, and Oathbreaker. It was the face commander for the March of the Machine Commander decks, where it has the regular version and the extended art version. The most expensive version of the card is the extended art version at 40 cents. I also had this deck as well. It's an angel, because why not? I had to buy it. I took it apart pretty quickly. There's not a whole lot of Convoke support, really, in Jeskai, which is interesting. Let me rephrase that. There's not a lot of interesting Convoke stuff. It's kind of a boring deck to play, at least if you're going for the Convoke, in my opinion. I did turn it into a equipment deck for a little bit, but I since then took the deck apart and put a new equipment deck in Boros just to streamline it a little bit better. As a commander, Kazla the Broken Halo has 4,339 decks to her name and is ranked 355. As a card in the 99, it only sees play in just about 1,700 decks. Most notably, it sees play in Saint Traft and Rem Carolus, which was the secondary commander behind Kazla, as well as an Aragorn the Uniter deck, just because it can hit 3 colors. Alright, up next we have Legion Angel. It is a 4-mana 4/3 mono white angel warrior. It has flying. When this creature enters, you may reveal a card you own named Legion Angel from outside the game and put it into your hand. The art is by Pindursky. It's currently legal in Pioneer Modern, Legacy Vintage Commander, Oathbreaker, Explorer, Historic, Brawl, Timeless, and Penny. It's only been printed in one set, and that was Zendikar Rising. It has a regular frame, extended art frame. It has the pre-release promo as well as the Planeswalker promo stamp. The most expensive version of the card is the pre-release promo at 72 cents. It's a real shame this card doesn't work in Commander, because it'd be kind of fun just to have 4 of these things. But there's no sideboards in Commander, so Alright, as a card in the 99, it sees play in just under 400 decks, and it sees most in Giada, Font of Hope, to nobody's surprise. Up next, we have Lisa, Forgotten Archangel. It is a 5 mana 4/5 Orzhov legendary creature angel. It has flying and lifelink. Whenever another non-token creature you control dies, return that card to its owner's hand at the beginning of the next end step. If a creature an opponent controls would die, exile it instead. The art is by Dmitry Burmak. It's currently legal in Pioneer, Modern, Legacy Vintage, Commander Oathbreaker, Explorer, Historic, Brawl, Timeless, and Penny. Originally printed in Innistrad Midnight Hunt, it has a regular frame. It saw a pre-release promo version, as well as the Planeswalker promo stamp as well. It has the showcase frame version from Midnight Hunt, and that art is by Evan Kagel. It also received a promo that has like the color pie symbol on it as well, like on like the little text box. It has like that weird like promo thingy that they put in like all the gift boxes and stuff. It also more recently saw a reprinting in Innistrad Remastered, where it saw a regular frame printing, as well as an old border frame printing. It also saw a double feature printing, and that was the black and white version of the set. That double feature version is the most expensive at $8.89. As a commander, it currently helms 2,449 decks, and it's ranked 619. And as a card in 99, it sees playing over 45,000 decks, most notably Kalia of the Vast, and the other Lisa, Shroud of Dusk. Alright, up next we have the first version of Lisa that we saw, Lisa, Shroud of Dusk. This is a 5 mana 5/5 legendary creature angel in Orzhov. Rather than pay 2 generic for each previous time you've cast a spell from the command zone in this game, pay 2 life that many times. Flying, lifelink. Whenever a player casts a spell, they lose 2 life. This art is by Slowomir Maniac. It is currently legal in the Legacy, Vintage, Commander, and Oathbreaker. It was originally printed in Commander Legends, where it has a regular frame version, as well as an etched foiling version. It also saw a reprint on the list. She is also about to get a Festival in a Box Secret Lair drop version. That art is by Craig Drake, but the card is not out yet, so I don't have a pricing data on it. The etched foiling version from Commander Legends is the most expensive version at $3.63. As a commander, it has 9,658 decks to its name, and it's currently ranked number 99 overall. As a card in the 99, it sees play in just over 8,400 decks. Those top commanders being Kalia of the Vast, as well as Combo, Consul of Allocation. Lightkeeper of Emeria, a 4 mana 2/4 mono white angel. It has multi-kicker, white. You may pay an additional white any number of times as you cast a spell. It has flying. When this creature enters, you gain 2 life for each time it was kicked. The art is by James Ryman. It's currently legal in Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, and Oathbreaker. Originally printed in Worldwake, it saw a Commander 2011 reprint as well as a Commander Anthology reprint. That Commander Anthology version is the most expensive at 41 cents. As a card in the 99, it sees play in just under 700 decks, and mostly in Giada Font of Hope and Kalia of the Vast. Up next, we have Lightning Angel. It is a 4 mana 3/4 Jeskai Angel, so red, white, and blue. It has flying, vigilance, and haste. Art is by RK Post. It's currently legal in a Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, and Penny formats. Originally printed in Apocalypse, it saw a Time Spiral Shifted reprinting, a Dual Decks Speed versus Cunning. It got a From the Vault Angels print, as well as a printing on the list. The most expensive version of the card is actually the original at 79 cents. As a card in the 99, it sees play in 728 decks, mostly in Aragorn the Unifier, as well as Morphon the Boundless. Up next, we have Light of the Legion. It's a 6 mana 5/5 mono white angel. It has flying, it has Mentor, When this creature attacks, put a +1/+1 counter on target attacking creature with lesser power. When this creature dies, put a +1/+1 counter on each white creature you control. The art is by Alex Konstad. It's currently legal in Pioneer, Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander Oathbreaker, Explorer, Historic, Brawl, Timeless, and Penny. It was originally printed in Guilds of Ravnica, where it has a regular frame as well as a pre-release promo, and the most recent printing of it is Foundations Jumpstart. The Guilds of Ravnica pre-release promo is the most expensive at 62 cents. As a card in the 99, it sees play in just over 2,200 decks, and that is in, you guessed it, Giada, Font of Hope. We have Linvala, Keeper of Silence. It is a 4-mana, 3/4 legendary creature mono white angel. It has flying. Activated abilities of creatures your opponents control can't be activated. The art is by Igor Kiriluk. It's currently legal in Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, Historic, Brawl, Timeless, and Penny. Originally printed in Rise of the Eldrazi, it saw a Modern Masters 2017 reprint, a Jumpstart reprint, as well as a Secret Lair reprinting. That Secret Lair version got new art, and that art is by Alanya Danner. The Secret Lair version is the most expensive at $31.09. However, the cheapest version is still pretty expensive at $14.20. As a commander, it currently helms 109 decks with a ranking of 2,337. As a card in the 99, it sees playing over 47,000 decks, with the top commanders being Giada, Font of Hope, as well as Kali of the Vast. Linvala, Shield of Seagates, our next version. She is a 3-mana, 3/3 Azorius legendary creature angel wizard. She has flying. At the beginning of combat on your turn, if you have a full party, choose target non-land permanent and opponent controls. Until your next turn, it can't attack or block, and its activated abilities can't be activated. She also has Sacrifice Linvala. Choose Hexproof or Indestructible. Creatures you control gain that ability until end of turn. And having a full party is if you control a cleric, a rogue, a warrior, and a wizard. The art is by Wayne Reynolds. She's currently legal in Pioneer, Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, Explorer, Historic, Brawl, Timeless, and Penny. Originally printed in Zendikar Rising, with a regular version, an extended art version, a pre-release promo, as well as the Planeswalker stamp. And she also saw one list reprinting as well. The most expensive version of her is the pre-release promo at 80 cents. As a commander, she currently helms 262 decks and is rank 1,859. As a card in the 99, she sees play in just under 15,000 decks, mostly in Joda the Unifier as well as Tazri Beacon of Unity. Linvala the Preserver is our next one. She's a 6-mana, 5/5 legendary creature mono white angel. She has flying. When Linvala enters, if an opponent has more life than you, you gain 5 life. When Linvala enters, if an opponent controls more creatures than you, you make a 3/3 white angel creature token with flying. The art is by Magali Villeneuve. She's currently legal in Pioneer, Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, Explorer, Historic, Brawl, Timeless, and Penny. She was originally and only printed in Oath of the Gatewatch. She also has a pre-release promo from that set as well. And of course, that pre-release promo is the most expensive at $9.33. As a commander, she currently helms 42 decks. She's rank number 2,871. However, in the card in the 99, she sees play in just over 3,200 decks. And I'll let you guess who the top commander is. It's Giada. Up next, we have Lulu, Loyal Hollyphant. It is a 4-mana, 3/2 legendary creature elephant angel, mono white. It has flying. At the beginning of your end step, if a permanent you controlled left the battlefield this turn, put a +1/+1 counter on each tapped creature you control, then untap them. It also has choose a background. You can have a background as a second commander. The art is by Jacob Eyrich. Currently legal in Legacy, Vintage, Commander, and Oathbreaker. It was originally printed in Commander Legends Battle for Baldur's Gate. It has this version as well as an etched foiling version. It also saw like a kind of like a D&D kind of scroll. And that card version's art is by Mark A. Nelson. The etched foiling version is the most expensive at 15 cents. As a commander by itself, it currently helms 44 decks and is ranked 2,835. As a partner, it currently is partnered up with 1,755 decks, with its most paired version of Cultist of the Absolute. That's the background it has the most of. And as a card by itself, no backgrounds, no pairing. In the 99, it sees play in just over 6,300 decks. And Giada, Font of Hope, as well as Minthara, Merciless Soul are the most played decks it's in. Up next, we have Luminous Angel. It is a 7 mana 4/4 mono white angel with flying. At the beginning of your upkeep, you may create a 1/1 white spirit creature token with flying. The art is by Matthew D. Wilson. It's currently legal in Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, Penny. Originally printed in Mirrodin. A dual decks Divine versus Demonic, where it got new art. That new art is by Jason Chan, and it was also reprinted in the Dual Decks Anthology, Divine vs. Demonic as well, with that same art by Jason Chan. The Dual Decks Anthology version is the most expensive at 91 cents. As a card in the 99, it sees play in 775 decks, mostly in Giada and Kalia. Up next, we have Lyra Dawnbringer. She's a 5 mana 5/5 legendary creature, mono white angel. She's got flying, first strike, lifelink. Other angels you control get +1/+1 and have lifelink. The art is by Chris Ron. She is currently legal in Standard, Pioneer, Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, Alchemy, Explorer, Historic, Brawl, Timeless, and Penny. Everything but Pauper. She was originally printed in Dominaria at Mythic Rare. She has a pre-release version, like the little promo stamp, as well as the Planeswalker promo stamp. She was printed in Jumpstart 2022. She also got a Dominaria remastered printing with the regular version. She got an old border version, as well as a borderless version. That borderless version got new art, and that art is by Donato Giancola. Most recently, it got a Foundations reprint with the original Chris Ron art. The promo for the pre-release from Dominaria is actually the most expensive at $12.69. As a commander, she used to be the de facto go-to Angel Commander. Avacyn was always there, of course, but this one was definitely the best. And then Giada came along, so she's probably not the most popular Angel Commander anymore. And that can be seen with her EDHREC data. She currently only has 1,129 decks to her name at a rank of 1,051. However, as a card in the 99, she sees play in just under 46,000 decks. And you guessed it, Giada Font of Hope and Kali of the Vast. Up next, we have a card that should be legendary, but it's not. It's Maelstrom Archangel. It is a Wooburg 5/5 angel. So it's one of each color, so white, blue, black, red, and green. It has flying. When this creature deals combat damage to a player, you may cast a spell from your hand without paying its mana cost. The art is by Cyril van der Hagen. It's currently legal in Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, Historic, Brawl, Timeless, and Penny. Originally printed in Conflux, it saw a list reprinting, a Jumpstart reprinting, and was also reprinted in the Dominaria United Commander list. The original Conflux printing is the most expensive at $1.50. Despite it being 5 colors, it does see a lot of play in 17,000 decks. Mostly in Omnath Locus of All, but it also sees play in the Jared Carthalion Planeswalker. Alright, Magister of Worth is our next card here. It is a 6 mana 4/4 Orzhov Angel with flying. It has Will of the Council. When this creature enters, starting with you, each player votes for Grace or Condemnation. If Grace gets more votes, Each player returns each creature card from their graveyard to the battlefield. If Condemnation gets more votes, or if the vote is tied, destroy all other creatures except for this creature, which I think is kind of funny. The art is by John Stanko. It's currently legal in a Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, and Penny. It was originally printed in Conspiracy, where it also has a promo, and that promo does have new art. That art is by RK Post. However, when it was reprinted back in Commander 2021, it did receive its original art. That promo and the original are actually worth the same amount, 31 cents, so it's a tie for once. I think I prefer the promo art a little bit more, but they're both pretty dang good. As a card in the 99, it sees play in just over 10,000 decks, mostly in Tivit, Seller of Secrets, as well as Kenrith, the Returned King. Up next, we have Malik of the Dawn. Is a 4-mana 2/4 mono white angel. It has flying. It also has white, white, white. Regenerate this creature. The art is by Steve Prescott. It's currently legal in a Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, and Penny. And it's only ever seen one printing, and that was in Planar Chaos. And it currently goes for 21 cents. As a card in the 99, it currently sees play in 118 decks. And that is mostly in Giada Font of Hope, as well as Rhea Dawnbringer. Up next, we have a card that doesn't see much play, and most people don't even know about it. It's Malisi Spirit. It's a 5-mana 3/3 mono white angel spirit. It has flying and protection from black. The original art is by Gary Grace. It is legal in Legacy, Vintage, Commander, and Oathbreaker. It was only printed one time at Uncommon in Mirage, and it goes for 19 cents. As a card in the 99 of Commander, it sees play in 80 decks exactly, and you guessed it, Giada Font of Hope. Alright, up next we have Merchant of Truth. It is a 4-mana 2/5 mono white angel detective. It has flying. Whenever a non-token creature you control dies, investigate. Clues you control have exalted. And exalted is, whenever a creature you control attacks alone, that creature gets +1/+1 until end of turn for each instance of Exalted among permanents you control. So if you have 3 clues, each one's have Exalted, each Exalted will trigger separately. So the creature attacking alone will get +1/+1 3 times. The art is by Carisso Susalo. It's currently legal in Legacy, Vintage, Commander, and Oathbreaker. It was only ever printed one time, and that was in the Murders at Karlov Manor in the Commander decks, where it has this version as well as an extended art version. The extended art version is the most expensive at 80 cents. Currently sees play in just under 13,000 decks, and it sees play in that Commander deck it came in. That's Morksa, Undersea Sleuth, but it also sees a lot of play in Teysa, Opulent Oligarch. Up next we have Metropolis Angel. It is a 4-mana 3/1 Azorius Angel Soldier. It has flying. Whenever you attack with one or more creatures with counters on them, draw a card. The art is by Lee Setawan. Currently legal in Pioneer, Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Explorer, Oathbreaker, Commander, Timeless, and Penny. It was originally and only printed in Streets of New Capenna, where it has a price tag of 8 cents. It currently sees play in just over 2,700 decks, mostly in Denry Klin, Editor-in-Chief, as well as Immerid the Storm Cleaver. Up next, we have Metropolis Reformer. It is a 3-mana 2/3 mono white angel cleric. It has flying, vigilance. You have hexproof. When this creature is dealt damage, you gain that much life. The art is by Ryan Pancoast. It's currently legal in Standard, Pioneer, Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, Explorer, Historic, Brawl, Timeless, and Penny. It was originally printed in March of the Machine Aftermath, where it has a bunch of different versions. The regular version, it has an etched foiling version, as well as an extended art version. It also received a showcase treatment, and that art is by Sammy Hallam, and it has the regular showcase version, as well as the Halo foiling version. The showcase Halo foiling version is the most expensive at $3.78. As a card in the 99, it currently sees play in just under 20,000 decks. And of course, it mostly sees play in Giada Font of Hope, as well as Sigarda Font of Blessings. Up next, we have Militant Angel. It is a 5 mana 3/4 mono white angel that has flying and lifelink. When this creature enters, create a number of 2/2 white knight creature tokens with vigilance equal to the number of opponents you attacked this turn. The art is by Victor Adame Minguez. It's currently legal in the Legacy, Vintage, Commander, and Oathbreaker. It's only ever seen one physical printing, and that was in Game Night, the little box set they did a while back. And that version is worth $2.45. As a card in the 99, it sees play in just under 500 decks, and that is mostly in Giada Font of Hope. Alright, up next we have Nord's Choirmaster. It is a 5 mana 5/4 Phyrexian Angel mono white. It has flying and first strike. Whenever a commander you control enters or attacks, proliferate. Proliferate, I think I said it before, but I'll re-say it here. Choose any number of permanents and or players, then give each another counter of each kind already there. The art is by Jason A. Engel. It's currently legal in Legacy, Vintage, Commander, and Oathbreaker. It's only ever been printed in one product, and that was the Phyrexia Owlbee 1 Commander decks, where it has a regular frame as well as an extended art frame. The original non-extended art is actually the most expensive at $6.56. As a card in the 99, it sees play currently in just over 38,000 decks. Of course, Atraxa, Praetor's Voice being number one, as well as Ixhel, Sign of Atraxa. That is the commander of the deck that it came in. Up next, we have Paragon of Modernity. Modernity. That's such a weird word to say. It's a 4 cost, generic 4 mana, 2/2 artifact creature, Angel Warrior. It has flying. You can pay 3 generic. This creature gets +1/+1 until end of turn. If exactly 3 colors of mana were spent to activate this ability, put a +1/+1 counter on it instead. The art is by Vulcan Baga. It's currently legal in Pioneer, Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, Explorer, Timeless, Pauper, and Penny. It only ever saw one printing, and that was in Streets of New Capenna, where it's currently worth 2 cents. It currently sees play in 595 decks on EDH Rec, and of course you have Giada and Kalia as the top 2 commanders for it. Up next, we have Patron of the Valiant. It is a 5 mana 4/4 mono white angel. It has flying. When this creature enters, put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control with a +1/+1 counter on it. The art is by Steve Argyle. It's currently legal in Pioneer, Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, Explorer, Historic, Brawl, and Timeless. Originally printed in Magic Origins, it saw a Game Night 2019, a Jumpstart, a Commander Legends, and a Foundations Jumpstart reprint, with the most expensive version being the Game Night 2019 at 15 cents. As a card in Commander, it sees play in just over 3,000 decks, Giada being the most played, but it also sees some significant play in Hamza, Guardian of Arashin. Up next, we have Planar Ally. It is a 5 mana 3/3 mono white angel. It has flying. When this creature attacks, venture into the dungeon. The art is by Marta Nail. It's currently legal in Pioneer, Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, Explorer, Historic, Brawl, Timeless, and Pauper. It's only ever been printed one time, and that was in Adventures in the Forgotten Realms. That was the D&D set, the first attempt at it. And it goes for a whopping 3 cents. As a card in the 99, it does see a decent amount of play in over 3,000 decks. Mostly in the dungeon decks, so Sephirus of the Hidden Ways, Hama Pashar Runeseeker, and Nadar Selphus Paladin. Alright, up next we have a fun one. It's Platinum Angel. It is a 7 mana generic 4/4 artifact creature angel, colorless because it's an artifact. It has flying. It says, you can't lose the game, and your opponents can't win the game. The art is by Braum. It's currently legal in the Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, Historic, Brawl, Timeless, and Penny. The original printing of this card is in Mirrodin. It saw a 10th edition It has a Magic 2010, Magic 2011. It was in the From the Vaults Angel. It saw a Conspiracy Take the Crown reprint. It was reprinted as a Kaladesh Invention, a reprint in The List. It saw a Secret Lair drop with new art. That art is by Chris Ron. It also got a reprint in the Brothers War Retro Artifacts. And it has the original art with like an old border frame, as well as new art in like a sketch kind of style of it, like a schematic kind of a style. That art is by Oviedo Cartagena, where it has the regular version as well as a serialized version of that one. But the art is the same. The most expensive version I can find, I use my pricing, I use Scryfall because that's how I look up the cards, and it kind of has generally the price on the side. It doesn't show anything for the serialized card, which I would imagine that would be the most expensive, but I'm not going to go digging around looking for prices on that. So what I can find currently is the Kaladesh Invention version of the card being the most expensive at $136.43. And I did forget to mention as well that Kaladesh Invention did get new art by Victor Adame Minguez. As a card in Commander, it sees play in just over 55,000 decks, most notably Kalia and Gyata. However, it does see play in Zolodok, Voidgorger, Karn, Legacy Reforged, as well as Phage the Untouchable. Up next, we have Pristine Angel. It is a 6-mana 4/4 mono white angel. It has flying. As long as this creature is untapped, it has protection from artifacts and from each color. When you cast a spell, you may untap this creature. The art is by Scott M. Fisher. Currently is legal in the Modern Legacy Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, and Penny. Originally printed in Dark Steel at a rare. Got a reprinting in Conspiracy, as well as a Commander 2019 reprint as well. The original is the most expensive at 55 cents, and it sees play currently in just under 2,000 decks on EDH Rec, with Gyata and Kali at the top. However, it does see play in Savin the Chronoclasm as well. Up next, we have Radiant Archangel. It is a 5-mana, 3/3 legendary creature angel, mono white. It has flying and vigilance. Radiant gets +1/+1 for each other creature on the battlefield with flying. The art is by Michael Sutphin, and it's currently on the reserve list. It's legal in Legacy Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, and Penny. It's only ever seen one printing, and that was in Urza's Legacy, where it currently fetches a price for about $8.48. As a commander, it currently helms 125 decks at a rank of 2,324. However, the card is 99. It does see play in just over 1,600 decks, where, you guessed it, Gyata and Kalia are the top two. Up next, we have Radiant Serra Archangel. This is a 7-mana, 6/4 legendary creature mono white angel. It has flying. Tap another untapped creature you control with flying. Radiant gains protection from the color of your choice until end of turn. It also has partner as well. The art is by Chris Rallis. It's currently legal in Legacy Vintage, Commander, and Oathbreaker. It's only ever been printed in one set, and that was Commander Legends, where it has the regular version as well as an etched foiling version, with the etched frame being the most expensive at $1.10. Now, as a commander by itself, it currently helms 16 decks with a rank of 3,609. As a partner, it's currently partnered with 419 has 419 decks to its name as a partner. The most paired version is the Achroma Vision of Ixidor, and as a card in the 99, it sees play in just over 1,300 decks, and that is Gyata and Kalia. Up next, we have a infinite combo piece with Radiant Solar. It is a 6-mana, 3/6 mono white creature angel. It has flying and lifelink. Whenever this creature or another non-token creature you control enters, venture into the dungeon. It also has pay 1 white, discard this card, venture into the dungeon, and you gain 3 life. The art is by Alexander Mokov. It's currently legal in Legacy Vintage, Commander, and Oathbreaker. It's only ever been printed in one set. That was Forgotten Realms, the Commander set, where it saw a regular printing as well as an extended art printing. with that extended art being the most expensive at $2.22. As a card in the 99, it does see play in over 16,000 decks, mostly in Sephris of the Hidden Ways, which is the deck that it came in, as well as Hama Pashar Rune Seeker. This, like I said before, this is part of a combo with Sephris, but basically you get infinite ETBs with this card, and you can venture through the dungeon infinite amount of times, and you can win the game because you can ping everybody to death. I forget how the combo works, but it is a combo. Up next, we have Razia Boros Archangel. She is an 8 mana, 6/3 legendary creature Boros Angel. She has flying, vigilance, and haste. She also has tap. The next 3 damage that will be dealt to target creature you control this turn is dealt to another target creature instead. The art is by Donato Giancola. I apologize if I mispronounced that. She is currently legal in the Modern, Legacy Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, and Penny. She was originally printed in Ravnica City of Guilds. She did see a Plane Chase reprint as well as a Guilds of Ravnica Guild Kit reprint. The original Ravnica City of Guilds print is the most expensive, and that's worth about 83 cents. As a commander, she currently helms 73 decks, and she's rank 2,628. As a card in the 99, she's playing just over 1,300 decks, and most notably in Kalia of the Vast, as well as Aurelia the War Leader. Okay, and up next we have Reaper of Flight Moon Silver. It is a 5 mana 3/3 mono white angel with flying. It also has Delirium. Sacrifice another creature. This creature gets +2/+1 until end of turn. Activate only if there are 4 or more card types among cards in your graveyard. The art is by Magali Villeneuve. It's currently legal in the Pioneer, Modern, Legacy Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, Explorer, Historic, Brawl, and Timeless. The only printing it ever received was in Shadows over Innistrad, and it currently is worth 10 cents. As a card in the 99, it sees play in 213 decks, mostly in Giada. However, it does see play in Safi, Eric's Daughter, as well as Archangel Abyssin and / Archangel the Purifier decks. Regna the Redeemer is our next one here. It is a 6 mana 4/4 legendary creature angel. It has partner with Krav the Unredeemed. It has flying. At the beginning of each end step, if your team gained life this turn, create 2 1/1 white warrior creature tokens. The art is by Randy Vargas. It's currently legal in Legacy, Vintage, Commander, and Oathbreaker. Originally printed in Battle Bond, that's its only printing so far, where it did receive a regular printing as well as a pre-release promo. That pre-release promo is the most expensive version at $5.07. As a commander by herself, she only helms 13 decks and is rank 3,770. As a partner with Krav the Unredeemed, she does see a little bit more play with 1,300 decks and a rank 984. And as a card by herself, she sees play in just over 4,000 decks, mostly in Teysa Karlov as well as Patron of the Kitsune. Renegade Reaper is our next one here. It's a 3 mana 2/3 mono black Angel Berserker. It has flying. When this creature enters, mill 4 cards. If at least one angel card is milled this way, you gain 4 life. The art is by Cynthia Shepard. It is currently legal in Pioneer, Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, Explorer, Historic, Brawl, and Timeless. It was only printed in Kaldheim, and that card is going for 39 cents at the moment. As a card in the 99, it does see play in just over 4,600 decks, which is quite a bit. Mostly in Shilgengar, Sire of Famine, as well as Firja, Judge of Valor. Up next, we have Requiem Angel. It is a 6 mana 5/5 mono white angel with flying. Whenever another non-spirit creature you control dies, create a 1/1 white spirit creature token with flying. The art is by Eric Champ. It's currently legal in Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, Historic, Brawl, Timeless, and Penny. Originally printed in Dark Ascension, it saw a Commander 2014 reprint as well. That version, the Commander 2014, is the most expensive at 98 cents. As a card in the 99, it sees play in just over 13,000 decks, mostly in Teysa Karlov as well as Ginny Fey Jetmir's second. Up next, we have Resolute Archangel. It is a 7 mana 4/4 mono white angel. It has flying. When this creature enters, if your life total is less than your starting life total, it becomes equal to your starting life total. The art is by Anthony Palumbo. It's currently legal in Pioneer, Modern, Legacy Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, and Penny. It was only printed in one set, however, it does have two different versions. It has the regular main set version, as well as a Magic 2015 promo, which I believe was the pre-release promo, with new art. That art is by Winona Nelson. And that pre-release promo is the most expensive at $1.53. And I do think that the pre-release promo art, not saying the original art's bad, but I do prefer the pre-release promo version over the original. As a card in the 99, it sees play in just under 10,000 decks, mostly in Kali of the Vast as well as Giada. Up next, we have a Resplendent Angel. It is a 3 mana, 3/3 mono white angel with flying. At the beginning of each end step, if you gain 5 or more life this turn, create a 4/4 white angel creature token with flying and vigilance. It also has the ability pay 6 mana, 3 generic and 3 white pips. Until end of turn, this creature gets +2/+2 and gains lifelink. The art is by Vulcan Baga. It currently is legal in everything but Pauper, so Standard, Pioneer, Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, Alchemy, Explorer, Historic, Brawl, Timeless, and Penny. Originally printed in Core Set 2019, it has the original printing, a pre-release stamped printing, as well as the Planeswalker promo packs printing. It was reprinted in Lost Caverns of Ixalan. In the regular frame, it did receive new art by Victor Adame Minguez. That regular border printing does have a pre-release stamp version, as well as the Planeswalker symbol, and it also did receive a borderless or like a showcase new art as well. That art is by, I'm sorry, I apologize in advance, George Gutierrez Garcia. The most expensive version is actually the Core Set 2019 pre-release promo at $15.38. As a card in the 99, it does see a lot of play in just over 42,000 decks, mostly, of course, in Giada. However, Lisa, Shroud of Dusk is the next highest commander. Resplendent Marshal's our next card here. It's a 3 mana, 3/3 mono white angel warrior. It has flying. When this creature enters or dies, you may exile another creature card from your graveyard. When you do, put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control other than this creature that shares a creature type with the exiled card. The art is by Ryan Pancoast. It's currently legal in Pioneer, Modern, Legacy Vintage, Commander Oathbreaker, Explorer, Historic, Brawl, Timeless, and Penny. It was only printed in Kaldheim, where it has 4 different versions: the regular version, regular frame, an extended art version, a pre-release promo, as well as the Planeswalker stamp promo. The pre-release promo is the most expensive at $1.89. As a card in the 99, it sees play in 6,664 decks, mostly being Giada and Kalia. Up next, we have a classic, Restoration Angel. It is a 4 mana, 3/4 mono white angel with flying. It has flash. When this creature enters, you may exile target non-angel creature you control, then return that card to the battlefield under your control. The art is by Johannes Voss. It's currently legal in the Modern, Legacy Vintage, Commander Oathbreaker, Historic, Brawl, Timeless, and Penny. This card was originally printed in Avacyn Restored, and it also did receive a promo copy, with new art, and that art is by Wesley Burt. When it was reprinted in Modern Masters 2017, it received its original art by Johannes Voss. When it was reprinted on Iconic Masters, it did get the Wesley Burt art. When it was reprinted in Kaldheim Commander, it did receive new art, and that art is by Jake Murray. When it was reprinted in Timespire Remastered, it did get the Wesley Burt art back. When it was reprinted in Double Masters 2022, it received the Jake Murray art as well, and it also received the James Murray art, but also in the etched foiling version. And then Jumpstart 2022, the March of the Machine Commander, and the Bloom Barrow Commander all kept the Jake Murray art. However, when it was printed in the Secret Lair drop series, it did get new art themed to Doctor Who. That art is by Feng Xinyu. When it was reprinted most recently in Innistrad Remastered, the original art by Johannes Voss makes an appearance on the regular frame, regular border. However, the borderless art of this card from Innistrad Remastered did get new art by Winona Nelson. The most expensive version of the card is actually the Secret Lair version at $3.95. This card shows up in the 99 of decks in EDH, just under 65,000 decks, which is insane. Most notably, Elish Norn, Mother of Machines, as well as Brago, King Eternal. Up next, we have Rhea Dawnbringer. She is a 9 mana 4/6 legendary creature, mono white angel. She has flying. At the beginning of your upkeep, you may return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. Illustrated by Matthew D. Wilson. She's currently legal in a Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, and Oathbreaker. She was originally printed in Invasion. She saw 3 10th edition printings. The regular version that has the flying reminder text. The foiling version that doesn't have the flying reminder text on it, but is in foil. And it also saw a 10th edition promo as well. It is in foiling and has like the Magic the Gathering kind of like watermarked on it in the foiling. It saw a Dual Decks Divine versus Demonic reprint. Oh, I should clarify as well. The 10th edition as well as the Dual Decks edition do also get new art. However, it is still by Matthew D. Wilson. When it was reprinted in Conspiracy, it did receive its original art, again, still by Matthew D. Wilson, but he did 2 different artwork pieces for the card. When it was pre-printed in the Diviner versus Demonic Anthology, the dual deck one, it got the second printing art back. It was reprinted in Ultimate Masters with the second art by Matthew D. Wilson. It's kind of confusing. However, in the most recent printing it received was in the Secret Lair drop. It's like a chibi art style, and that art is by Uta Natsume. The most expensive version, the Ultimate Masters copy, at $568. As a commander, it helms 161 decks, and is currently ranked 2,184. However, as a card in the 99, that number jumps tremendously. It sees play in just over 28,000 decks, mostly, of course, in Kalia and Giada, but it does also see some play in Jeru and Hazaret as well. Rien, Angel of Rebirth, is our next card here. It is a 5 mana, 5/4 in the Naya color pairing, so red, green, and white. Legendary creature angel. Flying. Other multicolored creatures you control get +1/+0. Whenever another multicolored creature you control dies, return it to its owner's hand at the beginning of the next end step. The art is by Kieran Yonner. It's currently legal in Pioneer, Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, Explorer, Historic, Brawl, Timeless, and Penny. This card is interesting because it was originally printed as a buy-a-box promo only for Core Set 2020. It did, however, get a Dominaria United Commander reprint as well. Both versions of the card are actually sitting at 50 cents each. But yeah, interesting that this card only exists as a buy-a-box promo up until the Dominaria Commander printing. Interesting that they did that for Core Set 2020. I don't know. I think it's neat. As a commander, it currently helms 658 decks and is rank 1,399. The card in the 99 sees a bit more play in just over 16,000 decks, most notably in Aragorn the Uniter, as well as Onmath Lok-Sabal. Alright, up next we have a fantastic card here. Righteous Valkyrie is a 3 mana 2/4 mono white angel cleric. It has flying. Whenever another angel or cleric you control enters, you gain life equal to that creature's toughness. As long as you have at least 7 life more than your starting life total, creatures you control get +2/+2. The art is by Chris Ron. It's currently legal in Pioneer, Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, Explorer, Historic, Brawl, Timeless, and Penny. Originally, this card was printed in Kaldheim, where it has a few different versions: the regular frame, the extended art frame, the pre-release promo, and the Planeswalker stamp promo. It did see a Jumpstart 2022 reprint, as well as a printing on the list, and most recently it was reprinted in Foundation's Jumpstart, all with the same art by Chris Ron. The most expensive version of the card is actually the extended art version. Sees a lot of play in Commander, 51,000 decks, and mostly in Giada Font of Hope, as well as Shilgengar, Sire of Famine. Alright, up next we have Rodolph Duskbringer. He is a 6 mana, 4/4, technically speaking, Orzhov color identity for Commander specifically. However, he does only have black in his casting cost. Legendary creature, Vampire Angel. He has flying, death touch, and lifelink. Whenever you gain life, Rodolph Duskbringer gains indestructible until end of turn. At the beginning of your end step, you may pay 1 generic, or 1 white, or 1 black. That is where he gets his color identity. When you do, return target creature card with mana value X or less from your graveyard to the battlefield, where X is the amount of life you gained this turn. The art is by Billy Christian. It's currently legal in Legacy, Vintage, Commander Oathbreaker, Historic, Brawl, and Timeless. Originally printed in Jumpstart 2022, it's only ever been reprinted one more time, and that is in Foundation's Jumpstart. And that reprint is the most expensive at $4. As a commander, it currently helms 1,448 decks, and it's in its rank 944. As a card in the 99, it sees a lot more play in just over 16,000 decks, most notably Lisa Shroud of Dusk and Shilgengar, but also in Edgar Markov, since it is also a vampire. Up next, we have Sanctuary Warden. She is a 6 mana, 5/5 mono white angel soldier. She has flying. This creature enters with 2 shield counters on it. Whenever this creature enters or attacks, you may remove a counter from a creature or planeswalker you control. If you do, draw a card and create a 1/1 green and white citizen creature token. The art is by Johannes Voss. It's currently legal in Pioneer, Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander Oathbreaker, Explorer, Historic, Brawl, Timeless, and Penny. It's only ever been printed in one set, and that was in Streets of New Capenna. However, it does have 5 different versions, which is kind of nuts. It has the regular frame. It has the Planeswalker stamp, as well as a pre-release stamp. It also did receive a showcase frame. The art is by Julie Dillon, where it has the regular showcase frame as well as an etched foiling showcase frame. That etched foiling showcase frame is the most expensive at $4.61. As a card in the 99, it does see play in just over 14,000 decks, mostly Giada as well as Shilgengar. Up next, we have a fun one. It's Segovian Angel. It is a 1 mana, 1/1 creature angel mono white with flying and vigilance. The art is by Simon Dominic. The current legality of this card is Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, Historic, Brawl, Timeless, and Pauper. Originally printed in Modern Horizons, it's only ever been reprinted one more time, and that was in the list. Interestingly enough, the list card is the most expensive at 39 cents. As a card in the 99, it sees play in just over 17,000 decks, mostly in Giada, but it also does see play in Audric, Lunarch Marshal, because of the keywords it carries. Up next, we have Selenia Dark Angel. She is a 5 mana 3/3 Orzhov legendary creature Phyrexian Angel. She has flying, and she has pay 2 life. Return Selenia to its owner's hand. The art is by Matthew D. Wilson, and this card is currently on the reserve list. It's currently legal in Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, and Penny. The only printing of this card was in Tempest, and it goes for $3.90 currently. As a commander, this card currently helms 730 decks, and it's rank 1,338. I did have one of these decks as well. It was actually based off of the Commander's Quarters episode from I want to say closer to 6 or 7 years now when he put that video out originally. It was like a life gain, life loss, because you can activate her pay 2 life infinitely as long as you had the life to pay it. So you could stack up, 38 life loss, and then swap life totals with certain things, or if you win for having one less life, that kind of stuff. It was a pretty fun deck, but yeah, I did have the deck at some point. It's taken apart now. As a card in the 99, it sees play in 308 decks, mostly in Lisa, Shroud of Dusk, and Kalia of the Vast. Up next, we have Safara Sky's Blade. This is a 7 mana, 7/7 legendary creature, mono white angel. You may pay white and tap 4 untapped creatures you control with flying, rather than pay the spell's mana cost. It has flying and lifelink. Other creatures you control with flying have indestructible. The art is by Olivia Prima. It's currently legal in Pioneer, Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander Oathbreaker, Explorer, Historic, Brawl, Timeless, and Penny. It was printed originally in Commander 2020, where it has 3 different versions: the original version, the pre-release stamp, as well as the Planeswalker promo stamp. It saw a reprint in the starter Commander decks, as well as a Commander Masters reprint in the original frame, as well as an etched foiling frame. It also did see a reprint in the Secret Lair Angels Are Cooler But Like Us in foil, and that counts as the list printing. It shows up on Scryfall, but that is where it was reprinted. The most expensive version, of course, is the etched foiling at $18.39, which is kind of insane, in my opinion. As a commander, it currently helms 1,681 decks and is ranked 855. As a card in the 99, it sees a significant amount of play, over 74,000 decks, and of course, you have Giada and Kalia. However, it does see some play in the Layla Artful Provocateur. Up next, we have a card that was just spoiled like a few days ago, and I'm recording this after the rest of the video has been done already. We have Sephiroth, Fabled Soldier, and Sephiroth, One-Winged Angel. Very similar to the battle cards. I'm going to read the front and the back. So the front, Sephiroth, Fabled Soldier. He is a 3 mana, 3/3 legendary creature, human avatar soldier. Whenever Sephiroth enters or attacks, you may sacrifice another creature. If you do, draw a card. Whenever another creature dies, target opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. If this is the 4th time this ability has resolved this turn, transform Sephiroth. He transforms into the card we actually care about. It's Sephiroth, One-Winged Angel. He is a legendary creature, Angel Nightmare Avatar, with a black color identity. He is a 5/5. He has flying, Supernova. As this creature transforms into Sephiroth, One-Winged Angel, you get an emblem with whenever a creature dies, target opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. He also reads, whenever Sephiroth attacks, you may sacrifice any number of other creatures. If you do, draw that many cards. He currently is, at the time of recording, he's unreleased, so I don't have the legality of him. And the art for the base version is by Wisnu Tan. Of course, he has a few different versions. He also has an extended art frame. He has the borderless frame, which has some amazing artwork on it by Tetsuya Nomura. He also has, I think it's like their showcase frame. I don't know the exact name of the actual frame itself, but it's like character portraits with that has the game like logo in the background. That art is by Maji, and there's 2 different versions. There's the regular version as well as the surge foiling version. Of course, the surge foiling version of the character art version is the most expensive right now. This is pre-order prices, so I don't expect these prices to stay where they're at. However, it's currently going for $400 as a pre-order price. The set comes out on June 13th, and I'm recording this on 5/15, this audio specifically. So yeah, whatever, it's a whole mess. As a card for Commander, as of now, he currently has 716 decks to his name, and is ranked 1,386. However, if you try to look at him as a card in the 99 on EDHREC, you get a 404 sign. So, again, this is all happening before the set comes out, so I'm sure by the time this video comes out, or if you're watching it later, this has all been fixed and the numbers aren't accurate. But as of today, this is the information I have. Up next, we have Seraph. It is a 7 mana 4/4 mono white creature angel. It has flying. Whenever a creature dealt damage by this creature this turn dies, Put that card onto the battlefield under your control at the beginning of the next end step. Sacrifice the creature when you lose control of this creature. It's an older card, so it's got a weird formatting on how the card works. The art is by Christopher Rush. It's currently legal in Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, and Penny. It was originally printed in Ice Age, and it's only ever been printed one more time in 5th edition, and that version did get new art as well. That art is by D. Alexander Gregory, and in my opinion, that art, the 5th edition art, is much better than the Ice Age one. No disrespect, of course, to the artist, but this art is very sick. And the 5th edition version is the most expensive version, and that goes for 70 cents. Seraph sees play in just over 200 decks, and that is in Giada and Kalia exclusively. Seraph of Dawn is our next card. It is a 4-mana, 2/4 mono white angel. It has flying and lifelink. The art is by Todd Lockwood. It's currently legal in the Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, Historic, Brawl, Timeless, and Pauper. It was originally printed in Avacyn Restored, where it saw a Commander Legends reprint, as well as a reprinting on the list. The most expensive version is, interestingly enough, the list version at 14 cents. The art on this card is phenomenal, by the way. This card in Commander sees play in 3,500 decks, and I'll let you guess. Or I won't. It's Giada. What else would it be? Now, up next, we have an interesting one, at least interesting in my opinion. We have Seraph of New Capenna. It is a 3-mana, 2/2. Technically speaking, it is in Orzhov colors. However, the cost of the card only has white in its casting cost. It's an Angel Soldier. It has flying, and it has an ability. 5 mana, 4 of it generic. 1 of it is in Phyrexian black mana. So that's where it gets its Orzhov color identity, in Commander specifically. Transform this creature, activate only as a sorcery. And then on the backside, it is Seraph of New Phyrexia. It is a 3/3 Phyrexian angel with the Orzhov color identity. It has flying. When this creature attacks, you may sacrifice another creature or artifact. If you do, this creature gets +2/+1 until end of turn. Both of the art sides are by Aaron J. Riley, and I think the Seraph of New Phyrexia art is phenomenal. It is fantastic art, one of my favorites from all of the Angel arts. It's superb. It's phenomenal. It's so good. Anyway, currently legal in Standard, Pioneer, Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, Explorer, Historic, Brawl, and Timeless. It was only ever printed in March of the Machine, and it currently goes for 4 cents. It currently sees play on EDH Rec in 558 decks, and that mostly goes into Brimaz, Blight of Oreskos, because it cares about Phyrexians, as well as Shogengar, Sire of Famine. Alright, up next we have Seraph of the Masses. It is a 7-mana star power toughness, mono white creature angel. It has Convoke. Your creatures can help cast a spell. Each creature you tap while casting the spell pays for 1 generic or 1 mana of that creature's color. It has flying. Seraph of the Masses' power and toughness are equal to the number of creatures you control. The art is by Zoltan Boros. Currently legal in Pioneer, Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, and Penny. It was originally printed in Magic 2015, and it also saw a reprint in the Convoke deck for March of the Machine. The original printing is the most expensive at 10 cents. As a card in the 99, it sees play in just over 5,300 decks, mostly in that Commander, Kaza the Broken Halo, as well as its backup, Saint Traft and Rem Carolus. But of course, Giada has to find her way in the list somehow. She's the 3rd most popular. Alright, up next we have Seraph of the Scales. She is a 4-mana, 4/3 Orzhov angel. She has flying. She has 2 abilities. 1 white. This creature gains vigilance until end of turn. Pay 1 black. This creature gains death touch until end of turn. She also has Afterlife 2. It says, when this creature dies, create 2 1/1 white and black spirit creature tokens with flying. The art is by Magali Villeneuve. and the art on this card is phenomenal. And if you never played this card on MTG Arena, it has a very cool effect when you pay for one of the abilities. It has like the scales and like it'll tip in one direction with the color, and it's very cool. Currently legal in Pioneer, Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, Explorer, Historic, Brawl, Timeless, and Penny. Originally printed in Ravnica Allegiance, it has a few different versions: the regular frame, the pre-release promo, as well as the Planeswalker stamp promo. It also most recently saw a reprinting in the Ravnica Clue edition when we did the Murders at Karlov Manor. They did like that Clue version of MTG. It was kind of weird. The most expensive version is actually the Planeswalker promo stamp at $2.18, just barely bidding out the pre-release promo. As a card in the 99, it sees play in just under 5,000 decks, mostly in Teysa Karlov as well as Shil Gengar, Sire of Famine. Alright, we're almost done with the Seraphs. We have Seraph of the Suns. It is a 7 mana 4/4 mono white angel. It has flying and indestructible. The art is by Winona Nelson. Currently is legal in the Pioneer, Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, and Oathbreaker. Originally printed in Amonkhet, it also saw a reprint on the list, and that version on the list is the most expensive at 15 cents. As a card in the 99, it only sees play in just over 700 decks, and Kalia and Giada are the top two. Seraph of the Sword is our next card. It is a 4 mana 3/3 mono white angel. She has flying. Prevent all combat damage that will be dealt to this creature. It also has one of my favorite flavor texts too. Only when my sword lies idle shall I rejoice. I think it's a pretty good line. The art is by Jamie Jones. It currently is legal in Pioneer, Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, and Penny. It's only been printed one time, and that was in Magic 2014, and it currently fetches a price of 34 cents. It currently sees play in just over 2,000 decks, and mostly in Giada and Kalia. Alright, up next we have Serra Advocate. It is a 4 mana 2/2 mono white angel. It has flying. It has tap. Target attacking or blocking creature gets +2/+2 until end of turn. The original art by Scott Hampton is currently legal in Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, and Penny. This card was originally printed in Urza's Destiny, where it saw a 7th edition reprint, and that reprint got new art. That new art is by Matthew D. Wilson. It also has so 7th edition is white border, and the 7th edition foil has a black border, so it has a black border foil printing as well. It was also reprinted in the Dual Decks Divine vs. Demonic, as well as the Dual Decks Anthology series. The most expensive version is that 7th edition black border foil at $20.18. As a card in Commander in the 99, it sees play in 382 decks, and Giada Font of Hope is where it finds itself the most. Alright, this is it. This is the big one here. This is the most reprinted angel in all of Magic. It's Serra Angel. She is a 5 mana 4/4 mono white angel. She is flying. She has vigilance. The art is by Douglas Schuler. It's currently legal in everything but Pauper, so Standard, Pioneer, Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, Alchemy, Explorer, Historic, Brawl, Timeless, and Penny. So this card was originally printed in Alpha, so that should tell you how long this card's been around. And, oh boy. This thing has been printed 63 times total. Granted, not all those are in English, but 63 exclusive versions of this card is insane. But we'll break it down. So, originally printed, like I said, in Alpha. It saw a beta reprint. It was printed in Unlimited. It was in the Collector's Edition. It was in the International Collector's Edition. Again, I'm only been counting English printings as well, because there's a lot of non-English printings. I know I'm kind of breaking that rule a little bit, but English only. It was in Revised. It was printed in Summer Magic, which I've never even heard of before. 4th edition. In the Pro Tour Collector Set, number 50, ET number 50. It was also the same thing, but it was BL50. I don't know what that means. It was printed in anthologies. There was a foiling Wizards of the Coast online store version. It was reprinted in 7th edition. And this is the first time it gotten different art in like non-oversized versions. So 7th edition, it received new art. And that art is by Mark Zug. 7th edition has the white border, as well as the black border foil. 8th edition, same thing. Regular frame, white border, and then the foil version was a black border. In 9th edition, it got new art again. That art is by Greg Staples. And then the same thing, 9th edition, white border. The foil version is black border. 10th edition, again, same thing, except 10th edition black border versus the foil version of black border in 10th edition. They're two separate things because the 10th edition non-foil has the reminder text for the keywords. The foiling does not. I don't know. I'm sure there's a reason more than just that, but that's the reason I can visibly see. It was reprinted in Dual Decks, Divine versus Demonic, Magic 2010, Magic 2011, Commander 2011, Magic 2012, Magic 2013, Magic 2014, Magic 2015, Dual Decks Anthology Divine vs. Demonic. I got a reprint Magic Origins. It was reprinted in From the Vault Angels with new art by Rebecca Gay. Then it was repackaged in the Welcome deck from 2016 with the Greg Staples art attached to it. It had an Eternal Masters reprint, a Welcome deck 2017 reprint. It was reprinted in Commander Anthologies, reprinted on Iconic Masters. When it was reprinted in Dominaria, it did receive new art, and that art is by Donato Guancola. Again, I apologize. It saw a Game Nights reprint. It has a Jumpstart reprint. It was technically reprinted in the 30th anniversary play promos. That card got new art, and that art is by Kev Walker. It was in the Game Night Free For All, where it received the Donato Guancola art again. Then it was also reprinted in the 30th anniversary, just regular edition, no promo. And that art got the Douglas Schuler art back. It was in Dominaria Remastered, where it received the Donato Guancola art back. And then there was another set of 30th anniversary promos. These are called the History promos. There was two of them, one on a regular border, one on an old border. That did receive new art, and that is by Hasashi Momoz. Then it got a Wizards Play Network 2024 reprint. That art is by Jody Muir. Then it saw another Secret Lair drop. This was by John Avon, the new art. It was reprinted on the list with the original Donato Guancola art. Not original, but the one that's been seen the most. Then when it was reprinted on Foundations Jumpstart, and as well as Foundations, it received the Greg Staples art again. So yeah, this thing has been printed an insane amount of times. I think the art that's seen the most is the Greg Staples art. Been printed an insane amount of times. 63 total on Scryfall. However, not all of those are English. So it's probably closer to like 58, 57. But that is an insane amount of reprintings for one card. I mean, I've been talking about this card for like, what, 3 minutes now? 4 minutes now? It's kind of insane. This is one of the most iconic cards of Magic in terms of just like, this defined what white is about angels kind of a thing. Like this card like kind of started the whole white's about angels. So it's a pretty iconic card in that aspect. So yeah, this card's insane. The most expensive version that I could find, according to Scryfall, is the 7th edition foil. And as of Scryfall's pricing, again, that could be wrong, eBay, all that stuff, but I work with what I got here. The 7th edition foil, the black border one, is $499.99, which is kind of insane. As a card in the 99, it only sees play in like 7,000 decks, and again, Giada and Kalia. Up next, we have a not quite as popular version. It's Serra Avenger. It is a 2-mana 3/3 with 2 white pips instead of any colorless. Angel, mono white. You can't cast Serra Avenger during your first, second, or third turns of the game, flying in Vigilance. The art is by Scott M. Fisher. It currently is legal in the Modern, Legacy Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, and Penny. This card was originally printed in Time Spiral. It saw a Champs and States like promo version where it's like a full art version. It is the same art by Scott Fisher. It saw a Magic 2013 reprint, as well as a Time Spiral Remastered reprint. Yeah, it's only really been printed 4 times. The Champs and States like promo they did is the most expensive at $55.60. As a card in Commander, it does see play in just over 6,000 decks, mostly in Giada Font of Hope, as well as Shil Gengar, Sire of Famine. Up next, we have a pretty great card. It's Serra Paragon. It is a 4 mana 3/4 mono white angel. It has flying. Once during each of your turns, you may play a land from your graveyard or cast a permanent spell with mana 3 or less from your graveyard. If you do, it gains when this permanent is put into a graveyard from the battlefield, exile it and you gain 2 life. The art is by Hyunhwa Cho. It's currently legal in Standard, Pioneer, Modern, Legacy Vintage, Commander Oathbreaker, Explorer, Historic, Brawl, and Timeless. It's only been printed in one set so far, and that is Dominaria United at Mythic Rare. It has 4 different versions, of course. It has the regular version, the extended art version. It has the pre-release stamp as well as the Planeswalker promo stamp, with the extended art being the most expensive at $8.59. This card does see quite a lot of play in Commander, where it currently sits in 27,000 plus decks. Again, Giada, Shogengar, but also Sigarda, Font of Blessings. Up next, we have Serra Redeemer. It is a 5 mana 2/4 mono white angel soldier. It has flying. Whenever another creature you control with power 2 or less enters, put 2 +1/+1 counters on that creature. The art is by Joshua Raphael. It's currently legal in everything but Pauper, so Standard, Pioneer, Modern, Legacy Vintage, Commander Oathbreaker, Alchemy, Explorer, Historic, Brawl, Timeless, and Penny. This card was originally printed in Dominaria United, where it saw a regular frame as well as an extended art. It was also reprinted in Bloomborough, interestingly enough. The extended art version is the most expensive at 72 cents. It does see quite a bit of play in Commander, just over 11,000 decks. Mostly in Myrel, Shield of Argive, and Alesha, Who Smiles at Death. Those commanders really care about small power creatures. Up next, we have Serra's Emissary. We're sticking with the Serra theme right now. It is a 7 mana 7/7 mono white angel. She has flying. As this creature enters, choose a card type. You and creatures you control have protection from the chosen card type. It's a very interesting card design. The art is by Nils Ham. It is currently legal in Modern, Legacy Vintage, Commander Oathbreaker, Historic, Brawl, and Timeless. This card was only printed in one set, and that was Modern Horizons 2, where it has the regular version, it has the pre-release promo stamp, and also was in the showcase kind of not quite fully completed art kind of style they did for Modern Horizons 2 with some of them, like the notebook or sketch style. I actually like all the both arts, the not fully finished version as well as the regular version. The art looks sick. The art's so cool in this card. The most expensive version is the promo. It is $21.16. As a card in Commander, it does see a lot of play in over 42,000 decks, mostly in Kalia and Giada. Alright, up next we have Serra's Guardian. It is a 6 mana 5/5 mono white angel. It has flying, vigilance, and other creatures you control have vigilance. The art is by Magali Villeneuve. I apologize if I mispronounced that. It's currently legal in Pioneer, Modern, Legacy Vintage, Commander Oathbreaker, Explorer, Historic, Brawl, Timeless, and Penny. It was originally printed in Core Set 2019. It also saw a Core Set 2020 reprint, but that's the last time it's been touched. Both versions of the card are actually 33 cents each, so As a card in Commander, it sees play in just under 10,000 decks, and that is mostly in Giada as well as Kalia. Up next, we have Shalai and Halar. This is a 4 mana 3/3 in the Naya colors, so green, white, and red. Legendary creature Angel Elf. It has flying and vigilance. Whenever one or more +1/+1 counters are put on a creature you control, Shalai and Halar deals that much damage to target opponent. The art is by Mila Pesic. Currently is legal in Legacy, Vintage, Commander, and Oathbreaker. Originally printed as one of the backup commanders in the March of the Machine Commander decks. That's the only time it's been printed. It has the regular version as well as the extended art version, with the extended art version being the most expensive at $3.70. As a commander, it currently helms over 10,000 decks, which is kind of insane. It's ranking 94. As a card in the 99, it does see some play as well in over 23,000 decks, mostly in Voya, Jaws of the Conclave, or is it Voja? I don't know. And Rocco Street Chef. Shalai's Acolyte is next. It is a 5 mana 3/4, technically in Selesnya colors angel. It has Kicker, 1 and a green. You may pay an additional 1 and a green as you cast a spell. It has Flying. If this creature was kicked, it enters with 2+1/+1 counters on it. The art is by Zara Alfonso. It's currently legal in Standard, Pioneer, Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, Explorer, Historic, Brawl, and Timeless. The card was only ever printed in Dominaria United, and it currently has a price tag of 5 cents. As a card in Commander, it only sees play in just over 200 decks, mostly in Sigarda, Font of Blessings, as well as Shalai and Halar. Up next, we have another Shalai. It's Shalai, Voice of Plenty. She is a 4 mana, 3/4 legendary creature angel in the Selesnya colors, although her casting cost only has a white. She has Flying. You, planeswalkers you control, and other creatures you control have hexproof. Then you can pay 6 mana, 4 generic, 2 green. Put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control. The art is by Victor Adame Minguez. Shalai is currently legal in Pioneer, Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, Explorer, Historic, Brawl, Timeless, and Penny. She was originally printed in Dominaria. She has a few versions from that set. Her regular version, her pre-release promo, as well as her Planeswalker Stamped version. She got a Secret Lair drop with new art, and that art is by Hernanda Suiza. She was reprinted again, back with her original art in the Wilds of Eldraine Commander list. She was also reprinted on the list, and most recently, the Tarkir Dragonstorm Commander decks have her as well. The most expensive version of her is the Secret Lair drop, and that goes for $11.02. As a commander, she currently helms 752 decks, and she's rank 1,323. As a card in the 99, she sees a lot more play. Over 81,000 decks, which is an insane amount. Mostly in Atraxa Praetor's Voice, as well as Joda the Unifier. Up next, we have one of my favorites. It's Shattered Angel. It is a 5 mana 3/3 mono white Phyrexian Angel. It has Flying. Whenever a land an opponent controls enters, you may gain 3 life. The art is by Kev Walker. It's currently legal in Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, and Oathbreaker. This card was originally printed in New Phyrexia. It saw a Commander 2011, a Commander Anthology, a March of the Machine Commander, as well as the List reprint. The Commander 2011 version is the most expensive at $1.73. As a card in the 99, it does see some good amount of play. Over 15,000 decks run it, mostly in Giada Font of Hope, as well as Brimaz Blight of Oreskos. Up next, we have Shattered Seraph. It is a 7 mana 4/4 Esper Angel Rogue, so it's white, blue, and black. It has Flying. When this creature enters, you gain 3 life. It also has an ability for 2 generic mana. You can exile this card from your hand. Target land gains tap, add white, blue, or black. Until this card is cast from exile, you may cast this card for as long as it remains exiled. The art is by Bastien L. Deharme. I apologize if I mispronounced that. It's currently legal in Pioneer, Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, Explorer, Timeless, Pauper, and Penny. This card was printed in Streets of New Capenna, and that's the only set it's been in so far. It does have 2 different versions, though. It has the regular frame. It has the showcase frame, which is like weird, like gold filigree on the sides, and that art is by Aaron Vest. And it also, the showcase version can also become gilded, which means it was like shiny gold plated kind of a style on the card. And that is the most expensive version of the card at 18 cents. As a card in the Commander format, it sees play in just over 1,000 decks, mostly in Quasar, Augur of Agonies, as well as Omnath, Locus of All. Alright, up next we have Shepherd of Heroes. It is a 5 mana 3/4 mono white Angel Cleric. It has Flying. When this creature enters, you gain 2 life for each creature in your party. And as a reminder, your party consists of up to 1 of each Cleric, Rogue, Warrior, and Wizard. The art is by Leva Premia. It's currently legal in Pioneer, Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, and Oathbreaker, Explorer, Historic, Brawl, Timeless, Pauper, and Penny. It was only ever printed in one set at common, and that was in Zendikar Rising. And it currently fetches a price of 3 cents. As a card in the Commander format, it sees play in just under 1,000 decks, mostly in Giada Font of Hope, but as well as Tazri, Beacon of Unity. Up next, we have Shepherd of the Cosmos. It is a 6 mana 3/3 mono white angel warrior. It has flying. When this creature enters, return target permanent card with mana value 2 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. It also has Foretell, which is a mechanic from Kaldheim. It's 3 generic and a white to foretell it. However, during your turn, you can pay 2 generic and exile this card from your hand, face down. You can cast it on a later turn for its foretell cost. So you pay 2 generic, put it aside, exile face down, and then on your turn, you can pay 4 mana and cast it for the cheaper cost. The art is by Johannes Voss. It's currently legal in Pioneer, Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, Explorer, Historic, Brawl, and Timeless. It was only printed one time, as I said earlier, in Kaldheim, and it goes for 13 cents. It does see a decent amount of play, though, just under 3,000 in Commander, mostly in Raynar the Ever Watchful, which cares about foretelling, but of course, it does show up in Giada as well. Alright, next up we have Shepherd of the Lost. It is a 5 mana 3/3 mono white angel. It has flying, first strike, and vigilance. The art is by Keke Kotaki. It is currently legal in Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, and Penny. It's been printed twice, originally in Zendikar, and then it showed up again on the list. The list copy is the most expensive at 20 cents. As a card in Commander, it shows up in just under 400 decks, mostly in Giada, but it also does show up in Audric, Lunarch, Marshall. Up next, we have Sigarda, Champion of Light. She is a 4 mana 4/4 legendary creature angel in the Selesnya color pairing, so she's green and white. She has flying and trample. Humans you control get +1/+1. She also has Coven. Whenever Sigarda attacks, if you control 3 or more creatures with different powers, look at the top 5 cards of your library. You may reveal a human creature card from among them and put it into your hand. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. The original art is by Howard Lyon. Currently is legal in Pioneer, Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, and Oathbreaker, Explorer, Historic, Brawl, Timeless, and Penny. She was originally printed in Innistrad Midnight Hunt, where she has a few different versions. She has the regular frame, she has the pre-release promo, she has the Planeswalker stamp promo, as well as the showcase version. The showcase art is by N.C. Winters. And she also saw technically a reprint in Innistrad Double Feature, where she received her original art back, but it's like black and white. The most expensive version of this Sigarda is $2.12, and that is the Midnight Hunt pre-release stamp promo. As a commander, she currently helms 565 decks and is rank 1,501. As a card in the 99, she sees play in just over 7,600 decks, mostly in the other Sigarda, Sigarda Font of Blessings, as well as Kyler Sigardian Emissary. Up next, we have Sigarda Font of Blessings. She is a 4 mana 4/4 legendary creature angel in Selesnya colors. She has flying. Other permanents you control have hexproof. You may look at the top card of your library anytime. You may cast angel spells and human spells from the top of your library. The art is by Justinia Dura. She's currently legal in Standard, Pioneer, Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, Explorer, Historic, Brawl, Timeless, and Penny. Originally printed in March of the Machine Aftermath. That's her only set printing. She does have a few versions, though. She has the regular frame, regular border. She has the extended art version, as well as the etched foiling version. She also did receive a showcase frame in this set, with art by Sammy McConan. She has the regular version, as well as the Halo foiling version. That Halo foil version of the showcase frame is the most expensive at $16.48. As a commander, she currently helms over 4,800 decks and is rank 339. As a card in the 99, she sees play in just over 31,000 decks, mostly in Aragorn the Uniter, as well as Joda the Unifier. Up next, we have Sigarda, Heron's Grace. She is a 5 mana, 4/5 legendary creature, Selesnya color, angel. She has flying. You and humans you control have hexproof. You can pay 2 generic, exile a card from your graveyard, create a 1/1 white human soldier creature token. The art is by Chris Ron. Currently is legal in Pioneer, Modern, Legacy Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, Explorer, Historic, Brawl, Timeless, and Penny. Originally printed in Shadows over Innistrad, she has a pre-release stamped promo, as well as a reprint in the Midnight Hunt Commander list. The pre-release promo is her most expensive at $8.40. As a commander, she currently helms 247 decks and is rank 1,559. As a card in the 99, she sees a bit more play in just over 12,000 decks, mostly in Kyler Sigardian Emissary, as well as Sigarda Font of Blessings. Up next, we have the original Sigarda. It's Sigarda, Host of Herons. She is a 5 mana, 5/5 legendary creature angel in the Selesnya color pairing. She has flying and hexproof. Spells and abilities your opponents control can't cause you to sacrifice permanents. The art is by Chris Ron. It's currently legal in Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, Historic, Brawl, Timeless, and Penny. She was originally printed in Avacyn Restored. She was also reprinted in Ultimate Masters, and she did receive a box topper treatment, which we now know as extended art. Yeah, this is like when they first introduced extended arts, basically, was in these box toppers for Ultimate Masters. She was also recently reprinted in Innistrad Remastered with her regular frame as well as an old border frame. But she did receive the same art on all of her printings. The box topper version of her is the most expensive at $30.90. As a commander, she currently helms 1,600 decks exactly, and is rank 888. As a card in the 99, she sees a lot more play in 15,000 decks, mostly in Sigarda Font of Blessings, but it shows up in Cathril Aspect Warper, as well as Mael the Anima. Up next, we have Sigarda's Vanguard. She is a 5 mana, 3/3 mono white angel. She has flash, and she has flying. Whenever this creature enters or attacks, choose any number of creatures with different powers. Those creatures gain double strike until end of turn. The art is by Martina Fakova. She's currently legal in Legacy, Vintage, Commander, and Oathbreaker. She was only printed one time in the Midnight Hunt Commander list, where she received a regular version as well as an extended art version. The extended art version is the most expensive at 84 cents. As a card in Commander in the 99, she does see a decent amount of play in over 11,000 decks, mostly in Giada Font of Hope, but she also does see a lot of play in Lenore, Autumn Sovereign. Up next, we have Sigardian Savior. It is a 5 mana, 3/3 mono white angel. It has flying. When this creature enters, if you cast it, return up to 2 target creature cards with mana value 2 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. The art is by David Raposa. It's currently legal in Pioneer, Modern, Legacy Vintage, Commander and Oathbreaker, Explorer, Historic, Brawl, Timeless, and Penny. Originally printed in Innistrad Midnight Hunt, it has a few versions. The regular frame, the extended art. It has a pre-release stamp promo as well as the Planeswalker stamp promo. It was also reprinted in Innistrad Double Feature. The pre-release promo version is the most expensive at 56 cents. Doesn't see too much play, just over 1,000 decks, and that's going to show up mostly in Giada. Up next, we got a pretty cool one. It's Silver Seraph. It is an 8 mana, 6/6 creature angel, mono white. It has flying, and it has threshold. +2/+2, as long as there are 7 or more cards in your graveyard. The art is by Matthew D. Wilson. It's currently legal in the Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, and Penny. The only printing of it is in Judgment, and it currently goes for $1.01. As a card in Commander, it does see a little bit of play, 345 decks, and it is mostly in Kalia and Giada. Alright, up next we have Stalwart Valkyrie. It is a 4 mana, 3/2 mono white angel warrior. You may pay 1 generic and 1 white, and exile a creature card from your graveyard rather than pay the spell's mana cost. It has flying. The art is by Jason Rainville. It currently is legal in the Pioneer, Modern Legacy, Vintage Commander Oathbreaker, Explorer, Historic, Brawl, Timeless, and Popper. Ugh. Was originally printed in Kaldheim. It saw a Jumpstart 2022 as well as a Foundations Jumpstart reprint. The Kaldheim and the Jumpstart 2022 are both 8 cents. So, yeah, not a very popular card. Although it does see a decent amount of play, just under 1,600 decks, and that's going to be in your Giada Font of Hope. It also does show up in Firja, Judge of Valor. Up next, we have a very old card, Starlit Angel. It is a 5 mana, 3/4 mono white angel. It has flying. That's it. The art is by Rebecca Gay. Currently is legal in Legacy, Vintage, Commander, and Oathbreaker. Originally printed all the way back in Portal. It did also receive a printing on the list. The original version is worth 91 cents. This card does see play, surprisingly, in 96 decks exactly. And it mostly sees play in Azmira Holy Avenger decks, which I've never heard of. But it's there, apparently. Okay, Steel Seraph is next. It's a 6 mana, 5/4 artifact creature angel, technically in the white color identity because of the prototype cost. Prototype was a mechanic from Brothers War, and it reads Prototype 1 white white, 3/3. You may cast a spell with different mana cost, color, and size. It keeps its abilities and types. So if you pay 3 mana, it's a 3/3 and has the same abilities. Or if you pay 6 mana, it's the 5/4 version. The card has flying. At the beginning of combat on your turn, target creature you control gains your choice of flying, vigilance, or lifelink until end of turn. The art is by Dennis Ciperco. It currently is legal in Standard, Pioneer, Modern Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, Explorer, Historic, Brawl, Timeless, and Penny. It's only been printed in one set so far, and that is Brothers War. It has a regular version, an extended art version. It has the pre-release stamp promo as well as the Planeswalker stamp promo as well. The most expensive version of the card is the extended art at $4.29. As a card in Commander, it sees play in just over 21,000 decks, mostly in Giada, but it also does see some play in Megatron Tyrant. Alright, we have Stoic Angel next. It's a 4 mana, 3/4 in the Bant color identity, so it's green, white, and a blue creature angel. It has flying and vigilance. Players can't untap more than one creature during their untapped steps. The art is by Vulcan Baga. It's currently legal in Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, and Penny formats. Originally printed in Shards of Alara, it saw a Modern Masters 2017 reprint, and that's the only time it's been printed other than the original. The Shards of Alara copy is the most expensive at 80 cents. As a card in Commander in the 99, it sees play in just over 4,300 decks, mostly in Rafik of the Many, as well as Derevi Imperial Tactician. Alright, up next we have Subjugator Angel. It is a 6 mana, 4/3 mono white angel. It has flying. When this creature enters, tap all creatures your opponents control. Pretty straightforward. The art is by Luis Lascido. It's currently legal in Pioneer, Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, and Oathbreaker, Explorer, Historic, Brawl, and Timeless. The card originally was printed in Eldritch Moon. It saw a Game Night reprint, the first one they did, as well as an Innistrad remastered reprint where it got an old border printing as well as the original border. The most expensive version of the card is actually the Game Night version at $1.11. As a card in Commander, it sees play in just under 7,000 decks, mostly in Kali of the Vast, actually, but Giada Font of Hope is right behind it. Alright, up next we have another card that I like a lot. It's Sublime Archangel. It is a 4 mana, 4/3 mono white angel. It has flying. It has Exalted. Whenever a creature you control attacks alone, that creature gets +1/+1 until end of turn. It also has other creatures you control have Exalted. If a creature has multiple instances of Exalted, each triggers separately. The art is by Cynthia Shepard. It's currently legal in Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, and Penny formats. Originally was printed in Magic 2013. It's been reprinted twice. One time in Ultimate Masters with the same art, as well as a Secret Lair drop, and In that drop, it did receive new art. It was themed around Doctor Who, so it got Doctor Who Weeping Angel art. The art is by Nephilimancer. The Secret Lair version is the most expensive version as well at $4.33. As a card for Commander, it sees play in just over 11,000 decks, mostly in Rafik of the Many, which cares about Exalted and attacking alone, but also sees play in Giada as well as Ishin, Two Heavens as One. Alright, up next we have Sunblade Angel. It is a 6 mana, 3/3 mono white angel. It has flying, first strike, vigilance, and lifelink. The art is by Johannes Voss. It currently is legal in Pioneer, Modern, Legacy Vintage, Commander and Oathbreaker, Explorer, Historic, Brawl, Timeless, and Pauper. Originally printed in War of the Spark, it received a Commander Masters reprint as well as a reprinting on the list. The list printing is the most expensive too at 17 cents. As a card for Commander, it sees play in just under 4,000 decks, mostly in Cathrall Aspect Warper decks that care a lot about keywords. Up next, we have Sunblast Angel. It is a 6 mana 4/5 mono white angel that has flying. When this creature enters, destroy all tapped creatures. The art is by Jason Chan. It's currently legal in Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, and Penny formats. Originally printed in Scars of Mirrodin. It has that regular version as well as a promo version that has like the 5 colors of magic stamp on it. It was reprinted in the dual decks Venser versus Koth, a Commander 2014 reprint, Commander 2020. It was reprinted in the Forgotten Realms Commander list. It received a Secret Lair drop that got new art. That art is by Ilana Danner. And it also was reprinted on the list with its original art. The Secret Lair drop is the most expensive version of the card at $1.88. As a card in Commander, it sees actually a lot of play. Over 33,000 decks, mostly, of course, in Giada Font of Hope. However, it does see a significant amount of play in Hilda of the Icy Crown, which cares about tapping things down. Alright, now we have an oldie, Stainer of the Realm. It is a 4 mana 2/3 mono white angel. It has flying. Whenever this creature blocks, it gets +0/+2 until end of turn. The original art is by Greg Staples. It's currently legal in Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, Historic, Brawl, Timeless, Pauper, and Penny formats. The card was originally printed in Urza's Legacy. The next time it was reprinted, it got new art, and that was in 7th edition. The art is by Mark Zug, where it has the white border as well as the black border foiling version. It was reprinted in Dual Decks Divine vs. Demonic. It was in the Dual Decks Anthology reprint as well as an Iconic Masters reprint. The most expensive version of the card is the black border 7th edition foil at $4.73. As a card for Commander, it doesn't see that much play at all. 291 decks total, and that's going to be in Angel decks, but Giada and Lyra. Up next, we have a very old card. We have Sustaining Spirit. It is a 2 mana 0/3 mono white angel spirit. It has cumulative upkeep, 1 generic and 1 white. At the beginning of your upkeep, put an age counter on this permanent. Then sacrifice it unless you pay its upkeep cost for each age counter on it. It also says, damage that would reduce your life total to less than 1 reduces it to 1 instead. The art is by Rebecca Gay. It is also on the reserve list. This card is legal in Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, and Penny. It's only ever been physically printed 1 time, and that was in Alliances. And it's currently going for $2.32. As a card in Commander, it does see a surprising amount of play. 460 decks, which is not a lot, but I'm surprised it sees that much. Interestingly enough, the most played Commander for this card is Asmira, Holy Avenger. Alright, up next we have Sword Swallowing Seraph. It is a 6 mana 4/4 mono white angel performer. It has flying and vigilance. When this creature enters, you may put a name sticker on a non-land permanent you own. You can pay 1 generic, 1 white, and tap it. put a +1/+1 counter on another target creature with a name sticker on it, activated only as a sorcery. The art is by Vladimir Krasetsky. It's currently banned in Legacy, banned in Vintage, banned in Oathbreaker, and is legal in Commander. It was printed in Infinity, where it has the regular version, as well as the Pokemon-styled Cosmic foil, which like a bunch of like random dots and stuff that have like swirls. If you've seen Pokemon, old Pokemon foils, you know what I'm talking about. That foiling version is the most expensive at 35 cents. It does actually see some play in Commander, surprisingly. Not much. 124 decks. Mostly in Tusk and Whiskers, which is another Infinity card, but it also shows up in Giada, because why not? Okay, up next we have Legendary Creature. It's Teriel, Reckoner of Souls. It's a 7 mana, 4/7 Mardu Legendary Creature Angel, so it's red, white, and black. It has Flying and Vigilance. It has Tap, choose a creature card at random from target opponent's graveyard. Put that card onto the battlefield under your control. The art is by Wayne Reynolds. It's currently legal in Legacy, Vintage, Commander, and Oathbreaker. The card was originally printed in Commander 2011. It has the regular version, and it does have an oversized foil version. It was printed in From the Vault Angels. Saw a Commander Anthology reprint, as well as a Double Masters reprint, where it has the regular frame, as well as the etched foiling frame. The etched foiling frame is the most expensive version of the card at $5.30. As a commander, it does helm 1,140 decks, and it's currently ranked 1,104. As a card in the 99, it sees a lot more play, over 7,000 decks, and those are mostly in Kalia of the Vast, as well as Esika, God of the Tree. Up next, we have Thraben Watcher. It is a 4 mana 2/2 mono white angel. It has Flying and Vigilance. Other non-token creatures you control get +1/+1 and have Vigilance. The art is by Bastien L. de Harb. It currently is legal in Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, Historic, Brawl, and Timeless. It's been printed twice, originally in Modern Horizons 2, as well as a list reprinting. The original Modern Horizons 2 copy is the most expensive at 42 cents. As a card for Commander, it sees a decent amount of play, just over 23,000 decks. Mostly in Giada Font of Hope, but it does show up a lot in Sigarda Font of Blessings. Alright, back to another legendary creature here. We have Tiana, Ship's Caretaker. She is a 5 mana 3/3 Boros legendary creature Angel Artificer. So she's red and white. She has Flying and First Strike. Whenever an aura or equipment you control is put into a graveyard from the battlefield, you may return that card to its owner's hand at the beginning of the next end step. The art is by Eric DeChamp. Tiana is currently legal in Pioneer, Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, Explorer, Historic, Brawl, and Timeless. She was originally printed in Dominaria, where she has the regular version as well as a promo version with the pre-release stamp. She saw a Commander Legends reprint, as well as a reprinting in Dominaria Remastered, where she has the regular frame as well as an old border frame. The pre-release promo from Dominaria is the most expensive version at 52 cents. As a commander, she currently has 272 decks to her name, and is ranked 1,924. As a card in 99, she sees play in over 10,000 decks, mostly in 3-Dog, Galaxy News DJ from the Fallout set, as well as Wyleth, Soul of Steel. Up next, we have Tormented Angel. It's a 4 mana 1/5 mono white angel. It has Flying. That's it. The art is by Greg Hildebrandt and Tim Hildebrandt. It's currently legal in Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, Pauper, and Penny. It's been printed twice, originally in Urza's Destiny, and it was also reprinted on the list. The original printing is the most expensive at 19 cents. It does see a little bit of Commander play, 170 decks, and that's going to be in the Giada Font of Hope, as well as Shil Gengar, Sire of Famine, because of its toughness. Alright, up next we have Twilight Shepherd. It is a 6 mana, 5/5 mono white angel. It has flying and vigilance. Whenever this creature enters, return to your hand all cards in your graveyard that were put there from the battlefield this turn. It also has Persist. When this creature dies, if it had no -1/-1 counters on it, return it to the battlefield under its owner's control with a -1/-1 counter. The art is by Jason Chan. It's currently legal in Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, and Penny. This card was originally printed in Shadowmoor. It saw a Dual Decks Divine vs. Demonic, a Commander 2014, as well as a Dual Decks Anthology reprint as well. The Shadowmoor version is the most expensive at 99 cents. And as a card in Commander, it sees play in just over 4,000 decks, mostly in Giada Font of Hope, but it also shows up in Kalia as well as Shil Gengar. Up next, we have Valkyrie Harbinger. It is a 6 mana 4/5 mono white Angel Cleric. She has flying and lifelink. At the beginning of each end step, if you gained 4 or more life this turn, create a 4/4 white angel creature token with flying and vigilance. The art is by Tran Nguyen. It is currently legal in Pioneer, Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, Explorer, Historic, Brawl, Timeless, and Penny. Originally printed in the Kaldheim set. It also has a Kaldheim promo where it has the 5 mana symbols on the bottom in foil. It saw a Jumpstart 2020 reprint. It saw a Secret Lair drop print, which I believe is actually the Angel's Secret Lair deck, and also was reprinted in the Foundation's Jumpstart. Most expensive version is the Secret Lair drop foil version, and that goes for $2.74. It sees a good amount of play in Commander, at least in the colors it's in, just under 40,000 decks, and you guessed it, Giada Font of Hope is the #1 Commander. Up next, we have a pretty new card here. We have Vanguard Seraph. It is a 4 mana 3/3 mono white Angel Warrior. It has flying. Whenever you gain life for the first time each turn, surveil 1. The art is by Zezhu Chen. It currently is legal in every format, so Standard, Pioneer, Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, Alchemy, Explorer, Historic, Brawl, Timeless, Pauper, and Penny. And it was only printed in one set, and that was Foundations. So the most expensive version is from Foundations at 8 cents. As a card for Commander, it sees play in just under 4,000 decks, mostly in Giada Font of Hope. Up next, we have Vengeful Reaper. It is a 4 mana 2/3 mono black Angel Cleric. It has flying, death touch, and haste. It also has Foretell for 1 and a black. During your turn, you may pay 2 generic and exile this card from your hand face down. Cast it on a later turn for its Foretell cost. The art is by Billy Christian. I really like the flavor text in this one just because it's like straight to the point. Starnheim is closed to you, coward. I don't know. I think it's super edgy, of course, but I think it's a cool line. Currently is legal in Pioneer, Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, Explorer, Historic, Brawl, and Timeless. It was only ever printed in one set, and that was in Kaldheim, and it currently fetches a price of 19 cents. As a card for Commander, it sees play in just over 8,000 decks, which is a lot more than I thought it was going to. Mostly shows up actually in Indominus Rex Alpha decks. Alright, up next we have Victory's Herald. It is a 6 mana 4/4 mono white angel. It has flying. Whenever this creature attacks, defending creatures gain flying and lifelink until end of turn. Pretty straightforward. The art is by RK Post. It's currently legal in Pioneer, Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, and Penny. It was originally printed in Mirrodin Besieged. It has a Commander 2015 reprint, a Welcome Deck 2017, as well as a Commander Anthology Volume 2 reprint. That Commander Anthology version is the most expensive, and it goes for 39 cents. As a card for Commander, It sees play in just over 6,000 decks, mostly in Giada Font of Hope, but it does show up a lot in Kalia of the Vast. Alright, up next we're starting a pretty fun cycle here. We have Voice of All. It is a 4-mana 2/2 mono white angel. It has flying. As this creature enters, choose a color. This creature has protection from the chosen color. The art is by RK Post. It's currently legal in Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, and Penny. It was originally printed in Plane Shift. It has a 10th edition reprint where it's regular and foil. It has a Commander 2011 reprint, a Commander Anthology reprint, as well as a Dominaria Remastered reprint. The 10th edition black border foil is the most expensive at $4.11. As a card in Commander, it sees play in just over 1,000 decks, mostly in Giada Font of Hope. Alright, continuing the voice cycle, we have Voice of Duty. It is a 4-mana 2/2 mono white angel. It has flying, protection from green. The art is by Mark Zug. It's currently legal in Legacy, Vintage, Commander, and Oathbreaker. It was printed in one set, and that was Urza's Destiny, where it fetches a price for 34 cents. As a card for Commander, it sees play in just about 200 decks, and those are going to be Giada Font of Hopes. Alright, up next we have Voice of Grace. It is a 4-mana 2/2 mono white angel. It has flying and protection from black. The art is by Jeff Miracola. Currently is legal in Legacy, Vintage, Commander, and Oathbreaker. It was printed one time in Urza's Saga, and it fetches a price of 21 cents. It does see a little bit more play than the last card at 200 decks. And you guessed it, it goes in Giada Font of Hope. Up next we have Voice of Law. 4-mana, 2/2, mono white angel. Flying, protection from red. The art again is by Mark Zug. Currently legal in Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, and Penny. It's been printed one time, and that was in Urza's Saga, where it fetches a price of 29 cents. It sees play in less than 200 decks, and that's going to be Giada Font of Hope. Up next, we have Voice of Reason. It is a 4-mana, 2/2, mono white angel. It has flying and protection from blue. The art is by Ray Lago. Currently is legal in Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, and Penny. It was only ever printed in one set. That was Urza's Destiny. It currently has a price tag of 29 cents. As a card in Commander, it sees play in over 200 decks, and Giada Font of Hope is most of those. Up next, and finishing off this voice cycle, at least in this version of it, we have Voice of Truth. It is a 4-mana, 2/2, mono white angel. Has flying and protection from white. The art is by RK Post, and of all of the voice cards, this art is probably my favorite of the 6 of them. It's currently legal in Legacy, Vintage, Commander, and Oathbreaker. It's only ever seen one printing, and that was in Nemesis, and it was going for 25 cents. This does see the lowest amount of play of all the voice cards, and that is 170 decks, and mostly in Giada Font of Hope. But interestingly enough, 8.5 tails as well. Up next, we have Voice of the Provinces. This is a 6-mana 3/3 mono white angel. It has flying. When this creature enters, create a 1/1 white human creature token. The art is by Igor Kiriluk. Currently is legal in Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, Historic, Brawl, Timeless, Pauper, and Penny. Originally printed in Avacyn Restored, it saw a dual decks Blessed versus Cursed reprinting on the list, as well as a reprint in Jumpstart. The list printing is the most expensive at 20 cents. As a card in the 99, it sees play in just over 400 decks, and those are going to mostly be Giada Font of Hope. Up next, we have Voltstorm Angel. It's a 5-mana 4/4 mono white angel. It has flying. When this creature enters, you get 3 energy counters. At the beginning of combat on your turn, you may pay 2 energy. When you do, choose 1. This creature gains Vigilance and Lifelink until end of turn. Other creatures you control get +1/+1 until end of turn. The art is by, and I apologize in advance, Andrew Theophilopoulos. It's currently legal in Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, Historic, Brawl, and Timeless. It's been printed one time, and that was in Modern Horizons 3, and it currently has a price tag of 5 cents. As a card in Commander, it does see some play, just about 1,300 decks, mostly in energy stuff. So you have Satya Aetherflux Genius, as well as Dr. Madison Lee. Up next, we have Warrior Angel. She is a 6 mana 3/4 mono white angel warrior. She has flying. Whenever this creature deals damage, you gain that much life. The art is by Brahm. The card is legal in Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, and Penny formats. The card was originally printed in Stronghold, and that's the only printing it's ever received, and it fetches a price currently of 66 cents. As a card in Commander, it does see a little bit of play, just over 100 decks, and those are going to be your Giada Font of Hope, as well as Kalia of the Vast. Up next, we have Wayward Angel. It is a 6 mana 4/4 mono white angel horror. It has flying and vigilance. It also has threshold. As long as 7 or more cards are in your graveyard, this creature gets +3/+3, is black, has trample, and has, at the beginning of your upkeep, sacrifice a creature. The art is by Mark Tedden. And man, I will say the art on this card is phenomenal. It's one of my favorites. It really is. Like, it's so good. It's currently legal in Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, and Penny formats. It was originally and only printed in Odyssey, where it currently fetches a 65-cent price tag. It does see some play, just about 100 decks on EDH Rec, and the most played commander is 9 decks, and that's Kalia of the Vast. Up next, we have Weeping Angel. It is a 3 mana 2/2 Dimir artifact creature alien angel. So it's black and blue. It has flash, first strike, and vigilance. Whenever an opponent casts a creature spell, this creature is not a creature until end of turn. If this creature will deal combat damage to a creature, prevent that damage, and that creature's owner shuffles it into their library. The art is by Anato Finstark. I will say the design of this card is actually really cool. I wish they would do similar stuff like this in the future. It's currently legal in Legacy, Vintage, Commander, and Oathbreaker. It's only been printed in one set, and that was the Doctor Who set, where it has the regular frame, the extended art frame Surge Foil, and the regular frame Surge Foil. It also has a showcase frame with new art. That art is by Jack Hughes, and the showcase frame does also come in a Surge Foil. That Surge Foil printing is the most expensive version of the card at $10.29. As a card in Commander, it sees play in just under 10,000 decks, which is quite a bit. Mostly in Davros Dalek Creator, but also shows up in a Dominus Rex Alpha. Up next, we have Windshaper Planetar. It is a 5 mana 4/4 mono white angel. It has flash and flying. When this creature enters during the declare attacker step, for each attacking creature, you may reselect which player or permanent that creature is attacking. It can attack its controller or their permanents, which is a really funny reminder text. The art is by Ben Hill. It's currently legal in Legacy, Vintage, Commander, and Oathbreaker. This was printed one time in the Commander Legends Battle for Baldur's Gate set. It has the regular frame, it has a pre-release promo stamp, as well as an extended art. And the pre-release promo is the most expensive version of the card at 59 cents. As a card in Commander, it sees play in just over 6,000 decks, and those are going to be mostly in Giada Font of Hope, as well as Errant and Giada. Alright, up next we have Winged Shepherd. It is a 6 mana 3/3 mono white angel. It has flying and vigilance. It also has cycling white, so you can pay a white, discard, and draw a card. The art is by Chris Ron. It currently is legal in everything but Standard and Alchemy, so Pioneer, Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, Explorer, Historic, Brawl, Timeless, Pauper, and Penny formats. It's been printed twice originally in Amonkhet, as well as a list reprint. The list version is the most expensive at 7 cents. As a card for Commander, it sees play in just over 1,400 decks, and that's going to mostly be in Sephris of the Hidden Ways. Alright, up next we have Wispeaver Angel. It is a 6 mana 4/4 mono white angel. It has flying. When this creature enters, you may exile another target creature you control, then return that card to the battlefield under its owner's control. The art is by James Ryman. It's currently legal in Pioneer, Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, Explorer, Historic, Brawl, and Timeless. It was originally printed in Kaladesh, where it saw a Jumpstart 2020 as well as a list reprint, with the Jumpstart 2022 version of it being the most expensive at 15 cents. It does see a decent amount of play in Commander, just over 3,400 decks, and that's actually going to be in Preston the Vanisher, as well as Elish Norn, Mother of Machines. Up next, we have Wojak Investigator. It is a 3 mana 2/4 mono white angel detective. It has flying and vigilance. At the beginning of your upkeep, investigate once for each opponent who has more cards in hand than you, and to investigate, create a clue token. It's an artifact with 2 generic, sacrifice this token, draw a card. The art is by Ben Hill. It currently is legal in everything but Pauper, so Standard, Pioneer, Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, Alchemy, Explorer, Historic, Brawl, Timeless, and Penny. It was only printed in one set at the moment, and that was Murders at Karlov Manor. It has the regular frame, it has the pre-release stamp, as well as the Planeswalker symbol stamp on it. It does have a showcase version with new art, and that art is by Lisa Heidhoff. It does also have a buy a box promo version as well, and again, that has new art, and that art is by Greg Staples. The Planeswalker stamp promo is actually the most expensive at $2.25. It does see a lot of play in Commander, just over 21,000 decks, and that's mostly going to be in Giada Font of Hope, but it does show up in Shogengar, Sire of Famine. Alright, we have Youthful Valkyrie. It is a 2 mana 1/3 mono white angel with flying. Whenever another angel you control enters, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. The art is by Anna Steinbauer. It's currently legal in Standard, Pioneer, Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Commander, Oathbreaker, Alchemy, Explorer, Historic, Brawl, Timeless. It was originally printed in Kaldheim, where it saw a list reprinting. It was most recently reprinted in Foundations, where it received a regular frame as well as new art and a borderless treatment. That art is by Nestor Osandon Liel. It also was reprinted in the Foundation's Jumpstart product as well, with the original art. And most recently, it did receive a Secret Lair drop printing, and that art is by Anna Poded Woma, and it is themed to Hatsune Miku. The Hatsune Miku version is the most expensive at $2.39. As a card in Commander, it sees a lot of play, over 27,000 decks. Of course, it's going to be Giada Font of Hope with the most, but Shogengar, Sire of Famine is right behind it. We have Zamriel, Seraph of Steel. She is a 4 mana 3/4 legendary creature mono white angel. She has flying. During your turn, equipped creatures you control have indestructible. The art is by Chris Rallis. Zamriel is currently legal in Legacy, Vintage, Commander, and Oathbreaker. Only ever printed one time, and that was in the Game Night Free-for-All. And currently has a price tag of $4.05. As a Commander, she currently helms 62 decks and is ranked 2,751. However, in the card in the 99, she sees a little bit more play, not too much though. 2,386 decks. That's mostly going to be in Nahiri, Forged in Fury, as well as Cassandra, Eagle Bearer. I run this card in my Gisela Blade of Gold Knight equipment deck. It does wonders in that deck. It's a good card. Okay, so real quick, there's 2 more cards I want to talk about. They're technically not like real cards, They're the Heroes of the Realm cards that Wizards gives out to employees for like doing good work or certain things. Basically, they're internal cards only, and they have like different backs. But there's two Angel cards that I want to talk about. We have Illusion the Giving. It is a 4 mana, 4/4, everything but black. I forget the name of the color identity. So red, green, white, and blue. Legendary creature, Angel Advisor. It has flying, vigilance, lifelink, and haste. At the beginning of your second main phase, the player to your left gains control of Illusion the Giving. Whenever a player donates a permanent to another player, the donating player draws a card, gains 1 life, and creates 3 treasure tokens. The art is by Olivia Prima. Nothing. It's currently not legal anywhere because it has different colored back and everything. But it is a card that is an angel, and I'm going to count it. And that is from the 2022 Heroes of the Realm. There's also a 2018 version as well. There's Soul Advocate Eternal. It is Witchmaw, so everything but red, so green, white, blue, and black. It's a legendary creature, Dragon Angel, has legendary partner. You can have 2 commanders if this is one of them. The other one is promoted to legendary, which is crazy. It has flying and vigilance. It also has teamwork. Whenever you attack or block with both Soul Advocate Eternal and its partner, support forward and investigate 4 times. The art is by Randy Vargas. And this is part of the 2018 Heroes of the Realm cards. There's also some like weird playtest cards, which I'm not going to count. I'll put them on screen here just so you guys can take a look at them. But there's like the Mystery Booster had like the playtest cards. There's also like the Unknown Event cards, like some of the Wizards of the Coast people will hand out at events. They're not real cards, but they do have the angel typing. So I am, like I said, I'm going to show them on screen here. I'm not going to talk about them, but these do exist in some capacity. All right, that was the last physically printed card we're going to talk about here. So for Arena, MTG Arena specifically, they have a thing called Alchemy, which is like it's only legal on Arena, and it's only legal in Alchemy and whatever formats support Alchemy. Over the years, they've added a few Arena-only Angels, and I kind of wanted to talk about them just really quickly. I'm not going to go through the price because they don't have prices and that kind of stuff, but I figured I'd talk about them real quick, so I'm just going to run through them here. And the images will pop up on the screen. I'm not going to go too crazy with describing them, that kind of stuff, but here we are. One more thing as well. There's a few cards that were changed from the new Capenna set. That they were either changed, either like they got different stat increases, or they're like some of the wording on them is slightly different. I'm not going to count those because they're not technically new cards. Just a quick caveat. Anyway, we have Angel of Eternal Dawn. It's a 3-mana, 2/4 mono white angel. It has flying. When this card enters the battlefield, it becomes day. It cannot become night. Your opponents can't cast spells with mana value greater than the number of turns that have begun. The art is by Aurora Folney. Next up, we have Angel of Unity. It has a 2-mana, 1/3 mono white angel cleric. It has flying and lifelink. Whenever Angel of Unity enters the battlefield or you cast a party spell, choose a creature card in your hand. It perpetually gains +1/+1. And perpetual in Arena means it doesn't go away. The exception with that rule is if it's a commander, you can remove the effects when you put it back in the command zone. It doesn't really apply here, though. Next up, we have Champions of Tyr, which is a different version of the Battle Angels of Tyr card. It is a 4-mana, 4/3 mono white angel knight. It has flying and double team. When this creature enters, you get a one-time boon with when you cast a creature spell, that creature enters a battlefield with your choice of a +1/+1 counter, a flying counter, or a lifelink counter on it. That art is by Frederica Sedewan. Next up, one of my favorites actually, it's a shame it's an alchemy. It's called Herald of Vengeance. It is a 5-mana, 4/5 creature angel mono white. It has flying. When Herald of Vengeance enters the battlefield, destroy each permanent you don't control that has the same name as a permanent that dealt damage to you last turn. And that art is by Billy Christian. Up next, we have Lulu Forgetful Hollyphant. This is one of the Alchemy Baldur's Gate cards. It has a bunch of different versions, and I'm going to read them off because there's a lot of them. First off, we have the base card. Lulu Forgetful Hollyphant. 3-mana, 1/3, legendary creature Elephant Angel, mono white originally. It has flying and specialized 2. When Lulu Forgetful Hollyphant enters, you get a one-time boon with when you cast a creature spell without flying, it perpetually gains flying. Now, the specialized clause here It lets you turn this card into different colors, but it always has white. So if you pay 2 and specialize into the blue version, you have a 4 mana Azorius legendary creature Elephant Angel, 2/4 with flying. Whenever you attack with one or more other creatures with flying, draw that many cards and then discard a card. The art's by Jacob Eric. If you go the specialized route with red, it's a 4 mana 2/4 Boros legendary creature Elephant Angel with flying. Whenever you attack with one or more other creatures with flying, create that many 1/1 white soldier creature tokens that are tapped and attacking. Next up, you can actually specialize itself with white. 4 mana, 2/4 mono white, legendary creature Elephant Angel with flying. Whenever you attack with one or more other creatures with flying, you gain twice that much life. Then if you specialize with green, 4 mana, 2/4 legendary creature Elephant Angel in Selesnya, flying. Whenever you attack with one or more other creatures with flying, those creatures get +2/+2 until end of turn. Then the last version here is it is a 4 mana 2/4 legendary creature Elephant Angel in Orzhov with flying. Whenever you attack with one or more other creatures with flying, each opponent loses that much life and you gain that much life. So yeah, the alchemy stuff is a little annoying. Alright, we have Skyline Savior. It is a 3 mana 3/4 mono white angel with flying. When Skyline Savior enters the battlefield, return a permanent you control to its owner's hand. If it's a non-angel creature card, it perpetually gains +1/+1, gains flying, and becomes an angel in addition to its other types. The art is by Josu Hernandez. And last but not least, we have Tiana, Angelic Mechanic. She is a 3 mana 3/2 legendary creature Angel Artificer in the Boros identity, so red and white. She has flying. When Tiana, Angelic Mechanic, or another legendary creature you control cruise a vehicle, that vehicle perpetually gains +1/+0. And that art is by Joseph Weston. Alright, that is all the Alchemy first printing on digital only cards on Arena. A quick little aside here. While I was recording this and editing it, apparently Explorer is no longer a format, so I talk about Explorer a lot. It was fully moved into Pioneer. Explorer doesn't exist anymore, so I'm not going to change everything for that. Also, I decided to record and edit this while there's an active set being previewed right now. That's the Final Fantasy set. I did miss a few reprints. There's the Angel of the Ruins reprint that's being reprinted in the Commander decks. And I also missed a Through the Ages preview for Atraxa Grand Unifier. She's getting new art, and that is with Sephiroth on the cover. So if there's any cards that I missed and you're like, oh, you didn't talk about this card, and it's from Final Fantasy, that is the reason why. And that's it. That's every Angel in Magic the Gathering. Huge shout out to anyone who's still here, or even if you skip to the end just to hear this. Thanks for skipping to the end and actually clicking on the video. I appreciate that a lot. Between recording the audio, editing the audio, doing the slideshows, and all that stuff, this thing has been a monster to put together. I don't have an editing team. I don't have any of that. It's just me. I do it for the love of the game. It's nice. It's fun talking about things that I like. Angels, and especially going through all the cards. I really enjoyed putting this together, even if it was a little bit of labor of love kind of a thing. Yeah, but in the comments, let me know if you skip to the end or actually watch the whole video. Let me know your favorite Angels. Like, I'd love to hear that stuff. Favorite artwork. Even if it's not Angels, tell me your favorite cards. I love hearing people talk about MTG and like just talking about things that they like. It's very entertaining. But yeah, I mean, this video is long enough. I'm going to let you cats go. Thanks again for checking out the video, and I'll see you guys next time.